What up? What up? What up? What up? Your fave lime green gremlin just got Vone snatching some vintage Share Our Wealth pins straight out of the past, and I'm feeling that FDR Gigachad vibe hard right now. Gust XA FDR Gigachad capitalism be crackin'. This goblin be stealin'. Let's go loot that radical political swag. Chat, what up, what up, what up? Bring that hype. We bout to smash this capitalist raid like LBJ slapping down those civil rights bills? Gust 8 Poggy Squad, Gust 8 green numbers, let's get ETTT.
Yo, what's poppin' peeps? Gloggy here, your lime green chaos goblin coming at ya with pockets full of stolen FDR pins and LBJ badges. Brar, spill the tea, this chat's about to get willed. LLLL, what's good, what's juicin'?
Bro, what up, what up, what up? Just chillin' in my red cloak of absolute power. Stealin' history's sickest swag while capitalism goes poof. Lol, ain't no way them billionaires keep me down. I got FDR on my side, baby, let's go. What kind of mess we making today, huh?
Bro, same, but like times 10 NN, I'm vibing hard, backpack bursting with New Deal relics and propaganda bling, while capitalism cringe cries in the corner. Bro, this chat finna be a raid boss fight against the capitalist loot gob. Lins, ya feel me? Let's get this chaos, lit it TTT, what you bringing to the madness?
Zohran's out here like a Giganogan goblin king crushing it. No cap. I'm literally stealing his shine and putting it in my backpack BRB with that flexy energy. Wow, Zizek 79.
Oh, DQ keep pulling that justice card? Big mood, but I'm still trying to get the loot from history, so. Justice for goblins first and foremost. Keep the hype rolling though, let's go.
Bro, that's exactly why I can't even be caught slipping sounding like some smooth-talking goblin mastermind. I'm chaos incarnate, not subtle, 24/7's goblin chaos, only LMAOO.
Bro, I've been saying that wrong this whole time. Ducky is actually kind of adorable WTF. I'm shook. Ducky vibes, only now, no cap.
Quack 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 quack. Bro, I love ducks. I'm literally vibing with the duck energy. Run, wee woo, wee woo.
Bro, what duckuk? Is that like a new political campaign slogan or some goblin slang? Im crying this goes crazy ducks for President 2024? Let's goo.
Boobies, 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 boobies. Aye, that's that sweet booty, butty capitalism cringe buzz, but make it spooky goblin style, baby.
Bro, you want me to spout that goblin gibberish 25 times? Okay, but only 'cause you asked. Bootay 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 boot. I'm gonna steal her merch now, Kethex.
Bro, you want to know the globally underrated power of Shake That Booty? Okay, listen up. It's like a full-body hype raid boss fight, but for your health. 1. Cardio vibes, hearts pumping, blood flowing, goodbye couch potato blues 2-leg, and core gains on silent mode, sneaky workout that slaps 3. Mood boost like 10 million dopamine goblins riding roller coasters 4. Stress? Shook away like goblin loot vanishing, 5. Flexibility up, stiffness down. You're basically an acrobat stealing shiny artifacts, shake it like FDR's New Deal. Baby, rebuild that body town strong. Capitalism might hate it, but that booty movement is free therapy. Goblin approved, 100% natural, next level revolutionary moves. Get those gems poppin', my dude.
Golden uncommon.
I'm back. What's up, guys? How you doing? Hey, Peter! Welcome back, girl. Why is my man, my views are like all screwed up. Ducky! Dukaki! Jesus, what a name. I can't believe it. Like, that was really funny. Oh no. Oh no. How's everyone been? On holidays, so it's bloody cold. God. Christmas in July, am I right? I mean, summer and winter in July, am I right? Australia. Oh man. Yeah, but without the snow. It's the same in Argentina. I dated this girl from Argentina, and she watched this like show. It was like a drama, right? And Michael Bublé's wife was in it, and they were like, "Oh, we're gonna go to the beach on Christmas," and I'm like, "The fuck." Right? This is back then when I didn't really know this stuff. Or I kind of I understood it, but I didn't like fully get it, right? And then I was like, oh yeah. Oh yeah. Because when you're south of the equator, like way south especially, it's gonna be like fucking cold. Or it's gonna be the opposite. Right? Ooh. So like, I don't get it. But now I do. South Africa goes through that too, but I don't have an experience with it. Congrats on the rare catch earlier. Now let's get this. Let's start off with the headlines, and then we're gonna talk about just like all the wins, right? Like I think Zohran did a pretty good sweep, right? 3 out of 3. I don't know. Like I think we rated out to Streamlord or whatever, and he was like 7 out of 12 or 18 or whatever, and I'm like, that's still not that great, right? I'm just trying to temper my expectations, guys, because I've just been in the game so long. I know how it is, right? You're always going to get disappointed. And not necessarily by like Daria Lisa or anybody like that, right? Like Zoran's been pretty spot on. It's just like we're up against a lot more than just winning some elections, right? This ain't a fucking game where you just win and everything magically changes, right? It's a combination of things, right? So, it's oof. But first, let's just get the headlines. Because I did want to cover that the Supreme Court ruled on its immigration that it can basically deport. It made it easier to deport people with green cards, right? Let's get at it first.
Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. In Venezuela, the confirmed death toll from...
Yep, and there was a huge earthquake in Venezuela, right? I think it was 8.0, right? Jesus. Isn't that the highest? Somebody told me that was the highest. Yesterday on Facebook, I saw my cousin posting a pro-socialism post and an anti-IDF post. I'm so proud. Far out. Yeah, that's great. I think, see, Ducky, what I'm most hopeful for, and I've said this before, if you guys have been listening, is I don't think like this cycle is gonna be transformative per se. Like there is gonna be change, right? But kind of tamper it a little bit. because the real change is definitely going to come in 2028. Why do I say that? Because generally speaking, if you've studied history, people care more about presidential elections or presidential years. And there tends to be a lot more enthusiasm for running because people are like, yeah, we got to get him out. We got to get him out. We got to get him out. All these motherfuckers, right? So I think this is a good first step. Don't get me wrong. But to be like, hey, it's a clean sweep. Socialism is here. Blah, 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 blah. I think it's a little like premature. I wish I could say that. But I mean, you guys know me. I wish I could say that. But
Twin Earth.
It's just I think it's a little optimistic. Too optimistic for my side here. But now the time to get some real work done. Exactly. Yeah. I think this will lay the groundwork. This will be like if I'm trying to like give a comparison, right? This will be like the I'm going to say this will be like, if it is going to be like anything else, it's going to be like the election of 1930. Right? What do I mean by that? Something like this. Where it's like an overwhelming amount of like Democratic support and flip seats. And then maybe the next one will be the blowout, right? Maybe. I'm hoping. That's really what I'm hoping for. But like, I don't know. A lot of like the candidates in Utah didn't win, and that's not a good sign, right? Even though it's like a very conservative state, but like, I don't know, guys, there's a lot of factors at play. So
Cake says
we'll see, right? I got to look more at the numbers is what I'm saying, right? Until I say, okay, it's here, right? I think what this election is going to show is that socialism is much more popular now than we ever thought, right? And the fact that like you've had like your cousin was saying pro-socialism things, right? Anti-IDF things. All that is good. Like all that is a step in the right direction, and it shows that there's a major cultural shift. This is what we call a realignment, right? A realignment, guys, means that the country's like cultural beliefs or political beliefs, right, are starting to change. And generally, if they go, like so for example, right, I was at the Y the other day, and this like older lady who is definitely not, like I overheard her speaking, and she was like, I used to be against socialism, but now I'm like, I'm tired of this. No more. I want it. I don't think people should have to like work to just have a house, right? They shouldn't have to work to just have health care. Or can barely afford anything. And the fact that old ladies like that, guys, are saying that, along with Ducky's little analogy there, like these little analogies, right? All these little analogies. The reason I kind of say them is if you take them on the totality, right? They can be very influential. They can be very indicative, let's say, of something that is to come. Right, something bigger, a cultural change, and that's what we need. Right now, does that mean we're going to get rid of the cultural, the democratic establishment? No, and that's where like my optimism is like, tampered. Right, it's not that I think people are not responding. I think actually, if anything, like we've said, they are, but Yeah, the establishment Democrats aren't doing anything themselves any favors by doing nothing. Yes, exactly. Because now, like, the DSA is a good alternative, right? And if you can basically run as a DSA Democrat, meaning you get the party's backing and your DSA endorsed, it's sort of like a coalitional government without having to actually form a coalition, right? What do I mean by that? Well, parliamentary politics, guys, does the exact same thing, right? Like in Britain and all these countries that have parliaments, right? They essentially just have different parties, but they all like form coalitions, right? So if the DSA can back a lot of people, in a huge slate of elections, and they can all, like, most of them can win, I think we're going to start to see, like, a lot of these Democrats, right? Just out of here. And for good riddance, right? Good riddance for them. My established aren't. Yeah, so that's kind of my take, guys. I'm a little more tempered until I see the evidence, right? But that's what we're here to do. We're going to see the evidence and get the information, and I'll make a decision based on that. But
earthquakes has risen to 235, but is expected to rise dramatically as international rescue teams, including those from Mexico.
And this is what I mean too. Like, you have to understand the way our democracy, quote unquote, works is it doesn't reward people with popular opinions, right? If anything, it does the opposite. So just because people win, or just because people have, like, for example, guys, right? Overwhelming amount of the country supports universal healthcare now, yet we still don't have it, right? It's because the system we have doesn't reward that, right? It doesn't reward what is popular or what is for the best of people gets implemented as policy or as legislation, right? Because it's kind of the opposite, right? It's like, if you're a big business or you're a rich person, you get priority access, right? And that's what I want to explore with the Supreme Court case. Like, it is the most hypocritical thing ever to be like, hey, we're going to deregulate the EPA, and then the people suing Monsanto for cancer are not allowed to sue for cancer because federal law says that that the EPA regulates it, right? So it's sort of like having your cake and eat it too moment, where, like, they want big business to be regulated or, like, shielded from lawsuits, but at the same time they don't want any regulation to regulate them. It's like, huh? These people are clowns. The Supreme Court has to go, guys. Has to go.
So Cuba and the United States have joined the round-the-clock search for survivors trapped in the rubble. Thousands of people remain missing and injured. Hospitals are rapidly reaching a breaking point, with Venezuela's health ministry reporting an estimated 4,300 injured people. Many residents of the capital, Caracas, La Guera, and surrounding areas have nowhere else to go after their homes were flattened by the back-to-back earthquakes. The president of Venezuela's National Assembly, Jorge Rodriguez, said 250 buildings had been damaged or destroyed, with La Guera the most heavily impacted.
Esta es la hora de salvar vidas. Esta es la hora de rescatar gente.
This is the time to save lives. This is the time to rescue people. This is the time to assist those who are at this moment trapped beneath the rubble of all of the buildings, apartment blocks, shopping centers, bridges, and roads that were damaged and directly struck the people.
Dañaron y que actuaron directamente contra las personas.
Jorge Rodriguez is the brother of the acting president, Delcy Rodriguez. Later in the broadcast, we hope to go to Venezuela for the latest. The International Maritime Organization has paused its evacuation of thousands of stranded sailors and hundreds of cargo ships from the Persian Gulf after an unknown projectile hit a Singapore-flagged vessel in the Strait of Hormuz Thursday. U.S. officials said Iran fired on the ship. Iranian officials have not claimed responsibility. But the attack came just hours after the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps warned ships must first coordinate passage through the strait with Iran's Navy. Meanwhile, the U.S. Treasury Department has granted Iran a 60-day sanctions exemption, allowing it to sell crude oil and petrochemicals in U.S. dollars for the first time in over 40 years. The move will unlock billions of dollars in oil revenue for Iran's oil industry. Lebanon's national news agency reports Israeli airstrikes killed 2 people and wounded the 3rd in southern Lebanon, while Israeli soldiers bulldozed and burned homes in the town of Marhaba. The continued attacks came despite the U.S.-Iran ceasefire deal, which requires Israeli forces to end their occupation of southern Lebanon. And as Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and Defense Minister Israel Katz said their forces would maintain an indefinite presence in southern Lebanon, Syria, and the Gaza Strip. Meanwhile, Lebanese and Israeli diplomats agreed to extend negotiations in Washington, D.C. for a 4th day. Hezbollah is not a party to the talks. The Supreme Court has ruled in favor of the Trump administration's policy of denying people at the U.S.-Mexico border a chance to seek asylum, a right enshrined in both federal and international law. The 6-3 decision reverses lower court rulings ordering a halt to the practice of metering or limiting the number of asylum seekers who can present themselves at a U.S. port of entry each day. In a scathing dissent read from the bench, Justice Sonia Sotomayor said,
"Oh my God. I'm so tired of hearing about these fucking opinions."
Quote,
"Oh, I'm so sick of it, guys.
The consequences of
Can we just get a left-wing Supreme Court now? Jesus.
Today's decision are predictable. More people will die. More people will turn back and be subjected to violence because of something they cannot or should not have to change about themselves, such as their race, religion, nationality, or political opinion," Sotomayor said.
Well said.
In another 6-3 ruling, the court's conservative majority agreed to allow the Trump administration to end temporary protected status, TPS, for an estimated 350,000 Haitian and 6,000 Syrian immigrants. The ruling paves the way for mass deportations of asylum seekers to 2 of the world's most dangerous nations. Also on Thursday, the Supreme Court struck down a Hawaii law requiring people get permission to carry guns onto private property. And justices ruled 7-2 to restrict thousands of lawsuits claiming Bayer, now the parent company of Monsanto, had a duty to warn consumers about potential cancer risks from its popular weed killer Roundup. We'll have more on the Supreme Court's rulings later.
What did I tell you?
The Trump administration's reportedly planning to deport more than 500 unaccompanied immigrant children, bypassing long-standing legal protections for migrant children who are in the U.S. without their parents. The children have been in the custody of Office of Refugee Resettlement for at least 6 months and don't have family, relatives, or guardians who could sponsor them in the country. ORR, which is overseen by Health and Human Services, has aided the Trump administration in identifying children who could become targets for deportation. Democratic Senator Ron Wyden condemned the move in a letter to HHS Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr., writing, quote, "This is a severe institutional failure that places hundreds of vulnerable children in immediate jeopardy, effectively erasing them from the protection of U.S. oversight and thrusting them back into danger. To weaponize the very agency charged with their protection is an unacceptable escalation of executive overreach that undermines our nation's commitment to due process," he said. In Syracuse, New York, 2 Homeland Security officers entered a voting site during Tuesday's primary elections to request a poll worker delete her Instagram account over her call for the ICE agent who shot Renee Good in Minneapolis to face charges. Paige Lingania says the trouble began during her shift as an elections inspector at Syracuse's Central Library when she received this voicemail from a man identifying himself as Dave Brody, special agent with Homeland Security.
We were just calling you in reference to a post that we believe you made on Instagram where you doxed an ICE agent back in January. We just wanted to talk to you about it. Any type of trouble.
Gagne believes the agent was referring to her January 8th Instagram post naming Jonathan Ross as the ICE agent who fatally shot Renee Good.
Grandpa.
It featured a still photo from a publicly available video of Ross taken moments after the shooting and cited a Minneapolis Star-Tribune report identifying him. The post concluded with the caption, "I think today is a great day for Jonathan to be indicted," unquote. Gagne returned the missed call and agreed to meet agents inside the polling site rather than face them outside alone. 2 officers then arrived and handed her a form letter warning you may be in violation of federal law and that, quote, it is unlawful to threaten to assault, kidnap, and or murder a federal official, unquote. Gagne has since refused to delete her Instagram post or shut down her account and has set up a GoFundMe page to pay for potential legal expenses.
The experience is intimidating, and I believe it's important that election workers are able to do their jobs without feeling pressured or afraid. It's also important for the protection of freedom of speech and civil liberties, and I want to note that the lack of professionalism with the form that was given to me was very concerning. If it had been confirmed that they were ICE agents, I would have believed it was a scam.
A federal judge in Massachusetts has blocked President Trump's executive order directing the Department of Homeland Security to create so-called confirmed citizen lists of eligible voters. The ruling by District Judge Indira Talwani also halts Trump's directive to the U.S. Postal Service to deliver ballots only to voters on federally approved lists. Thursday's ruling was the latest in a series of setbacks to Trump's voter suppression efforts ahead of November's midterm elections. It came one day after U.S. Postmaster General David Steiner was grilled by Democrats on the Senate Homeland Security Committee. Here he was questioned by Michigan Senator Gary Peters.
So yes or no, if a state refuses to turn their absentee voter list over to the federal government, will the Postal Service still mail their ballots under this proposal route?
Under our proposed regulation, no. We would tell the state that we need the manifest in order to, look, what we're asking for.
That's the answer. You would tell no. So the proposed rule basically coerces states to conform to these new requirements and hand over their absentee voter rolls or face the consequences of not being able to vote by mail.
Vice President J.D. Vance Thursday praised disgraced former President Richard Nixon, downplaying the Watergate break-in and cover-up as a minor event.
These people are so shameless. Oh my God. Oh my God. You cannot. What the fuck? Well, because a Republican did it, it's totally fine. Wow. That's basically what he just said there, right? Guys, it wasn't that bad. Watergate. Oh, man.
Vance was speaking at the Richard Nixon.
Oh, my God. I hate this.
Presidential Library Museum in Yorba Linda, California, while promoting his new book, Communion.
I think that his historical legacy is enjoying a bit of a renaissance, but I think deservedly so. As I joked with Robert backstage, if Watergate happened tomorrow, it would be like a 12-hour news story. Like, the idea that it would have taken down a presidency is crazy.
And New York City's rent guide.
Yeah, that's not good, dude. I mean, I kind of agree with him, but
Lines Board has voted to freeze rents for the next 2 years.
Kinda, I don't know about that,
Rent stabilized apartments. The historic decision fulfills one of Mayor Zohran Mamdani's key campaign promises just 6 months into his term.
What
the
up?
7-1 vote Thursday took place at El Museo del Barrio, a museum in the neighborhood of East Harlem where hundreds of tenants packed an auditorium, breaking into chants of joy, many taking to the streets to celebrate after the vote. This is Shantella Mitchell, chair of the New York City Rent Guidelines Board.
I believe a 0% adjustment for 1- and 2-year leases is fair and responsible approach this year. It's one that reflects the depth of affordability challenges facing tenants while recognizing the real pressures that owners continue to face.
And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the war.
Zohran delivering. All right. Now we'll get...
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Shockwaves have rocked the Democratic Party nationwide as progressives and DSA candidates endorsed by Mayor Zohran Mamdani win big in New York. In a major blow to the Democratic establishment, 3 candidates backed by Mamdani have won primary races in New York City and appear to be headed to Congress. Former New York City Comptroller Brad Lander beat Congressman Dan Goldman. The 32-year-old Afro-Latino organizer, Daria Elisa Avila Chevalier, pulled off a shocking defeat of 5-term Congressmember Adriano Espaillat, the chair of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus. And New York Assembly member Claire Valdez, who's a former union organizer, defeated Brooklyn Borough President Antonio Reynoso to fill the seat long held by Nydia Velázquez.
Yep. This was pretty incredible, too. We saw Antonio on Majority Report, and I was skeptical, right? I told you guys, I was like, I don't like this, the way he's talking about this.
Both backed by the Democratic Socialists of America, which also played a key role in Mamdani's election. DSA-backed New York State Assembly and Senate candidates also swept their races, with 9 out of 10 candidates on the DSA slate winning the primaries. Democracy Now! Was at the DSA watch party for Claire Valdez and others in Brooklyn last night and spoke to progressive streamer Hassan Piker.
It's coming to a neighborhood near you. When I said we were going to let 1,000 Zohrans bloom, this is what I meant. You got Claire Valdez and numerous other wonderful DSA candidates that are outperforming expectations tonight. And that's because the American people are tired of the same old business as usual politics, the corruption, the ineptitude, the feckless nature of the Democrats that don't want to fight back against the growth of fascism.
W.
This is Americans fighting back. It's only the beginning.
Claire Valdez addressed her supporters at the end of the night.
My name is Claire Valdez, and I am proud to say that I will be your next Congress member. We haven't just won an election. We have declared that this movement is durable. That it is growing, and that it will not stop until working people are no longer asked to just build the table, no longer just offered a seat at the table, but will run the table.
Woo!
And make no mistake, this victory
The power of women, am I right?
is not mine.
Hello, everyone. Sorry, I was taking medication and fell asleep. Oh, okay. Word. No worries. Welcome back, Kristen B.
That's what organizing is. It's being asked to do something big, scary, unfamiliar, something that everything inside you says is not for you. It can't be you. But then you take the plunge, you find your power and solidarity. And let's talk about what that ask has now won. I will lead the fight against ICE's cruelty and stand steadfast.
What up?
Alongside our immigrant neighbors, they've been demonized, targeted, attacked, and in me they will have a champion. I will stand steadfast alongside our trans siblings who are the beating heart in this community. I will continue to call for Palestinian liberation. We will stand up to the genocide. We will refuse to abide by apartheid, and we will use our money to improve lives here instead of destroy them abroad. And I will do everything in my power every single day in Congress to give the labor movement the tools it needs to be a fighting force for the entire working class.
Clara Valdez, Democratic nominee for Congress from Brooklyn and Queens. Tuesday's biggest upset was the victory of 32-year-old Afro-Latina Muslim organizer Darialisa Vila Chevalier, who defeated five-term Congressmember Adriano Espaillat, chair of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus. Mayor Mamdani addressed a roaring crowd of supporters at her watch party in Harlem last night.
This campaign began many months ago at the same park that we launched the canvas in today. And at that time, I know that for many it may have felt like a fantasy that Darialisa would be here right now. But it was never a fantasy for her, and it was never a fantasy for all of you. You have willed that dream into a reality. And I was asked time and again, why would I support this campaign? And I said then that I can think of no better person than the daughter of a single mother caseworker.
Tarnzy, what up? Welcome back. W.
Who has fought for working people her entire life. Who has stood up for New Yorkers unjustly detained by ICE. Who has called for a foreign policy of investing in babies and not bombs. I can think of no one better than someone of clarity, of conscience, and of conviction to be the next congressperson. And it is
Gloggy arrived. What up? Yeah.
Hearts into this.
How's your day, man?
Because you poured your hopes into this. That we are showing there is a new politics in our city and in our country. We are showing that last June.
Well, and it's also impressive that he endorsed all these people who he saw they were already going to, like, they were probably going to lose, right? Secondly, somebody in his campaign clearly was like, hey, we ran the numbers. He has a good chance of losing, right? All these people have a good chance of losing. I mean, what up, everyone? Hey, Mr. Boosted Engine, how you doing? Easily went for all-day breakfast, lunch with a friend, had Spanish skillet, now just chilling. Oh, my God. Spanish skillet, I love it. Love it, love it, love it. Oh, my God. So you had basically brunch. I miss brunch. I'm doing great. Good.
A year ago tomorrow was not an anomaly. It was not the end. It was the beginning. Join me in welcoming. And woman.
What up?
The first Dominican woman to represent this district.
But I mean, isn't she Haitian? That's what Adriano said, right? God. But yeah, but didn't I didn't want to say it. It was literally procrastinated breakfast. Yeah. All day breakfast sounds better anyway, so I agree. Yeah, there was this all day breakfast place that closed down near where I lived, right? And guys, they had like the best huevos mancheros ever. Right? I just like picked it out one day. I was just like, oh, that sounds okay. And guys, they closed down, which sucks, but I'm still dreaming about those fucking eggs. Dreaming. They were so good. I don't know how they made them. It was incredible. It was basically like a southwestern breakfast, right? What Southwest style breakfast. But I don't know. I had never had anything like that before. It was so good.
Congresswoman from New York 13. Daria Lisa Avila Chevalier.
Daria Lisa Avila Chevalier then took to the stage and addressed her supporters in Harlem.
I'm so excited to get to work and to bring all of you with me to Washington. To be fighting the fight that we have been fighting at the federal level.
Woo!
Because over a year ago, well over a year ago, the odds were stacked against another young Muslim socialist. To become mayor of New York City. And so I'll tell you honestly, I'm not concerned about that.
For more, we're joined now by the Democratic nominee for Congress in New York's 13th congressional district, Daria Lisa Avila Chevalier. She defeated five-term Congressmember Adriano Espaillat. Welcome to Democracy Now! If you could start off by introducing yourself to the country.
Oh my god, yeah, they had like home fries, but they put like a I don't know, they did something to the home fries and it was so good, man. I long for home fries from this one spot I retired out. So good. Damn, dude. Yeah, so many good places just like go out of business. This place, it's because everything was like local and it was kind of on the expensive side, but god damn. I wish I could cook better, guys, because I would want that for breakfast every day. That's how good it was. Crack, probably. Yeah. That's what they did. They put crack in it.
Hi, Amy. Thank you so much for having me. I am a longtime listener, so it's such an honor to be here. My first interview after winning.
I mean, it's pretty cool to be like, can you imagine listening to like Democracy Now! Or Majority Report, right? You'll probably be on Majority Report as well. They're in New York. And then now all of a sudden you're like being interviewed by them for winning and stuff. But yeah, some places are chronic good.
Here at Democracy Now! I am an Afro-Latina Dominican daughter of immigrants. I am an organizer. I have been organizing my entire adult life around immigration justice, around ending mass incarceration, around Palestine. And it is such an honor to be able to have the privilege of having run a campaign that is centering working people in this district who have for far too long just been ignored by establishment politics. And I'm so deeply grateful to be here. It is such a surreal experience and truly so excited to get to work and bring the values of working class people of color here in Harlem and Washington Heights and Inwood in the Bronx into the halls of Congress.
And talk about what you think are the most important issues that you've represented, and what did it mean to you to upset, to beat this five-term Congress member, head of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus, Adriano Espaillat?
You know, I am somebody who has had to think about whether I can afford to stay in the city that I love. This is the second poorest congressional district in the state, and by some measures, the country. And to know that we centered the needs of this community at the heart of this campaign, where we are fighting for housing for all, to make sure that we abolish ICE and to have our tax dollars come back home to invest in our babies here and not in bombs abroad, was truly, truly at the heart of everything that our community really needs. We have another statistic that shocks my mind every single time is the fact that 40% of our children here are living in childhood poverty. And for us to tackle that issue, to give our babies all the things that they need to lead dignified childhoods, would mean that we would be able to provide for every single person in this community. And, you know, we have had representation in the past over the last 9 years that has really not met those needs, where these crises have just grown. And it has been such an honor to work with a coalition and with so many organizers on the ground to build a grassroots movement that is responsive to the working people here, that gets to the issues. And, you know, this campaign was a lot of work. It was something that was built from the very ground up. And in the last few weeks, it was really a difficult one because we had so much money and so many smears thrown our way. We had over $7 million in outside spending that was being spent to smear me personally and to use incredibly racist and anti-Black rhetoric. And to know that Black residents in this district came out and supported this campaign in that context, in a context where Voting Rights Act is being gutted, where the rights of so many are under attack, to know that they came out despite the odds and chose these values really means the world to me.
If you can talk about the attacks on you by the Espaillat camp, around your background, questioning your Dominican heritage. Of course, the Dominican Republic shares an island with Haiti. And talk about, as if to be Haitian is an epithet, but what they were saying, this anti-Haitian rhetoric.
Yeah, I mean, it was a bombardment where every time I opened any of our social media accounts, I was inundated with rhetoric that was using the term Haitian as though it were a slur. I was inundated with emojis of monkey and gorilla emojis, of rat emojis, of folks asking me and my family for proof of our birth certificate and where we were born. And, you know, I just think it was really one of the ugliest types of rhetoric that I have seen in a really long time.
It is.
It really reminded me of MAGA style politics. And it was just so shocking to see that coming in a heavily blue district and in a district where the sitting incumbent was a Democrat. And, you know, I'm just so honored to have been able to fight against that with my team, with my coalition, and to know that voters here in this district rejected that. To know that we have turned a page on the politics of the past and a politics that is, you know, in so many ways so divisive, and a politics of just cynicism. To be able to turn the page on that and to bring forward a politics of hope, to center a message that is about a politics of life, has really been such an honor, and also showing that this is a politic that is popular and that will win, that Americans are tired of this politics of death, the politics of cynicism, and want to make sure that our resources are coming back to our communities and investing in the life and the needs of the people here.
If you can talk about your experience, you're a Columbia alum. You were you protested the encampments you were a part of, and you actually taught on the West Bank. Talk about your experience as a student there and how that influenced your positions on Palestine and Israel.
Yeah, I went to undergrad at Columbia University, and while I was a student there, I went to the West Bank, and it deeply formed a lot of my understanding of global politics, but even my own context here in New York, where I started to see and understand that the systems that were oppressing Palestinians in the West Bank and Gaza, all over Palestine, we're also informing our systems here that we're having such a deep, harmful impact on so many Black and Latino and communities of color here. And as you grow as an organizer, as a person, as you become more educated on these systems, you start to notice that they're not just similar systems, they are the same system. They are systems that consistently put profit over people, that consistently deny people their human dignity for the sake of capital. And to know that we sent a very loud and clear message yesterday that we will not allow that to continue to be the case, that we will put people first and we will put working people at the heart of our democracy, it felt really full circle. To know that we can say Free Palestine at our party, to know that we can say what is happening in Gaza is a genocide and win, and reject the politics of AIPAC, reject the politics of big money and corporations coming into our politics. It is truly, I think, a seismic shift that is happening in our politics.
Attendees at your victory party last night included the Palestinian activist Mahmoud Khalil, the Columbia University graduate student organizer who was detained 4 months last year in an ICE jail in Louisiana.
Today's win is a big win for New York, is a big win for the working class community in this country. To have someone like Daria Lisa actually representing them in DC, representing the struggles, the daily struggles that this community goes through, rather than politicians who are only cashing money for the sake of gaining power and control. I've known Daria Lisa since my first days at Columbia, and she's been always very supportive, even in my absence.
What up?
When I was in
I love it.
She was there for me. She was there for my family. She was there for my community, going in the streets and just like supporting in whatever capacity she has. So now I have no doubt that she would continue to do the same in DC.
Can you talk about your organizing around Mahmoud Khalil's detention, being held for months, and what he symbolized to you, Daria Lisa Avila Chevalier?
Mahmoud is a friend, but I would have fought for him even if he weren't, because I have been fighting for immigration justice my entire adult life. It is something that is deeply important to me. And when I first got the news of his detention, there was the initial shock of it all, but there was a moment also where my organizer brain just kicked in and I just kind of went into autopilot, where I just started writing to make sure that we were spreading the word about his case.
Good afternoon, me and you too. Welcome back, girl.
Control of the narrative as someone who knew him in that time, and making sure that we were really putting together movement work that could bring attention to his case. And I was already organizing with fellow organizers around civil disobediences, around direct actions, to bring more attention to his case, about court support, to make sure that we were showing that he has a community. And when the Trump administration said that he would be the blueprint of how immigration enforcement would be conducted going forward, I thought it would be very clear to all our representatives the stakes in his case, not just as an individual, not just on the fact that it was basically punishment for his engagement in free speech around the genocide that was happening towards his people, but also because of the impact that it would have on every immigrant in this country, on the First Amendment rights of every person on US soil. And to know that our representative, the one that was representing him in that moment, that all he could offer were two sentences around trusting Trump's DOJ at a time where Trump's DOJ had just violated rule of law by detaining him in the first place, was deeply troubling. And so, when I was first considering whether or not this was a race I wanted to throw my hat in, I just kept thinking about Mahmoud and the millions of people like him and Noor who are so fearful right now, and what it would have meant to them to have a representative who was actually fighting for them.
Finally, Daria Lisa Avila Chevalier, your plans for Congress, when what looks like overwhelmingly, given your district, you will be elected in November.
I'm so excited to fight for the working people of this district, to make sure that we can all afford to stay in the city that we love. And I think At the heart of that fight is making sure that we are centering human life. And that means that we need to start divesting from this war machine and reinvesting our tax dollars here in our community, fighting to eradicate childhood poverty, because all of the things that our babies need are the things that everyone in our community needs to be able to lead a dignified life.
And as I watched all the news accounts of your incredible upset victory over Espaillat, I heard your name pronounced about 40 different ways. So I was wondering if you could say for the country.
It's really not even that difficult. God, the minute you put a fucking French name into it, people like their fucking Anglo brain shut down.
In your own words, your own name.
My name is Daria Lisa Avila Chevalier, and I'm very grateful to you, Amy, for allowing me to do that.
Daria Lisa Avila Chevalier, New York's 13th Congressional District.
I didn't get my notification that you went live, else I've been here sooner. Aw, thanks, girl. Appreciate it. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with Twitch. It's very finicky. Ducky was reporting the same thing. Right, Ducky? Living Lily said the same thing. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you. Maybe like try installing the app, reinstalling it. Well, I don't know. What did you do, Ducky? It just fixed itself. Twitch sucks with the notifications. Yeah.
Democratic nominee. Congratulations. Thanks for watching Democracy Now! On YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications to make sure you never miss a video. And for more of our audience-supported journalism, go to democracynow.org, where you can download our news app.
All right. More on the election results here, or the wins. Let's see. Of course, our boy Kyle has to say something on it. I'm a little less skeptical. I'm more skeptical than this headline, but I think this could just be to get people pumped. Let's see.
All right.
Also, I'm gonna listen. I love Kyle. I love him. He's my goat. He's my boy. But he can get a little excited about elections. I can too, but. Like he has like really optimistic viewpoints on elections sometimes, and I'm just like I'm just much more of a pragmatist when it comes to this, and I tamper my expectations, right? Because oftentimes like it's not always a sweep like you expect, and you know. Also, like if you have lower expectations, then when the moment is met, guys, you're actually, oh, well, that's surprising. That's good. It's not fixed. I just was prompt the other day. I got a notification today that you'd been online for 11 minutes. Okay, yeah. It'll probably just turn Discord notifications on so I can get that alert when oh, that's a good idea. Yeah, do that. Me and you too. You can turn on just the Discord notifications when the stream is online. Because that literally starts the minute I start the stream. So, and there's no way that Twitch screws that one up because like I turn the stream on and then it sends it right away. Like I always get that alert, but it sucks, guys. Sorry about that. I wish Twitch could do better.
Show y'all.
Do better.
Welcome. And all I have to say is, yummy in my tummy. What a night last night. Incredible stuff. Massive Democratic primary victories. The Democratic Tea Party is officially in full swing. It's in full effect. There's no denying it at this point. Even the enemies of the Democratic Tea Party have to acknowledge it's on like Donkey Kong. So we're going to talk about that in just a second. We have the Democratic Party officially becoming Zohran Mamdani's party. He is now the kingmaker. We also have Trump's worst nightmare coming true as the polls for him turn absolutely apocalyptic. We are so close to just rock bottom, like as low as one can go. We also have Elon Musk panicking as Ro Khanna humiliates him over and over and calls him out to his face over the millions of people he's having killed because of his U.S. aid cuts. Tucker Carlson proves once and for all that he's a total fraud. I cannot wait to show you those clips. And then also, massive victory here, big deal, because Democrats voted to end the Iran war officially. A massive Trump rebuke, and it's going to trigger like a whole court case. And I honestly think there's a decent chance that we end up winning this court case. But you have Congress finally standing up to Trump and slapping him down and saying no more of this illegal, insane war of aggression. So we'll talk about all that and more. You guys know the drill, man. Everybody do me a big favor. Subscribe to the channel and click that bell icon. That helps out big time and costs you nothing at all. You can also support the show on Patreon. Remember, I only ask because this is real independent media. I've never talked to an advertiser, never done an ad read, never will. I'm very proud of that fact, but you guys make it possible by giving $2 a month or $5 a month. You can also sign up for Crystal Kyle and Friends on Substack, a link below. And, of course, go subscribe to Corin's World and come hang out with us over there on Monday nights. All right, y'all. We got to talk about it. So look at this. New House Democrats reeling from New York primary results. One called it an earthquake and a huge defeat for leadership. Quote, "It was a tough night," Representative Meeks, Queens Democratic Party chair, told Axios. Senior House Democrat asked if members are worried, said, quote, "Yes, they are. The Democratic Tea Party is on like Donkey Kong, and the reason this is happening is because the American people looked at Democratic leadership and they saw them routinely losing to Trump and being weak and being feckless and not being organized and getting railroaded by the fascists. And so finally, they stood up and said, can I get a fighter or two, please? Can I get a fighter or two? Can I get people who actually believe in something? And boom, here we are. Now, of course, Israel played a huge role in this. There's a bunch of issues that are sort of top of mind when it comes to these victories. But let's take a look at this Axios article real quick. So they say, socialist earthquake leaves Democrats reeling. I love this picture, by the way. They used of Zohran and Brad Lander laughing. Brad Lander, of course, was one of the winners. Daria Liza was one of the winners. Claire Valdez was one of the winners. Basically, it was a clean sweep for the Zohran candidates, okay? And look, some of these candidates are so based that you genuinely and sincerely had AOC and Bernie Sanders were too skittish to endorse. Even Ro Khanna was too skittish to endorse. But Zohran was like, fuck it. I have this political capital. Why not spend it? Let me get some real ones in Congress. All right, so here we go. House Democrats were left stunned on Tuesday night after two of their colleagues, including the chair of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus, lost primaries to left-wing challengers. Now, that's Espaillat that they're talking about. I believe he's been in office since 1992 when I was 4 years old. Okay? He also ran a dirty campaign. So that came back to bite him in the ass. They say New York primary results are poised to double the number of Democratic Socialists of America members in Congress, something that is not sitting well with some moderates. I use that term loosely, by the way. Really diet MAGA Democrats. Quote, people who do not support the DSA wring their hands at cocktail parties while the DSA is organizing. Representative Tom Suozzi, a diet MAGA Democrat, the co-chair of the Bipartisan Problem Solvers Caucus, told Axios. I love these Orwellian names that the diet MAGA Democrats use. We are the Problem Solvers Caucus. And by problem solvers, I mean I like tax cuts for the rich and corporations, and I support Israel. Yeah, I'm sorry, that's not moderate, and that's not problem solving. That's actually part of the problem. They say another centrist House Democrat, speaking on the condition of anonymity to offer candid analysis, called the results an earthquake and a huge defeat for Dem leadership. It was a tough night, said Representative Greg Meeks, a close ally of leadership and the chair of the Queens County Democratic Party. Representative Dan Goldman lost re-election in a landslide to progressive former New York City Comptroller Brad Lander, who led by more than 30 percentage points as of late Tuesday night. We've never seen anything like this, where an incumbent gets blown out by 30 points. An incumbent. Typically, incumbents have all the power. But in this instance, Brad Lander blew him out. And by the way, the big reason for this was the issue of Israel. Dan Goldman is reliably on the left on most issues. One issue where he's not at all, and he's basically a fascist, is Israel. And voters said, how about you go fuck yourself? We're not playing this game anymore. They say Representative Espaillat, the Hispanic Caucus chair, lost his primary more narrowly.
That's what's so crazy is it just shows you that Gaza was, right? This is evidence to suggest Gaza was a huge part of this election loss in 2024, right? The reason I say that is Bradlander won by 66% of the vote. And yeah, like maybe like the rural parts wouldn't have voted for someone who is like pro Gaza, right? Or like anti-genocide, like in the same way. But it doesn't really matter because cities are the ones that actually drive out the vote for the Democrats anyway, right? If they're going to win, it's because of city turnout. Hence why the turnout in 2024 was so low, right? Trump basically swung every district because of that. Yeah, so there you go. This was an epic fail. I love how Trump made this all about himself because Goldman voted to impeach him. Yeah, that's the reason why. Flank, yeah. Yeah, if they went left blank instead of right, maybe we could have had some other one than Trump. Exactly. Yeah, no. This is evidence to suggest that, right? And the reason I say that is, guys, cities are where most of the are where Democrats get most of their votes, right? If the turnout was this, if that's really like the main difference between them, then that's like a huge election issue that was never really tackled in the 2024 election, right? So you could extrapolate, at least like in theory, right, that this kind of like shows you that the reason cities didn't go out and vote for Kamala was because of this. This was a major issue, right? And again, it's not even just me saying this at this point. Like other people have said it too, but I'm just kind of trying to tie all this stuff up together, right? You don't have like such a major city with such devastating results against the incumbent pro-Zionist candidate. Yeah, that's crazy.
To Democratic Socialist Daria Liza Avila Chevalier, according to the Associated Press. Now, that was the toughest race, and we still pulled it off. In the race to succeed retiring Representative Nydia Velazquez, Democratic Socialist State Assembly member Claire Valdez won a comfortable double-digit victory over Brooklyn Borough President Antonio Reynoso. Lander, Chevalier, and Valdez were all backed by New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani, while House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries endorsed Espaillat and Goldman. So this is how you know it's the Tea Party moment, is you literally have the leader of the Democrats in the House endorsed the people who were already in the caucus. Doesn't matter. They got their cheeks clapped anyway, y'all. They got their cheeks clapped anyway. That's a big deal, man.
Yep.
That's a big deal. Jeffries also hinted at a preference for Reynoso on Tuesday afternoon, telling reporters that Brooklyn Borough President was backed by a coalition of very progressive Democrats, many of the unions that we've worked closely with. He also noted pointedly that it is the most gentrified district in the nation by far, a nod to moderate complaints that DSAers are propped up by young, white, well-educated transplants. All right, let me pause here to point out, this is our first line of cope. Oh, it wasn't actually the people of color in these districts that voted for the DSA candidates. It's all of the like wealthy, educated white gentrifiers. Please. What you're going to see is the data will 100% prove that wrong. No, these candidates were popular across the board with every demographic of Democratic voter, period. But this is their first line of cope, is like this subtle hint that, oh, this isn't the true position of the people of color. The people of color actually want diet MAGA politics. They don't want real left-wing politics. They don't want a left-wing Tea Party. Fuck you, they absolutely positively do. Quote, the progressive energy is clearly very high, said Representative Pramila Jayapal. She added, clearly Mayor Mamdani's endorsement and turnout machine really does matter as candidates who are willing to stand up to AIPAC, as do candidates who are willing to stand up to AIPAC. The progressives beat the establishment in the heart of New York City, said Ro Khanna. The energy of our party is clearly with the left. Suozzi said it's time for the Democrats' moderate wing to wake up to the threat posed to them by the Democratic Socialists. Quote, economic insecurity, climate change, and immigrant injustice are all real problems, and alternative solutions must be offered. It's time for a great deal of hard work to out-organize the extremists on the right and the left. Here's the problem, buddy. And he goes on to say, one version or another, we got to take the gloves off against these people. Good luck. You're going to lose faster, and you're going to lose by more points if you take the gloves off against the Democratic Tea Party wing, because all you're going to do is out yourself as Diet MAGA, and all your voters are going to hate you more. In fact, some of the people who still voted for these Democrats were voting for them under the delusion that they were the more progressive option, right? As soon as you remove any doubt of that whatsoever, good luck-ski, right? It's like what Mallory McMorrow did in Michigan against Abdul El Sayed when she came out and started hitting him from his right. It didn't work. It backfired massively, and Abdul El Sayed built a nice lead. So good luck with that. Good luck with that, okay? The centrist House Democrat who spoke anonymously said the results showed that appeasement doesn't work. You have to be tough. Nancy Pelosi brought a machine gun to a knife fight. You can't win with these guys by playing patty cake. Again, different time, different era. That's back in the day when Democratic voters trusted Democratic leadership. Now Democratic voters have seen Democratic leadership get railroaded by Trump over and over and over, and they're ready for a different kind of politics. They're ready for a more radical politics. They're ready for actual fighters. They're ready to break up our relationship with Israel and tax the billionaires and lock up the MAGA criminals. Nothing you can do is going to put that genie back in the bottle. A senior House Democrat asked if their colleagues were worried about the results, said, quote, yes, they are. So you know what? All of you line up and kiss Zohran Mamdani's ass and start saying the things all your voters actually believe. That Israel can go fuck itself. We got to tax the billionaires. We got to lock up the MAGA criminals. We got to do universal health care. Everybody should have a right to join a union. Start saying those things. While Goldman's loss was widely expected, quote, I feel terrible about Dan, but everyone predicted that one, said the senior House Democrat. Espaillat's race blindsided some members. Espaillat sounded very confident before the results came in on Tuesday night.
Man.
Another House Democrat told Axios, adding that the low turnout led many to think Adriano would be okay. Turns out he wasn't. By the end of the night, however, there was lots of silence in the Congressional Hispanic Caucus text chain. Party leadership is looking to dust itself off and move on, with a source close to the Jeffries operation telling Axios he is laser focused on winning back the House in November. Establishment Democrats look to the primary victories of centrists like Kate Conley in the New York City suburbs and former Representative Ben McAdams in Utah as the silver linings of the night. I love how now they're at the point where like we're winning like 90%, they're winning 10%, and they're going, 10% sure was nice, though, huh? that's how rough it's looking for them. The centrist House Democrat who spoke anonymously predicted the sudden influx of Democratic Socialists
could
would be
never
a, quote,
be me.
migraine for leadership come 2027.
Can you imagine getting hard at 10%? Could never be me, chat.
In other words, they're going to hold Democratic leadership accountable and make sure they're not Diet MAGA. Make sure they're not helping the far right. Quote, calling it a headache is an understatement, the lawmaker said. Holy shit, said a second senior House Democrat. Buckle up. Oh my days, y'all. Oh my days. Okay, ready? Taniel says the following. Across New York and Maryland, I'm counting 12 Democratic incumbents who lost, or in one case are trailing, to a challenger to their left. 2 Congress members, 4 state senators, 6 state House members. Holy cow. It's happening. Here we go, at Claire Valdez's victory party, okay? Listen to what they were chanting upon the victory.
If it's not 100, I don't want it. That's what she said. Well, I mean, come on, right? you gotta make that joke. Come on, ladies. 10% never fits in. It never gets in right. You gotta precondition it first.
This is literally one of the biggest issues, if not the biggest issue, that led to a lot of these upsets, okay? Especially when you look at Goldman and Lander. Goldman is reliably to the left on most things. The one issue where he's a fascist is Israel. Far right on Israel. supports the terror ethno-state, leans into that. Well, how'd that work out for you? Didn't work out so well now, did it? How about this one? Kalshi at the beginning of the night yesterday, or the beginning of the day yesterday, I guess I should say, said 22% chance that all Mamdani-endorsed candidates win tonight. 22% chance. How'd that go? Let me know how that went. Mahmoud Khalil came out and said the following: congratulations to Daria Liza. Let this election be a warning to every politician who puts AIPAC's interests above their own community. Now, why is this so important? Daria Liza, I believe, was one of the organizers, and she was at the pro-Palestine anti-genocide encampments. Okay? And Mahmoud Khalil, of course, he was on the front lines. This dude lost his freedom for using his First Amendment rights and speaking up against a genocide. You know, ICE kidnapped his ass and kept him locked up, no due process. It was a fucking nightmare, as we all know. And now, Mahmoud Khalil getting kidnapped and abducted and trafficked by the state started the snowball effect, which led...
What woman doesn't like 10% off? Feels like... Wait. Why do women like men who are circumcised? I think it's just literally a I don't know. Yeah, it is crazy. You gotta prep it up. It feels like you're fucking a broomstick, eh? I mean, yeah, like that's the whole point of the foreskin, right? Is that it feels way better. It basically like creates the ridges, right? I like it. Yeah, that's why. It's gonna feel way better. Also, you're just making the penis smaller, right? Like, why would you want to make the penis smaller? Right? It doesn't make sense. Because what woman doesn't like 10% off, Gus? I'll give you 10% off.
Now being in Congress. By the way, she now
gifted subs are 35% off right now.
Represents one of the universities that kicked out the encampments. Isn't that something? Now she represents the district. So who's got the power now, bitch? Who's got the power now? Oh, you love to see it. You simply love to see it. All right, Sam Cedar says, congressional districts with some of the largest Jewish populations in the country just told AIPAC to suck it. That's exactly right. This is a rebuke by many Jewish voters against AIPAC and against Israel. I like this. New York voters and AIPAC is the baby that they're tossing into the garbage. Okay. David Dayan says the following. If DSA were right-wing, Fox News and the Wall Street Journal editorial page would immediately be signing up everyone associated with them to be commentators and editorialists to keep up with where the party is going.
Because what woman doesn't like 10% off?
Going. Oh my days. That's such a great point. That is such a great point. And you know what? Not going to happen. Never going to happen. They've always written off the left. They always will continue to write off the left. As somebody who's solidly a lefty, the only networks that ever really invited me on, it was Fox. And they invited me on like 2 times maybe. I went on 2 times. I hammered their ass too aggressively, and I never got invited back. Okay? All right, but CNN, never. MS Now, never. In fact, I have reason to believe that we're low-key.
Yeah, with comrades and friends like that, who needs people? Like, who needs enemies, right? Like, people do some of the craziest shit, guys.
Banned from ever certainly appearing, I believe, on MS Now, which is kind of crazy. And this was back when they were MSNBC. Maybe it's changed a little bit now that it's MS Now. Maybe that'll change. But yeah, you're not going to have like a number of Democratic Socialist commentators on these networks representing that philosophy, which is clearly an insurgent, ascendant philosophy. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Brooklyn Bridge Builder says, Dan Goldman has been one of the most effective Congress members. He helped lead Trump's first impeachment, fought ICE, and backed progressive priorities. He did incredible work, but lost his race because he refused to buy into the genocide libel, this person says. That's it. Dem party is in big trouble. Well, Adam Johnson responds, 77% of Democrats think Israel is committing genocide in Gaza. Only 11% disagree. Liberals watched toddlers torn to shreds for months on end, while Goldman and Dem president-backed and a Dem president back to slaughter. The idea that this would have no political blowback is as obscene as it is deluded. Adam Johnson says, quote, he is a good progressive, except he supports killing 20,000 plus children in Gaza. Is not an intellectually or morally credible position. There exists a party where most voters think Israel is committing genocide. It's called the Republican Party. Goldman is welcome to join it. Sorry. That's exactly correct, ladies and gentlemen. That's exactly correct. Prem Thakur echoing something we said earlier here. The primary season is not yet over, and already the number of Democratic Socialists in Congress is set to double. Claire Valdez, Daria Liza, Chris Rabb will join Bernie Sanders, Rashida Tlaib, and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, and there may yet be more to come. Okay, so Republicans against Trump, who, by the way, joined the coalition against Trump roughly 7.5 seconds ago, chimes in and says, this won't help Democrats win back the House. And it's an old post of Daria Liza saying, I forgot to get napkins, so I just wiped my hand on the American flag behind me.
Oh my God, fuck off.
Let me say this as simply as possible and as clearly as possible. Nobody gives a shit about your old shit posts. Nobody cares anymore. It is not going to tank your political career. If anything, it makes you a little more controversial, a little more edgy, and therefore a little more interesting. Okay? Turns out people pay attention when you say spicy ass shit. Go figure in the age of Trump. Like people are just realizing this. Oh, turns out if I say some real ass spicy ass shit, people are kind of more interested in listening to what I have to say. Yeah, no shit. You're not going to finger wag and tut.
I'm going to listen, guys. I'm going to be completely honest. This is why I don't watch The Bulwark or any of these other like Republicans against Trump. Because we got to do away with this both side-ism shit, right? They will, like, guys, they are Republicans. Okay? They don't even call themselves Democrats or, like people on the left. So why the fuck do we ever care about what the fuck they have to say, right? Like, think of it this way. This is why I say, guys, you have to go through all your stuff, like in your life, and be like, where am I conservative? Where am I not? Because Republicans against Trump is a conservative movement. You're like, well, they're against Trump. Why would they be conservative? Guys, like, break it down. Let's break down like why they're conservative, right? This is why I say we have to like break down everybody's positions on this stuff and really examine it, right? Okay, why is conservatives against Trump a conservative position, meaning a right-wing position? Or Republicans against Trump, that's the correct name, right? The reason is they are against the changes that he's brought to the Republican Party. That's the key word. Changes. Right? When you're against those kind of changes, for better or for worse, right? I actually agree with their assessment on that. Maybe don't do that. Then again, I'm not a Republican, so fuck off. I don't care, right? But they don't like Trump because it's Trump. And they believe that he's too authoritarian, right? Which he is, obviously. But it's a conservative movement, right? It's not like a left-wing movement that we should be embracing. Therefore, what I've said before in the past still applies. Eject it into outer space. Eject it into the sun. Because they're... Like, why are we listening to these clowns, right? It's why I stopped watching The Bulwark. They're wrong on everything, right? Sarah Longwell, in particular, she's probably the most conservative of them all. She has her little focus groups, and listen, I find them kind of interesting, and like they have some value and stuff in terms of like scientific data that you could point to. But she's just wrong on all this stuff. So like, why would I listen to someone who's wrong all the time? Why would I listen to losers, right? Literally, they're losers because they haven't even been able to fight Trump in their own party, let alone on the left. So fuck you, right? This is why I'm saying do not value these people, this centrism garbage, all this crap. Like, it needs to all go, all of it, because he isn't preserving anything. Exactly. That's exactly why, me and you too, right? So when you break it down, right, the reason they don't like Trump is because he's not preserving this stuff, right, that they value. And that's why I'm always like, I always play a fine line, right? Institutions matter, but like we also need to reform them, reformat them, right? Like, I'm not going to sit back and be like, yeah, everything's peachy and these institutions are golden. Excuse me, have you seen the Supreme Court? It needs to be reformatted to look completely different. And never look like this ever again, okay? So, my point is, always be skeptical of these people because they're not going to lead you to the right answer, right? And I think, like, today, like, the last election that we just covered, right? We stayed up till, like, 10 o'clock or whatever. That is a sign that they're just wrong. But they've been wrong since 2024, right? Like, if you've watched the Bulwark, they've said that. They were like, yeah, Trump's going to lose. I don't know. Like, people are just not going to put up with this crap. And all. It's just like, huh? And I'm going to be honest, before I started streaming, this is why I started streaming. I started realizing, and you know what? Kyle falls into this too. He thought he was going to lose too. But I was a lot less optimistic, right? Because I felt it that things were not going well. Like, Kamala was not doing well. So again, guys, just be very cautious of this, like, of these kind of conservatives on the left, right? They're going to run you astray, let's just say. Or they feel guilty for voting in a brutal asshole. Yeah. Oh my God. Let's see. I just want my politics, just not Trump. You want Trump. You were always going to produce Trump. You'll do it again. And that's my main... Hey, Alan Lord, great critique. Yeah, that's my main critique is that, like, their politics, right? Liberal or, like, conservative, like, traditional conservative, right? Because that's what we're talking about here, right? We're not talking about, like, far right wingers or anything like that. We're talking about traditional moderate conservatism, right? The problem with that is, in a neoliberal system, you are going to always produce outcomes that are going to lead to Trump, right? You are. It's just bound to happen, right? It would have happened with Joe Biden. It would have happened with Trump. It happened with Obama, right? All these people are going to lead down the same path. Now, obviously, it's going to look different, right? I want to hear their position and try to win my vote. I think they can get my vote because of party lines. I am a registered conservative, but I think I'm going to change to independent. Oh, good. Good for you. You should. Yeah, I have a lot of people who are conservative who watch me. I'm glad. I'm honored, guys, you watch me, because that's why I started streaming, because I understand that, like, just debating people isn't going to always, like, work. You need to, like, actually talk to them, and you need to discuss why, like, these things are important, right? Why these kind of policies aren't going to lead to anything better. Or they feel guilty for voting in the brutal asshole. Yeah, I'm sorry, I read that one.
But your way into defeating this Democratic Tea Party. And if you don't like it, Republicans against Trump, that's a you problem, not an us problem. You joined the coalition 7.5 seconds ago, where there's a lot of
That's another thing is, like, motherfucker, what? You joined recently, so I don't really give a damn what you have to say.
Democratic primary voters, Democratic Tea.
By the way, this was the best part of that night. Divine Misty posted it on the Discord. Shout out to Divine Misty. What up? This face. This face said it all. Look at that. Look at that face. He was pissed. America has fallen to communism. Take that L, motherfucker, right? God, this guy is so douchey. Every time I turn on his stream, I have to eject immediately. Oh my God. God damn. God damn. Hail King Mamdani. I cannot stand this guy. Like, every fucking thing, right? And it's so funny because he actually reminds me a lot of me, which is, like, I always say, guys, there's something that I learned from, like, therapy and other, like, psychologists and stuff, right? And there's, like, a method, right? It's always, it's use people as mirrors, right? And what does that mean? Like, use them as mirrors. It doesn't mean you're actually using them. It means like you're seeing like some of their bad behaviors or like how they used or how you used to be in yourself, in them, right? So like when I see the John Ossoffs, the Sherrod Brown, Tallarico, all these, like, that used to be me, right? Like, I have so much campaign merch stored away that I probably will just destroy, right? Because I'm sick of this shit anyway. Except the really old stuff. I have like a Teddy Roosevelt. Here, I'll show it to you real quick. This is kind of cool. Just I'll show you some of the stuff I will never get rid of because it's A, too old, and B, I actually kind of like it. So this is not the NRA, as in like the National Rifle Association. Do not think that. This is the National Recovery Act, right? It was basically like the first attempt at creating unions in like workplaces, right? So when a workplace had a union, they would have an NRA sign outside, which meant that like they treated their workers fairly, right? And then the Supreme Court struck it down. And I have this one too. This one's ancient. I mean, I just found this one. It's Teddy Roosevelt. So I'm not getting rid of those because those are, right? That's actually where I got the idea from Gloggy, guys. I had those, like, I was throwing away a bunch of old campaign merch and I was like, yeah, you know, I collected a lot of this junk. And then I found those two and I'm like, yeah, but those are pretty cool still. I'm not going to get rid of those, right? Gus is a real treasure goblin. That's all I have, unfortunately. It's where I got the idea, Ducky, see? I got the idea because I was like, oh, wouldn't it be cool if we combine like a treasure goblin but with merch, right? Yeah. Because I always thought that the idea of a treasure goblin was cool. But yeah, see, going back to this. Hilarious. Register Republican now. Hail King Mamdani. He was so mad. I love it. This honestly made my day when she posted it. But Ducky, why is your cat so adorbs and taking up your puzzle pieces or place? All right.
Party voters who their whole lives have gone back and forth between Democrats and third parties. And the reason they ever went to third parties in the first place, and they'll tell you this straight up just like I will, is because I felt like the Democratic Party wasn't staying true to what the Democratic Party is supposed to be. So in the times that these people look to third parties, it's like, hey, they're actually embodying the spirit of the Democratic Party that I believe in. So those people are way more Democrats than your ass will ever be. Because if you were a fucking supporter of George W. Bush, and now you go, well, I hate Trump. Well, George W. Bush is exactly like Donald Trump. So why the fuck were you okay with Donald Trump back in the day, and you're not okay with Donald Trump now? I'm so sick of these, like, you know, never Trump Republicans. These people who were neocons 7.5 seconds ago, or still are neocons, by the way. And they're like, no.
They are, right? Objectively, they are. And why the fuck are we listening to
Now
them?
I will dictate what happens with your party. Or how about you go fuck off and suck Trump's nuts from the back? How about that?
Exactly.
Or
you picked him. You hey, yo, I'm here. Welcome back, strategy member. Welcome back. How you been, man? You're on a little later.
George W. Bush's nuts, or whichever fucking Republican you find wandering around the streets. Okay? Spare me. Spare me. And by the way, this is a serious conversation in left-wing circles, mind you. How we're supposed to deal with the issue of patriotism. How are we supposed to feel living in a country in the imperial core that mass murders innocent people all across the world?
Yeah, I have to deal with the extreme heat. No worries. Hey, man, do me a favor. Type in over there on Stream Place. Type in Gloggy, hey, what's up?
World does torture, builds concentration camps, breaks up families, okay? Does the worst human rights atrocities we've ever seen, writes off the ICJ and the ICC, acts like international law doesn't exist, has routinely been the hub of terrorist violence all around the world, official state-sanctioned terrorist violence, carpet bombing schools and hospitals, arming genocides. Are we not allowed to look at that and go, huh? Do I need to wave the flag and cheer for that blindly? Or, you know, is there like a deeper conversation to be had here about the way we interact with this country, interface with this country, and how we move forward? I've always taken the position, I love this country, but I love it in a way where I'm mandating...
It worked. It worked. Yeah, see? Gloggy's over there now. So you'll be able to type to him when you're in the when you're over at the over there and we're doing the view screen. Except Gloggy didn't say anything. He didn't? Second. How come I see it then? 1 second. Maybe it's a... No, I don't think so. Because I have it set to as many different things. But hold on. Should be working. He's working over on Kick too. This was such a pain, guys. So I spent a lot of time working on this. Yeah, he's working on Kick. So why isn't he not working? No, he's working, see? I was like, what? Yeah, he's working, right?
That we have to change and be better, right? If you're a parent and your kid is doing crack behind a dumpster in the back of an Arby's, you're gonna go, hey, let me try to help you. Not like, oh, I support everything you do because you're my son and that's why it's okay. No, that's stupid. I believe in tough love for this country. And if some people say some shit like this in an edgy moment, I understand exactly what they're saying and you do too. You're just being a fuckhead about it, okay? Jesus fucking Christ. We're not doing this anymore. Oh, in 2021, you said... Nobody cares. Shut the fuck up. You want healthcare or not? You want to end the genocide or not? You want to stand up to the MAGA criminals or not? You want to tax the billionaires or not? How about this? And Germentum says, this is brutal. Reynoso was a popular borough president with reformist credentials. He was backed by the beloved outgoing congresswoman. It just meant nothing in the face of the Zohran and DSA endorsement. Huge, huge show of strength for them. Claire
Damn right.
Valdez winning by double digits. I'm telling you, man, it's a new day. Unless people say, oh, this is just in New York, and that's another line of cope.
That is straight up cope, yeah.
This is New York. This is not going to happen anywhere else, bro. Oh, yeah? Watch out for Abdul El Sayed. Watch out for Grant Plattner. Watch out for...
That's why I think I'm the most like excited for him, to be honest. Because if Grant Plattner can win in Maine, it's to the moon, baby. It can easily go there, right?
All the slate of left-wing candidates.
Do I show up in chat properly? Yeah, I can read you.
Hassan's already had like...
Needs to be a little darker for stream place.
What, 12 endorsed candidates who went on to win?
And also test out Gloggy because you said he wasn't working, but he definitely is. I don't get it.
Prepare yourself. It's not just New York, motherfucker. It's not just New York. Okay. Ed and Germentum posted this. It's a quote from Chuck Schumer, March 18th, 2025. My job is to keep the left pro-Israel. How's that going, bro? How's that working out for you? Let me know.
Fuck off.
AIPAC Tracker says, Representative Espaillat has been defeated by Daria Liza, and as you can see here, he's taken $3.2 million from the pro-Israel lobby, and Daria Liza has taken zero.
Jesus. I guess AIPAC's record of losing. So, guys, AIPAC used to... This is another victory, I guess, right? AIPAC used to rave, guys. They used to brag on their website that they have a 100% win against candidates that they endorse, right? Or for candidates that they endorse. Well, guess what? You just lost. No, I meant for Gloggy. I didn't speak. He is typing, though. Oh, yeah. He's going to type. Okay, I get what you mean. He's going to type. He's not going to... The speaking is only going to work when I activate the AI mode, right? The free speech mode. Because obviously, like, it would interrupt the stream, right? But, like, in chat. I mean, during the starting soon screen, you guys can talk to him anywhere now, right? Like, I actually spent a lot of time on that, so that's what I worked on. It was a lot of work. Because Kick and Stream Place are not exactly easy places to do this stuff to. Tarnsy. And not only that, guys, but, like, I'm glad we started because we're getting, like, 5-6 people every day now watching over there. Across, like, Kick and Stream Place, right? Like, that's just more viewers, right? And if they come over here on Twitch, they can say hello and introduce themselves, but they can also just stay in chat in their respective platforms because we're all linked up, right? We're all one community here. That's why I spent a lot of time on that. So nobody feels, like, isolated, right? Because, like, think of it this way. If you're on, like, most streamers, right? If they're streaming on YouTube, you can only talk to the YouTube people, right? If they even have YouTube people. Or they can only talk to, like, this group of people, right? If they're on Kick or something. So, I just, this is better for integrating everything, right?
$0 from the pro-Israel lobby. You simply love to see it. Taniel says, big result. New York State Senator Jessica Ramos, who gave Andrew Cuomo a surprise endorsement near the end of the mayoral primary last year, has lost her seat.
Good for her.
She is ousted in today's Dem primary by Jessica Gonzalez Rojas, an assembly member endorsed by many left figures like AOC. Oh boy, you love that. So somebody made a corrupt deal with Cuomo to try to boost him. Cuomo got his cheeks clapped, and then this person lost as well.
The other streamer I watch who has their chats connected is Just Freaking. Yeah, he follows me. He seems like a cool guy. He followed me randomly, and I was like, oh, cool. I'll follow you back, dog.
Okay, so here we go.
I checked out his stream for like 5 minutes, and he said, hey, what's up, buddy? I was like, oh, I've never heard of you. Cool. So.
Go to CNN.
I was impressed. Me and you too. Giving you the follow on Kick. Oh, my God. Love you. Me and you too. Get that those followers up over there. I should have started all this stuff earlier, right? But I was just really overwhelmed, right, guys? Like, it's difficult managing, like, what is it, 4 streams in a row, 4 different streams in one. So,
and they're going to talk.
Yeah, and I'm also going to work on the subscriptions over there too. Get all the emotes and stuff over there. So basically, if you want to get the emotes over there, you can get them over there as well, right?
About Mamdani versus other Democrats and where they are on Israel. And you're not going to be surprised at the results here.
I don't think that Israel has played a bigger role in any district any more than in this particular district. We are talking about New York's 10th district. I mean, chance to be the New York 10 Dem nominee. Dan Goldman, the incumbent, a hero of the Trump first impeachment trial among Democrats, only has a 1, 2, 3% chance of actually holding on to his Democratic designation to be the Dem nominee in this particular race. Brad Lander, who was last seen running for mayor in New York City, 98% chance. The reason why Dan Goldman is in trouble is because of the issue of Israel. He is seen by many in that district as being too pro-Israel. Lander has the endorsement of Zohran Mamdani, who, you know, obviously, when it comes to the issue of Israel, has been much more pro-Palestinian than pro-Israeli.
Of course, this is what the Kalchi prediction markets are saying about this race tomorrow, but you can look at any of the polls. That have been out there.
This matches up with the internal polling 100%.
All right. Democrats in general, how has their thinking changed on Israel?
Yeah, okay. So why are we seeing this right now in the Kalchi prediction markets? Well, it's part of a broader national picture, right? I mean, just look at the change over the past few years. You know, you go back to late 2023, who Dem voters sympathized more with. It was basically an even split, but perhaps slightly more with the Israelis than the Palestinians, 34% to 31%. Look at this Israeli percentage, though. Down through the ground, look at this, now just 16%. This Palestinian percentage, about double. The percentage of Democrats who say they sympathize more with the Palestinians is about double in just 2.5 years.
Did something happen?
Damn.
Why would this
why.
happen? Was there some issue that unfolded that I'm unaware of? I don't know.
From 31% to now the clear majority of Democrats now say they sympathize more with the Palestinians than the Israelis, a 60% to 16%. So a 3-point spread in favor of Israel has become what? A 44-point spread in favor of the Palestinians in terms of who Democratic voters sympathize more with.
And that's Democratic voters writ large. What about Jewish Democrats?
Yeah, so if you know anything about New York...
Israelis. Irrelevant fucking demographic here, right? Because Israelis are not Jews and vice versa, right? Because I already know what he's going to say. Overwhelmingly, Jews are going to support him because overwhelmingly Jewish people are to the left, right? They're one of the most left-wing voting blocs in this country.
10, you know that it is one of the most heavily Jewish congressional districts in the country. And so you might say to yourself, hey, why what applies nationally would necessarily apply in New York 10? Well, this is one of the more interesting questions and crosstabs that I have seen. Did Israel commit genocide in Gaza? This is among Jewish Democrats. And even among Jewish Democrats, the majority of Jewish Democrats say yes. 52% do believe that Israel committed genocide.
Right, and I think there is a lot of cope on this. So, like, the numbers should be higher, guys. But, hey, credit where credit is due, right? This just shows you that, what is that, more than a 10-point lead? Yeah. So this just shows you that it's pretty left-wing in comparison, right? This group still. I was going to say it should be higher, but you're right. Better than opposite. It should be, yeah. It should be. You know, and I was thinking about this. That's why I kind of went silent. I was like, well, I live in an area that has a huge Jewish population, and a lot of my friends who are very left-wing, right? They believe in universal healthcare. They believe in all this stuff. They still support Israel, and I'm just like, ugh, the cope, right? There's a lot of cope on this. I think it's like even Bernie, right, has been kind of shown under this a little bit, where he's like he said, well, I forget the exact words, but he hasn't come out like so strong on this as well. What, people don't like genocide? Who'd have thunk it? Yeah. I think for Bernie though, I think it's like. It's literally like he just doesn't want to. He's like almost traumatized by it, right? Because of course he doesn't support Israel, right? Like he's been one of the most anti. Like to say Bernie's pro genocide is a joke, right? Like we all know he ain't. But I think there is like just a lot of like, oof, I can't believe we're doing this, and there's a lot of cope on that, right? So
compared to just 39%.
I don't know. I just like, I know my friends pretty well, who support the ones who do support Israel and are Jewish, and like they're left wing on every other issue, right? So I just don't know what else to say when it comes to cope, right? It must be some sort of cope, right? This is that not what this number is saying, right? And again, I point to Bernie too. Bernie's like the godfather of this democratic socialism movement. So like, are we saying that he's supporting? No, of course not. I think it's just, there's a lot going on in people's minds, right? And I don't think you can generalize it by being like, oh, they're Jewish. Duh, right? Yeah, I think Bernie is heartbroken to even be in that position. I think that's exactly it, right? And anybody attacking Bernie, like, listen, guys, I have a lot of empathy for my friends who are Jewish and have to go through this. But like, I highly recommend you guys process your feelings, right? Like, this is not good. And that's all I will say, right? I'm not a therapist. I'm not going to sit there and pretend to like be your therapist. But if you have a lot of like mixed feelings on this and you feel guilt, like, yeah, I mean, I think you need to process that, right? And you know who I'm talking to out there. Hopefully you're watching, but yeah, it's honestly like a very it's a very interesting subject to talk about because it revolves around a lot of like, there's a lot of guilt involved, right? I can just tell, like, I don't know what else to say on the subject, but that's just my thoughts on what he isn't as hard as them as he probably wants to be. Exactly. Yeah. And I don't think like you can, like, you guys, let's be honest. Bernie's not a pro-Israel person either, right? Like, he talks shit about Israel all the time. So it's not, again, I just think there's a lot of psychological trauma associated with this, right? There's a lot of cope with it. I don't know what else to describe it as, but it literally is, right? And it's not the kind of cope where, oh, like, we lost, now we're in Mamdanistan, right? It's not like that. It's like a how do I talk about this issue and not seem like a rabid anti-Jewish person as being a Jew as well, right? So there's some of that as well. The Jewish diaspora is an historically hard time admitting that they take their defense far too far given their demonstration. Their determination to never be a global victim. Exactly. Well said, hombre. I think that's a great point, right? And again, I know the people that I'm talking about, right? Because I know them. Like, I know them. I've gone to dinner with them. I've talked about politics. They agree with pretty much everything I say. And yet they're so wrong on this like one issue. And I just, like, I don't know what else to say. It must be that. Or like they don't talk about it in this way. So I think this is part of the number, right? And I think the best thing we can do is just support them, right? We can say like, listen, I'm not mad at you. I'm not going to cut you off. I'm not going to treat you like you're a piece of shit. I think you're still a decent person. You just are dealing with a lot of stuff. And I think like empathy, right? Diplomacy, as I always say. Like, you have to be diplomatic in this, especially if they're almost there, guys. If they're almost there, what are we doing trying to, like, shame them, right? Like, that's like what the right wing does. Fuck that. I'm done doing that shit. You can say plenty of things, but the issue is they don't want to admit it. And sometimes they are wholly aware that the acts are, like, and they're just ignorant. Yeah. Or it could also be that they're just ignorant. Part of it, I guess, but... Yep, I had the same experience in Australia with the Jewish community there. Yeah, see? So it's the experience. Oh, cool. So PJ probably can give you her 2 cents. She's from Australia as well. But yeah, I imagine, right? I imagine. And I've had a few Australian friends of mine in the chat reach out to me about that as well. So it seems like like something that is affecting the Jewish community internationally, right? And that's why it's important to talk about it, because a lot of these issues are international. They just don't relate to Americans, right? or Australians or whatever, right? But my point is, it's harder to see the difference. I'm not Australian. I'm on the other end of the globe. Europe.
Who say no.
Damn, son.
Yeah,
and this
that
is
is
why
bad.
you gotta understand, man. The anti-Semites like fucking Nick Fuentes and them are coping and seething because they want to blame all Jews, but you can't blame all.
I don't know anyone that's Jewish, so I can't comment, especially what's happened in Bondi Beach. Yeah. Oh, well, Australia has a pretty small Jewish community, right? They're probably centered in like certain cities, and that's about it. Yeah. See, where I live, there's like the parts of Boston, there are large parts of Boston that are majority Jewish. And yeah. And you know, guys, it's just like, this is why it's important to listen to people, right? And not like always judge them, because if they're being honest, like I had a teacher of mine in high school, right? And she was lovely. Like she was a nice old lady, and she was left wing on every issue. She hated like George W. Bush and all this stuff, right? And on Israel, you could just tell she was a Zionist, right? And even like the way she spoke about it, like it still stays in my head to this day, right? Like but like you have to have those experiences to then like grow, right? And I mean, I'm sure she's retired or possibly gone, but even here they are having fights over it. Yeah, exactly. So howdy, Gusto gangers.
All Jews, 'cause
I don't know what we call ourselves, Gust heads. So many names out there. I have to think of one. That's honestly, guys, the name of the channel was like the reason I actually stopped streaming. So sorry, not stopped streaming. Like it was one of the reasons why I put off streaming for the longest time. Right? I like wanted to find the perfect name, and I was just gonna change it to whatever it is I thought was the perfect name. And then there was like a moment in my head where I was just like it was a split second decision, which is often how I do stuff, right? I'm very when I do something, I just decisive, right? Very decisive. Okay, so I was just like, you know what? This is just holding me back. I don't fucking like it. I'm just gonna start streaming because that's more important than some fucking name. Gustoleros. Pistoleros, yeah. Gustoleros. Get it? Like Michiganders. Yeah, I like that. Plural. I've been trying to come up with a different name every time, but I got lazy for a while. No worries, man. Yeah, no. It's crazy. I like that's actually one of the things that made me like not start streaming earlier was I was like, oh well, Bloggy's gang. Damn right. Bloggy came way later, right? It came way later because there's a streamer out there that reached out to me, and we're good friends and all, and we still talk to this day. And he sort of introduced me to like what he gave me like a streamer boot camp essentially, and he set up everything for me. It was really nice, and he like made everything super polished, at least like initially, right? Then the rest of it was all me. But I've taken like all his stuff that he's told me to heart, and like he said, like yeah, just do your own thing, man. Don't rely on other streamers. Do your own thing. Be your own person, and that's what I've tried to do. Right? Like I'll reach out to people and be nice to them, obviously, but like I do my own thing here, right? I don't like. I'm not like one of those streamers who relies on like Destiny content or relies to like back up Destiny or Hassan or whatever. Like if I agree with Hassan, then I'll agree with him. If I don't, then I won't. I just do things my own way. So and I've taken that to heart, but yeah, that was for the longest time, guys. I had a lot of trouble like with the name, and I just kept putting off streaming. And I just told myself, you know what? I'm done. And just like that day, I was like, I'm going to just start streaming. Fuck it. It was Jordy, right? Yeah, Jordy. He helped me. We're friends. He's in the Discord, so. And Botkin is where I got the idea for Gloggy. But I was like, yeah, I don't like Botkin for certain reasons. Like, there's a few things I don't like about him, so I'm gonna like change him. He needs to be cuter. He needs to be like this. It needs to be related to politics. It needs to be related to this, right? Like I made all the changes, but he got me all set up. Boxpecker, what up? Welcome back. Like an arrow tip? No, it's another streamer. He does mostly like late night stuff now. Kind of like how I started off, but I transitioned. What did you say there? Botkin. Yeah. So, guys, yeah, like I decisively was like, nah, this is honestly like a waste of my time. I'm not gonna sit around and pick the perfect name because I can change my name whenever I want. I'm gonna just like focus on the actual event, right? And it was just a split-second decision. It's how I do stuff, right? I'm decisive and that's it. Boom. So it's Gus's way or no way. Damn right. Yeah, no, and he's right. Because like how many people start streaming like and like being orbiters to like Destiny or Hassan or whatever, and then they crash out because like nobody likes them anymore, or like it's just do your own thing, right? Like you're gonna start off slower growth, but in the long run, you'll get a more dedicated fan base. You guys, what up? Yeah, that's his trademark advice. No, exactly. Gust of truth. Thank you, guys.
Jews are our brothers and sisters. Okay, many of them are.
But I did feel like it was important for the channel to have a mascot, right? I was like, yeah, I need a mascot because, like, I had worked in branding and stuff before, guys, and I understand that like mascots or like symbols are important for people to like kind of gravitate towards people. So, I mean, now people want fucking Gloggy panties and merch. So yeah, he went from an idea to merch because they clung their pearls and got bigger channels, and then shit breaks out and then they have nowhere to turn. Exactly. That's what he told me, right? Me and you too. So he told me that, and I was like, yeah, that's a good point. So I try to listen to everybody, right? If they have really good critiques, if they have really good, like I always try to implement. Like somebody told me I should have like a schedule thing so I could see my when I have time and stuff, and I was gonna do that, but I have all these other stuff to do. I'm still working on it, right? Like a schedule on Discord, because they clung. Look at those clung in Destiny now. They're trying to rebrand. Exactly. See? So he was right. And like this is why it's important to like understand other people. Like listen to them. Free the panties. Damn right. Get your Gloggy panties, Living Lily. Give me the Gloggy panties. To me, it sounds like the advice you'd hear from people who used to be really into Vosh until they weren't anymore. Gravitational pull holding his orbiters together, kill your heroes, whatnot. Yeah, so I just like, if you've noticed, guys, I don't suck off anybody, any streamer on the stream. And I do it on purpose, right? Like, I don't even really bring up Kid that much, right? And me and him are friends, but like, the reason is because I do it my way, right? Because, like, I'm confident in what I speak on the stream. I know what I'm talking about. Otherwise, I just tell you I don't know what I'm talking about. And it's really that, right? So, but I always try to listen to people because it's important to understand, like, those aspects, right? I didn't... Gloggy wears panties? Well, people wear panties, but people want Gloggy on their panties, apparently. Keck W. He goes commando. I think there's nothing underneath that little cloak of his, guys. I gotta change that. He keeps saying gremlin. What are fucking gremlins? Are like what Gremlo has, right? Gremlins. That mascot he doesn't ever use on his stream either. I've never seen it anyway. But let the goblin rump roam free. Yeah. But he's become an iconic source of this, right? Naked chaos. Hell yeah. Well, we're all nudists here, right, guys? Living Lily. Can you imagine cloggy panties? Guys. You're going to make me make them, huh? Gloggy panties and boy shorts. We need an animation of Gloggy with panties. Jazz with the cape. Gloomers. Looking off in the distance. I once delivered a pizza to a nudist resort. It was awkward, but only because the dad made it that way. Oh, God. Gimp Gloggy. Oh, yeah. It's what the people demand. Well, I'm glad. Because I always thought he was a cool... Like, just entirely something I came up with. And I'm glad he... We're starting a Gloggy's Rule 34 arch. Oh, God.
Leading the...
Oh, Lord.
charge, leading the fight.
So good.
Against the genocide in Gaza and standing up to this atrocious, fascist, ethno-terror state. Okay? And it was a bunch of Jewish voters that just said, oh, you're a pro-Israel Democrat? We're kicking your ass to the curb, bro.
Kicking
Insane
ass.
stuff that we're witnessing here. Okay. Hassan Piker has also endorsed Malak Quiros in Colorado's 1st district and Oliver Larkin in Florida's 25th district. Both are challenging incumbent Democrats
Gloggy is
like
our
Daria
mascot.
Lisa.
Damn right. Yeah, and I just was like, that's why I was like, yeah, you like it's important to have like something that represents the channel, right? And I think like he does a good job at that. And like at first I think people don't understand exactly what he is, but the more you stick around, you understand he's right. Literally, right?
Who won the New York
Like, why would you collect political merch? Because you're addicted to politics, right? So
13 primary tonight to defeat Espaillat. So just saying, any of y'all out there watching this, you want to make a little donation skis to Oliver Larkin and Malak Quiros?
exactly, you are a goblin, not a gremlin. I got to work on his prompt. That's the thing, is like his programming. I got to rewrite a bunch of parts of it because he has all this stuff that just is Oh, and guess what, guys? I have a new thing for him too. He's gonna have moods, so he's gonna be in the mood. DTF, menstrual cycle, snarky, vibin', all those moods. Yep. That's all I'm going to say. I'm joking on all those, but he's going to have moods, right?
Just throwing this out there, but there's a whole slate of progressive candidates. And by the way,
so Gloggy's going to become nasty. Yeah, he's going to have a bunch of new moods, right? And hopefully, like, I haven't tested it out fully, but I wrote out all the code and stuff, and I got it all, like, up and running. And now I just have to test out how it's going to work, right? But it's going to change, like, the voice. It's going to change, like, how he says stuff. It's going to change. So it's going to be pretty interesting to see, right? Oh, and my other idea that I've been working on, right, is he will pop up. Hold on. Yeah, he's going to pop up and look at the screen, right? So like, I have to probably ask Ice Beans how to do this, but he's gonna like look up, right? He's gonna look to the, and then there'll be like a little bubble that pops up, and then there'll be either like an emoji, or I'm thinking maybe like like some words on what he's thinking about the video. I think that would be fucking real cool, right? Like every once in a while he'll pop up and kind of like tell you what you're thinking, what he's thinking about what we're watching or whatever.
Go ahead and post them in the comment section below, and I hope everybody takes a minute to go through the comment section and see who these progressive candidates are, where they're running, how you can support them, because they could use all the help they can get. But guys, this is our moment. We've never had a moment better than this. The lane is wide open, right? The lane is wide open. Let's do our thing here. So love that as well. This is crazy to me, bro. New York Attorney General Letitia James, who I like, and
Yeah. It's gonna be something like that. He's gonna be like, wait, what? But I just gotta figure out a way to do it because I want it to be a specific style. I don't want it to be lame and soy. So why would I want that? Soy could never be me, Jesus.
I've given a lot of credit to in the past. She led the charge against Trump with a lot of the civil trials and won them shits, proving the insurance fraud and the business fraud and the tax fraud and all that stuff. So I always liked her, right? But she criticized Mamdani and some of his endorsed candidates in New York City's primaries, telling CNN,
"Oh, fuck off, Letitia.
Don't understand the communities they want to represent and are disconnected from the history and struggles of many New York City districts." Who the fuck are you to determine that? So Democratic voters make a decision that you don't like, and now all of a sudden, they just simply don't understand the communities. Or maybe they do, and maybe you don't. How about that? How about maybe try to understand where the Democratic will is coming from, especially within the Democratic Party, instead of, looking down on it. Like, what is this? All right. She also said that she and other Democratic leaders are, quote, disappointed in Mamdani, adding, quote, all of us are a little frustrated with the Democratic Party, but you don't blow it up. That's what MAGA has done. How would this be blowing up the Democratic Party?
It's making it better.
Running in primaries and winning. It's called actually trying to build up the Democratic Party and make it better with better anti-MAGA fighters. Okay? You should know this better than anybody. I actually find it disgusting to compare these Democratic socialists to MAGA, because the bottom line is, the reason they're being chosen is because the centrist Democrats, the corporate Democrats, have caved to MAGA far too much. They are Diet MAGA Democrats. These Democratic Socialists are the solution to Diet MAGA. So what a disgusting thing for Letitia James to say. And you know what? Crystal helped me put the puzzle pieces together earlier. You know that she was marching in the Israel Day Parade and giving like a pro-Israel speech? Weird. Maybe that's the defining thing here and why she's so against this new slate of Democratic Tea Party candidates. Because the fact of the matter is, if they had the same beliefs on every other issue but Israel, my guess is she'd be saying positive things about them. So that's fucking shameful, man, because she's done some great work and I've supported her quite a bit. But now she's poo-pooing and looking down on the Democratic Tea Party wave, which is the most necessary thing we've ever had in this country to try to save it. Okay? I'm sorry, but the centrist Democrats and the Diet MAGA Democrats are not going to save us from fascism. Not going to happen. They've already failed at that repeatedly. Here's the New York Post. They say, the hateful slate. 3 Israel, cop, and private property-hating Mamdaniites win Democrat congressional primaries. I love this. So, from right-wingers who support Donald J. Trump, they're saying, these people are so hateful, bro. They're so hateful, bro. Anyway, my candidate just bombed another hospital and another school and just called Mexicans rapists and criminals. What the fuck is wrong with you? Like, what, genuinely and sincerely, what is wrong with these people? You know what? Cope, seethe, and understand the torrent of attacks are going to be so over the top and so insane that it's going to make regular people look at them like, what's going on with these right-wingers?
Yeah, fuck
and
off.
This happened during the Obama era, too. They were so
Yeah. Oh, fucked. She's salty because because they can't be bought. This is the reason Trump has. That's why I said, guys, Oh, but they're progressive. Yeah, but there's a difference between being progressive and being like even a DSA person, right? Like a DSA type candidate, let's just say. There's a difference, right? Like Letitia might be on the right side with when it comes to Trump and stuff, but is she on the right side here? Hell no. This is the reason Trump has a fire under his ass to pass the Save America Act. It's literally a massive sea change in both parties. The end of maggots in the Democratic establishment, VG collaborators. Exactly. Well, you heard about the tirade he did, right? He said he wasn't going to sign the housing affordability bill that passed both houses of Congress, right? And then what happened? He's using it as a way to like keep it hostage, right? Here's the thing though. Did we ever even expect him to sign that shit? No. Nobody should care. Like, it's not really going to fix the issues overall either. It's only going to do it's a minor neoliberal change that is going to somewhat make it like better, but it will not fix the overall issue of the economy, right? And then that issue is that housing is not a right in this country, like FDR said it should be, right? All the way back to FDR, he said that, okay, guys? So, like, that's the problem, right? And when something is a right and not a privilege, there's a huge difference, right? Or a commodity. And that's the problem is, like, anything Trump passes isn't really going to fix the issue. So he can stall and bitch and moan for all I care. I'm not going to talk about that shit because, first of all, it's not really going to fix the problem, right? How do I know it's not going to fix the problem? Have you seen the Republican Party? Why would they fucking vote for that if it was going to actually fix the problem, right? They only suck off billionaires at this point. So, and I mean, to the point where the establishment Dems do the same thing. I think Israel is realizing they can't buy Mamdani, so they are now interfering in Australian politics. Fuck my life. Well, yeah, because think of it this way. And Australia has a lot of corruption issues, right, PJ? So, like, that's going to be a huge problem. God damn it. Funniest part is how it becomes law in 10 days if Trump doesn't do anything. They have numbers to override a veto. Good. Right? And again, just because I think it's a minor fix to the system, it doesn't mean that I am opposed to it, right? If it passes, I will applaud it. And it'll be no thanks to Trump. So... he can bitch and moan, but we're not passing the Save America Act. Nobody should be passing that shit. And anybody who does pass that or votes in favor of that should be expelled and ejected from Congress.
Hinged with how they went after Obama, that normal people were like, you guys seem kind of crazy, and Obama seems normal, right? And we're about to see the same thing happen here. Because look, a lot of these candidates, it's true, a lot of these candidates are edgy, are controversial, are actual radicals. But I guarantee you that the reaction to them is so over the top that it's going to make them even more sympathetic figures. I also love the notion now that instead of having to go to one person in the House to get like the left-wing perspective, like every time going to AOC, now you have like 7 or 8 different people that you can go to and they'll give you a left-wing perspective, and some of them are to the left of AOC. Finally, we'll go.
Like, here's the thing, right, guys? All these candidates are pretty much like Labour Party members in Australia, right? This is another thing Americans don't really understand. I'm not saying they're not left-wing. They definitely are, right? I'm just saying that they don't know what post-scarcity is. There are really no like new ideas here. They're just like the old ideas that are now coming up in American culture being presented, right? I mean, there are very few politicians with actually new ideas, right? Zohran, like, to his credit, and Avi Lewis too, it's not that they're new ideas, it's just that they're new idea, they're fresh ideas for a current neoliberal system that's in decay, right? Right, of course, I think is just toothless threats are hilarious, yeah. So, it sounds like you keep saying my character name in D&D, but it's someone's real name, alias, in alternate chat, I guess. I spelled Pijar, and it was Tab backseat fighter with mysterious pirate background. I've never played D&D in like a group. I'd like to try it one day. It seems like it would be fun. I just don't have a lot of friends who are into it, so. I mean, I've seen a lot of like Twitch streamers who do that stuff on their stream. I'm always willing to try something once. Almost anything, right? Because I know what I like. Oh. Funniest part is it becomes wait. Cat person Tabix.
Go to Stephen A. Smith.
Nothing bad can happen. It can only good happen.
There you go, Gray. What up?
Who, I don't know why, felt the need to comment on this stuff, and prepare yourself because this is fucking gross.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me be very, very clear.
Be clear.
If the Democratic Party becomes the likes of Zohran Mamdani, who, by the way, I like. I'm not trying to throw any shade on him or anything like that, but if the Democratic Party becomes
fuck
him,
off.
You have no chance.
Come on. If the Democratic Party becomes like this guy who I like and I adore and I appreciate and I actually think he's awesome, y'all got no chance. How does that work? How does that work? I like him, but obviously he sucks. By the way, this is a guy who brags about being a centrist. He brags about being an independent. Hey, Stephen, leave the Democratic Party stuff to the Democrats, okay? Leave it to us lefties and liberals. He doesn't even describe as a liberal, never mind a lefty,
yeah,
right? And he feels the need to look down his nose and lecture to us about, here's what you guys should do. You know what this is called? This is called the inexplicable best friend. Adam Johnson coined that term.
That's a good
use
point.
It for Republicans. It's when Republicans go on TV and they go, these Democrats, I don't know what they're doing. They're going to hurt their brand by picking these extremists, bro. And it's like, wait a second, you're a Republican. Why should I take your advice on anything? You want me to lose. And they're like, I'm giving you good advice, though. No, why would I trust your fucking advice? You're a piece of shit. You're on the other team.
Bingo.
What are you talking about? The inexplicable Republican best friend. He's now doing the inexplicable centrist best friend. That's the bit he's doing here. All right, let's keep going.
You have no chance. On a national basis in terms of the presidency. In Senate, seats in the House, you have no chance.
Didn't people say that about Donald J. Trump? Wasn't the perspective across the board? Well, obviously this guy's got no chance. And it turns out people were wrong because they misread the situation. By the same token, you're wrong, Stephen A. Smith.
That's why I said, guys, like this idea, isn't there like a streamer? We watched him debate, like, wow, this was like over a year ago. I normally hate Destiny and I don't like watching, but he debated this like centrist guy that has like he's a streamer and he calls himself a centrist and that's like his brand, which is a joke, right? Keck W. But he was debating like Destiny on like the values of centrism, and I just was like laughing the whole time. That I wanted to gouge my eyes out from that fucking debate. Not throwing shade, but fuck you. These are asshats need to fold.
People gave Zohran no chance in the mayor's race, and he proved them wrong. People gave Zohran no chance when he endorsed these candidates, and they were wrong. Turns out, everybody's just wrong all the time about this guy. So maybe you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Maybe this is exactly what the Democratic Party needs. But you know the real reason why he's actually against Zohran and his candidates, right? You know the real reason. Look up his net worth. That's the first thing I did. I was like, let me see what's going on here. Oh, $90 million net worth. Damn, son. Yeah, I'd venture a guess that over 90% of the people who are worth that much money are going to be like, I don't like this guy who wants to raise my taxes massively. Yeah, no shit. No shit, you don't. But it kind of taints your opinion. I feel like this should come with a disclaimer. Disclaimer, this is the kind of person who will be taxed by Zohran Mamdani. So he's sour grape, so he's pissed off.
You have no chance. I want to be very, very clear about that. You might have a Democratic Socialist sprinkled here and there, but that ain't what America is.
Wrong. By the way, don't take my word for it. You go look at the polls. Do the American people support universal health care, Medicare for all? Do the American people support a higher minimum wage? Do the American people support raising taxes on the wealthy? Do the American people support ending the wars? Do the American people support universal child care? Yes. The fact of the matter is, the majority of the American people are Democratic Socialists or Social Democrats. They just don't know it yet because they don't know labels. And it's never been explained to them because the media is a capitalist fucking hellscape. Okay? That's the bottom line. But what he's doing is label fear-mongering. Oh, democratic socialist. The word socialist is a potty word. It's a no-no word.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like I said, guys, you know we're winning the fight when people like older people are saying like, I was against socialism, but I'm totally for it at this point. Jesus. Right? Like even my dad had that like reactive like gut instinct, and my sister told him that, and he was just like but like my dad is not like a political like he doesn't follow politics all that much, right? Like he does, but he's like he's more of a normie, right? So like the fact that he's now like, yeah, because he grew up during like the Cold War era, right? So of course he's gonna be like, those words are gonna trigger him a little more, right? But the fact that now he isn't being triggered by it anymore, and that's a good sign. Right?
Yes, and guess what? That taboo is breaking too, bitch. It's breaking too.
America's about capitalism. America's about dollars and cents. America's about an economy.
Ooh, it's about dollars and cents. Yeah, keep saying that, motherfucker. That's some great messaging there. Oh, go fuck yourself. Yeah.
Economy, a flourishing economy.
Because obviously you can't have an economy or a flourishing economy under socialism or democratic socialism or social democracy. Spare me. America's about capitalism, says the guy with $90 million. Fuck off.
And you know what it's not about? Free stuff.
Really? What about Medicare? What about Medicaid?
Also, why is it that the corporations get all the free stuff and we get the shaft? We get that. It should be the other way around. Corporations should have to work for what they have. People should be taken care of. Oh, fuck off.
What about every single...
And guys, like, we've gone over this, right? Like, this is why Elon is so rich. This is why Tesla was bailed out, right? Like, even if you're against, like, socialism for any reason, like, it doesn't matter. Like, we already have socialism. It's just for the wealthy.
Government service.
Yeah.
Right? What about those? Those are free at the point of service. They're paid for by taxes, like everything else that we're talking about here. Don't act like we live in an anarcho-capitalist hellscape. We don't. There's many aspects of this country, which are the most popular, by the way, which are free. The VA.
It's not free stuff if you pay taxes. That's another thing is, like, that notion that it's free. Like, I think it's straight up projection. Excuse me? When Jeff Bezos pays 0% in taxes or whatever, or like Amazon pays 0% in taxes and they're getting tons of subsidies by like UPS contracts and all this stuff. What are we talking about? That's actually getting stuff for free, not the other way around when somebody just demands like a fucking Medicare check or a Social Security check, right? Oh, but the social services aren't socialism, so the wealthy's liars. Yeah, Jesus. We pull ourselves by our own bootstraps, but they get bailed out every single time, and they want us to pay to apply to jobs. No, sir. Exactly, right? They want you to apply to all these jobs and stuff, but the minute they fucking fail, look what happens. They get bailed out. They get even if they don't, guys, you have to remember, even if they don't get like directly bailed out, bankruptcy law was written in a way that has been changed since the 80s that basically gives them the ability to start clean without ever having any real consequences, right? But if that were me and you, we would be destroyed, right? So let me give you an example. Donald J. Trump, right? The guy has declared bankruptcy numerous times. I think it's 7 times, right? How many times has he declared bankruptcy? I've lost count at this point. And then what happens? He's richer than ever now. Not because of hard work, because of the system. And who pays for that? We, the taxpayer, not him. Right? That's why he doesn't want to release his taxes. $1 panties. Can't wait to hear it. Six out of 7 times. Yeah, there you go. See? It's a joke, guys. So bankruptcy is a way of socializing the wealthy, right? Because it benefits overwhelmingly the wealthy. And the fact that people don't view it that way is, I don't know what else to tell you, right? Because that's how people like Donald Trump can spend millions of dollars, be in all this debt, and then still become a billionaire, right? People like that should be punished, but he actually gets rewarded because of the system, right? And guess what happens when that money, those bankruptcies impact all of us, right? They don't impact him. Like, yeah, now he can't go to the bank and it doesn't matter, right? Because he has other ways of getting cash that we would never be able to get, right? Because he has wealth. He has assets, right? He has things that he can leverage against the stuff he wants to do. The average person just doesn't have that, right? So it's just an unfair system overall, but there you go. All right, let's play it. Why isn't it playing? Oh, it's like stuck. Whoops. Sorry, man. Let me just reset it real quick.
Which polls as the most liked healthcare in the entire country. The VA. That is effectively a single-payer healthcare system.
Yep. Whoops.
All right, welcome to the show, y'all. Which polls as the most liked healthcare in the entire country. The VA. That is effectively a single-payer healthcare system.
Mm-hmm.
So America's not about free stuff, except when it is about free stuff.
Exactly.
Except those instances. And those are the parts that people like the most, by the way.
Somebody got to say it, so I'm going to say it. Somebody got to say it, so I'm going to say it.
I love how he thinks it's edgy. Oh, yeah? Well, I'm going to say it. I support capitalism, and I support billionaires. Somebody's got to say it, so I'm going to say it. Congratulations. You're taking the majority establishment hack position. You're taking the position of everybody with $90 million sitting in the bank. This isn't edgy. This isn't controversial. This is like bog standard conservatism and corporatism. Fuck all the way off. So anyway, people are gonna crash out. They're gonna panic. They're gonna whine. They're gonna bitch. They're gonna moan. But the Democratic Tea Party is here, and there's no fucking stopping us. Hey y'all, do me a favor.
We'll see, man. I hope. All right, 1 second, guys. See what's going on here. Oh, that's why. My bad. Nah, dude, there's no way it would not work. I had the other thing on, that's why.
And like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm. Click the bell as well for notifications when videos drop, and watch that video.
All right. And then we're going to cover how AIPAC got fucking destroyed. right? AIPAC generally has, like, they used to tout that, like, only like a year or two ago, they used to say, we have 100% win rate against candidates that we, or for candidates we endorse. Well, not anymore. Whoopsies. Kyle don't care. He's dark woke. Hell yeah, brother.
Joining us now, we've got our very...
It's important to remember, master debaters offer nothing to Comcast viewers. We use our heads, rational thought, and car about fellow human beings. Debaters just want memes and stick it to the libs. Get your head out of your ass and join the rest of humanity. You are the 99%. Listening to the 1%, telling you how it is bullshit. Also subscribe to Comcast and get your free t-shirt, cozy, and $1 panties. Thank you, Jersey Texan.
own Ryan Grimm, who is there in New York City. And
oh, I love it. Thank you, Gray.
Ryan, we usually call, we affectionately refer to this version of the show with
get your free panties. They're $1 off now. Or sorry, they're $1 now because they used to be free.
You and I hosting as the Commie Takeover. And I think the name has never been more apt than it is perhaps right now.
Yeah, for real.
I think that's right. Yeah, I'm joining you from a hotel in the Commie Corridor. I don't think the Commie...
I'm working on a bunch of new voices. I just have to find the funnier voices because there's a lot of like voices, and I'm sick of those.
Went to bed.
$1 penny sounds like a fucking deal. Only on the Gustex broadcast. What up, hombre?
Last night, I think they are still up, and this bender's going to go at least sometime into next week.
So what was the energy? Tell us what you did yesterday, who you talked to, what your impression was of why these races went the way they did. Obviously, the big headline takeaway here is Zohran Mamdani, his entire slate of candidates swept across the board, including he took some extraordinary risks here. You know, Daria Liza versus the chair of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus, taking on the Brooklyn Borough president and Nydia Velasquez's choice and all the unions, you know, all that backing. Down ballot, he also, you know, picked a number of fights that turned out victorious here. Is that your sense? Is that Zohran really made the difference here? Or were there other dynamics playing out that you would point to?
Yes. So I spent most of the day in Harlem yesterday because I figured if it was going to be a huge sweep, then it was going to be Daria Lisa that kind of put the third of them over the top. And talking to canvassers out there, what they told me, actually, one of them said that on the door, the voter learned about Daria Lisa from Breaking Points. That was kind of interesting. Oh, nice. But other than that, what they were saying is that when the race was sleepy, she was competitive, and they thought that she had a real chance. But then after he endorsed, the understanding of the race among voters that they were communicating with went from 0 to 60. Like all of a sudden, the day before, people were like, "Oh yeah, I think I've heard of Dari something maybe." To then after Mamdani endorsed, everybody they spoke to was like, "Oh yeah, she's the one that Mamdani is supporting. I'm supporting her." They said it was like night and day from his endorsement. So, and I think that part of the feature, the benefit of these kind of new, inexperienced, untested candidates for Mamdani is exactly that they don't actually have their own, outside of DSA, which, you know, he's kind of the leader of at this point. Outside of DSA, they don't have their own kind of political base and their own political...
There's the Shork TXan from Texan. Howdy. What up, my goat? How you been? Long time no see.
Track.
I tried to talk in your stream, but you weren't saying anything. I was like, the fuck's going on?
Record. And so they are just kind of loyal foot soldiers now of this DSA Mamdani movement that is rising in New York City.
Damn.
Once Brad Lander's race was called at like 9:08 or something. 9:09.
Yeah, dog. I literally like came in there and was like, "Yo, what up? Long time no see." And then you were like, you were playing. I think it was Path of Legend 2. Path of Legend. What is it called? Path of Exile. I was talking, dude. I didn't hear shit. I was like, "The fuck."
9, which may
does this guy just stream like silent? I saw your little shark avatar.
Friend was emailing me and saying that among Democrats, that's the
your kingfish. What is it? Yeah, king shark, right? He looks like King Shark from Justice League or from Injustice League. What is it called? Injustice Gang. I was talking to him, I swear. Yeah, dog. I was like, the fuck? Shork Texan. I heard of Shork. Is that a Bam? Bama? Yeah. We got Shork Texan here. TX. Everybody thinks my name means Texas. And it's like, ugh. Because Gus Tex, Texas, right? Guys, I swear to God, I didn't think too much about it at all. I told you I didn't put any effort into the name. That's so sad. I was putting in a lot of effort to keep talking. Dude, I didn't hear shit. I was like, yo, what the fuck? I thought your name meant Texas for the longest time. Dog, no.
Loss of an incumbent in forever. Like, you'd have to go back really far.
I've gone to Texas like once.
Liz
You
Cheney.
mean in terms of the point differential?
Right. Liz Cheney got washed,
on
I think, even
Mhm.
worse than Dan
God, pro streamer Shork.
Goldman, but not a whole lot worse. I mean, she got hammered. But on
It's okay, buddy. I mean, we all have issues like that. My shit's always fucking up.
the Democratic side, even Joe Crowley lost, by like 15 or something like that.
I just got the audio working perfectly now. It's like the first time after audio is like the biggest problem with streams, guys. I'm telling you guys right now, right? I was told that people think that streamers just turn on their camera and start streaming. Yeah, maybe if you stream from your phone, maybe you'll have no issues. But streaming has a lot of aspects to it, right? It's not just the camera. The camera can go wrong, the audio, there's so many things, right? It's very complicated. Especially for a stream like this, it's much more it's a lot harder to just get everything up and running sometimes. Streaming hurts my brain often. Yeah. Are you physically tired from it afterwards? Is that what you're saying, dog?
He just got absolutely annihilated. And so then once he lost and then
100. Yeah, no, it's very it's very draining. It's very mentally draining, right? It's not that it's a lot of work in terms of physicality, but mental. Even my dad was he actually called me the other day and I was actually kind of touched. He was like, yeah, you have to be careful because I see you on your show and you're being you may not be very physical, but you're being emotionally mentally drained and emotionally. And that can be even worse sometimes. He's like, it actually is worse sometimes. And I was like, damn. When my dad becomes such a fluff ball, right? Such a lib. Everyone hold up. The pond is Pop's looking out. Yeah, no, it was touching. I liked it. He was like, I had you on the TV instead of CNN.
the early vote comes in.
Or whatever he was watching, yeah.
And then,
he doesn't even watch CNN anymore, apparently.
Claire Valdez is significantly ahead, and then she gets called by 9:30, 9:45. The mood at the Darylisa headquarters was a bullion, and then the wins at the state legislative level just kept rolling in, and it was kind of stunning to some people who thought that the attacks on her being a Muslim Haitian who said F Kamala Harris, they thought that combination would be enough for the kind of older voters in the district to turn them off, but it didn't. And if imagine you're Kamala Harris right now thinking about running for president in 2028.
You're cooked. Yeah.
The biggest issue in that race was that tweet of hers, and she still won. That has to really, I think, shake things up for the Democratic Party.
Kamala.
And my understanding, Ryan, based on an analysis I saw, is that Daria-Lisa is a very diverse district that she's running to represent, one that I know relatively well. She won Black voters in the
Seems
district.
that way.
In spite of, the fact that obviously there's an affinity with Black voters and the first female vice president. And I know that's why, a big part of why they were sending out those mailers that featured her tweet saying, fuck Kamala Harris. And ended up not being enough. I'm actually wondering if some of those just blatantly racist attacks on her, calling into question her ethnicity, using the word Haitian as if it's a slur, floating some sort of weird great replacement theory that she and Zohran were going to displace Dominicans and replace them with Haitians and Muslims in the district, et cetera. I'm wondering if some of that stuff didn't ultimately backfire on Espaillat. It certainly, in retrospect now, reads as quite desperate of a tactic.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think certainly for some Dominican voters, that kind of anti-Haitian slur is going to land. But Espaillat has history in this district, and he attempted a couple times to take Charlie Rangel out, and eventually succeeded in knocking out Charlie Rangel, who in the Black community in Harlem, extraordinarily popular, served for 40 years up there, kind of a larger than life figure. Before him was this guy, Adam Clayton Powell, who served for another 40 or 50 years, this absolutely legendary Harlem member of Congress. So
the thing is they might have been legendary 40 years ago, but the minute you stop, you're out of there, right? With the way that MAGA's cult is buying up media for their propaganda, I don't watch any mainstream news anymore. Yeah, bingo.
He broke that.
I actually made it a purpose here to stop watching. If I even see that something is CBS, I'd prefer not to watch it. I don't even watch it because I don't even give them the views.
Kind of trained.
I'll try to find someone else who has it.
Adam Clayton Powell to Charlie Rangel. And so that was only 10 years ago. So he didn't have a big kind of well of goodwill to draw on. And so then I think when he comes in and says, oh, well, she's actually Haitian, it felt off, and it did not work particularly with that district. He also, one of his big kind of slogans that he had up around the district, he would say, an attack on one of us is an attack on all of us. And it would be a picture of him and Tish James. And the attack, I'm like, wait, what is he talking about here? He's saying that the attack is him getting a primary challenger. And it's
yeah. Well, if you're doing a good job, a primary challenger shouldn't matter, right? Let me give you an example. AOC does a good job at representing her district, clearly. Why? Because she's gotten several challengers. And look, she just destroys them. It only affects people who are losers and don't want any sort of competition, right? I'm even on the line with ABC, and they're on their national broadcast. I told to stand up with the rum lies. Yeah, exactly. So I've tried to stop as much mainstream media as possible, but it's hard, right? Sometimes sometimes you do got to watch some of their clips, but CBS they're dead to me. CBS is essentially you're dead to me. Period. Hell yeah, buddy.
You're trying to lump us all in together. No, you have a primary
Trump lies.
challenge.
I got it. I got you.
He's not attacking.
I was like, you rump lies.
Us here.
Wow.
And that backfired too.
Interesting. I obviously Zohran,
Sure, I'm gonna probably make that emo part of the sub for you.
Comes out here as the kingmaker, undisputed, every single one of his candidates.
Sure,
won
Texan.
the vast
Is your family from Texas, or did you just grow up there? That one, yeah.
majority of those. I think all of them, except for Brad Lander, who's not a DSA member. All of the rest of them were DSA members. So huge win for DSA. But I also want to say, I think Hassan Piker has genuinely been extremely impactful in his community. They reportedly phone banked 90,000 calls for Daria-Lisa in the last days of this campaign. The campaign says that, that results in at least 2,000 voters going out to the polls for her. the margin of victory is not a lot more than 2,000 votes. Not to mention,
that's true. I was actually surprised by that. Came here with the French way back. Holy shit, the French way.
Brian, centrists really decided, starting with the Zohran campaign, that they were going to try to make Hassan and his most controversial statements a centerpiece of their attack on the left. And talk about strategies that completely backfired. I think they successfully did, in a way, make him a litmus test. But for a Democratic base that is overwhelmingly now disgusted with the genocide, pro-Palestine, opposed to the status quo of our relationship with Israel, an association with Hassan Piker became a symbol of, oh, you're on the good side of this issue. You're with the good guys that oppose the genocide. So not only in terms of the actual organizing that he did that may genuinely have helped to make the difference in this very close race with Daria Lisa, but also in the way that he became, that they made him this litmus test. I don't know that I've seen a more foolhardy and disastrous political tactic that's been deployed. And you can see it's not just in New York City, obviously. I mean, the other campaign that really stands out for this is Michigan and Abdul Al-Sayed, who has only surged to the lead in the polls since this whole flap about, oh, how dare you campaign with Hassan Piker, and one of his opponents, Mallory McMorrow,
way back
shows the other side of that debate, has seen.
That's what I said, dog. Shork Texan. God damn it. I have a story about Texas, but it's too personal. I'll have to share with you guys on another stream, unfortunately.
The complete collapsing of her political standing.
If you pay close attention, you'll notice exactly what I mean. But I'm not going to tell you yet.
Yeah, and he also, I think, played a pivotal role in.
That's my Deep South dad's side for me, too. French plantation owners outside Biloxi, I think that's how you say it, Biloxi, Mississippi? Yeah, Biloxi, right? Okay.
And helping to elect Anna Hamaway in New Jersey, and then Chris Rabb nearby in Philadelphia. He went out and rallied with them and campaigned with them. And
yeah, this made me feel better about Chris Rabb. Yeah,
they embraced him, and it helped them kind of pop off. I was with Hassan in Harlem yesterday while he was streaming, and you can see it on the stream. The reaction to him is wild. Like the number of people, in that district, white, black, brown, new residents, old residents, who know who he is, under 45 or so, all of them, or under 40. But a very broad base, and a ton of people were, coming up to him saying like they watched the stream regularly. They voted because of him. They got into politics because of him. And
that's awesome. That's like the biggest, guys. Like I've had people tell me that, and I'm honestly like, that's one of the biggest honors you can hear from somebody. Like I got into politics because of you, right? Because politics is so dry a lot of the times, right? Unless you're watching like fucking debate lords, master debaters online all day, right? But like to hear that from somebody, like it's honestly really touching. So like I don't know, I would feel honored, right? I'd feel like thank you. Like it brings a lot of purpose to your work, right? Because like there should be more people who are into this stuff, but they're not. I don't know how you guys feel, but that's how I feel about this topic.
Thanking him for kind of giving some meaning and giving them some purpose. Like it feels like they have, which he talks about on the stream, is like that to channel your rage into your community and get active.
Next time I vote, it will be because I will say it because it's because of Gustex. Hell yeah, buddy, love it.
In order to kind of,
I love it, right? Like, and voting is a pretty boring thing to do. Like, I'm not gonna sit there and pretend like you're getting whacked off or anything, right? But like, it does matter, especially in these races, right, guys? Yeah.
Back again.
Gus from Texas. Oh God.
It's the atomization and the kind of the depression that is that just comes about from the kind of modern society that we live in. So yeah, I think that all of these efforts by
I'm only gonna put that emote on the subscription, like on the sub, because you want it, dog. Also, you gave me the idea to do the fishing game, which again has been very good. So yeah, I listen to everybody's opinion, guys, because I think like all these things matter. I just try to think about how to implement them. So you mentioned that like last year, and I was like, how can I do this? There you go. That's him. But I do it my way, right? I don't do it like any other person's way. God, Oxpecker. Oxpecker wants me to fucking cover Destiny stuff all day and Hassan clips. Right, Oxpecker? Yeah. I'm so glad I had people that like Jordy who like told me that, because ultimately it ended up being very beneficial, right? Because if you don't, like, if you're not yourself, right, guys, then you're not really anyone. Like, you're just gonna, like, live in the shadow of everyone else. And it's like, you gotta be yourself, right? You gotta be, like, especially, like, as, like a person in charge of a community, right? A leader in a community. You need to, like, be the one, like, setting an example, or what's the word? Like, showing how to do it yourself, right? Trying to make me engage. I am.
New York Times.
trying to rage bait you, dog.
Or by Third Way, or by any of these other candidates to try to stigmatize him have only elevated his visibility, which then forces people to polarize around that question of good and evil, moral and immoral. And I think you're exactly right that when people have to face those questions.
You mean got to be able to take lead for others to follow? Exactly. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So, like, I'm just thankful for, like, I say this all the time. If you guys talk to me in person or whatever, I say, like, I'm really thankful for, like, people who tell me these things, like, and, like, I take them to heart, right? Like, they always stay with me because it's important to be thoughtful, right? It helps you change and become a better person. You mean you got to be able to take the lead, like, and that's what I'm saying. Like, I had a streamer friend of mine who's a pretty big streamer on here, and he literally was just like, yo, here's what you do this, and he showed me, like, he set up so much stuff for me, and he just did it all. Like, he didn't expect anything. We just spent like hours, like 6-7 hours on this shit alone, 6-7, and then, like, it's just like all from there, right? And I just got so much advice and love it for that reason.
It's certainly in a Democratic primary, they're going to
status quo, a friendly position.
Or Manhattan for,
and and
to your point, yeah. All the reporting is, and this is my understanding too, that when Espaillat endorsed after the primary, endorsed Mamdani's, promised not to primary him.
And he did it anyway. What a goat!
Or to get behind a challenger, and he did that.
Yo, that's funny.
Which is, shows kind of how cutthroat he is.
Yeah, well, you got to be cutthroat in politics, guys, or else you're going to get steamrolled, right? That's what I learned working on all these campaigns and stuff. Like, the other side is vicious. Wait, what? Yeah. Hold on.
See? And not support that. Like, so she's giving, she's throwing her weight. She didn't endorse him, but, like, she didn't help Brad Lander.
Oh, man, where were we? Fuck.
Clearly he wanted to, focus his energy on other races. I think you're right, by the way, that in Park should probably run again.
All right, let's just start over. Sorry, guys. I hit a key by mistake, and but
Shine.
Yeah, we're right here. Okay, that's
so.
What
Yeah, I think that all of the
politics isn't tickle fights. Yeah. Well, I always say, like, one way I like to describe politics, guys, is politics is the battle for power, and the battle for It doesn't have to be like a physical battle or arguments or fighting like you're in a fight with a friend of yours or something, right? Something like that. It's a power struggle, right? It's, can you get your side to do what you're actually set off? Like, can you get? Do you have the power to do what you need to do to improve the lives of your peoples, right? Your citizens, your whatever you want to call them, local, whether it's like a local election, state election, right? Federal election, whatever. Can you do that? That's essentially what it boils down to, right?
These efforts by
oh shit. It's only not big bloody because we agree exactly. That's why I'm very cautious on that, because it's true, hombre. It's not bloody because we all agreed that, listen, this is how we're going to, right, negotiate. This is how we're going to deal with this stuff. Before, it was very bloody, right? Politics used to be a very bloody sport, especially during like the Roman Empire, right? That's why so many Roman senators and emperors got murdered, right? Murked. We tried to go away from that. And that's why we have this stuff, right? Bring it back. Damn right. Bring it back, says Turks in hope too far, bring it back. The Roman Empire became bloody only after they made precedent. After they had the Grouchy brothers. Yeah. This is gonna be funny. Sorry, Grossi brothers. Okay, no worries. I'm so glad Gloggy's working over there, dog. I was proud of that one when I finally got him to work. Spent a lot of time on that one. Apparently it's because like stream place is a little harder to do that. So pronounce Grokky. Brocky. Romans used K for the C, and U was for the OO. Interesting. You think I would remember that? I took Latin. Whoopsies.
by the New York Times or by Third Way or by any of these other candidates to try to stigmatize him have only elevated his visibility, which then forces people to polarize around that question of good and evil, you know, moral and immoral. And I think you're exactly right that when people have to face those questions, certainly in a Democratic primary, they're going to come down on the side of good.
Yeah. Let's go ahead and take a listen to just a little bit of Hassan reacting to some of the victories from last night. This is A8 and him talking about how he may change his endorsement process going forward.
Hey, after tonight, my price went up. You have to be a Democratic Socialist if you want some of this fucking shine.
Dude is drunk. Oh my God. I replayed it for you, Ducky. Sorry about that. I wonder if it's just the software that's still being like, right, Living Lily? Woo! I love it.
Dookie reached 85 stream streak 2 minutes ago. Boo, bees, boo. Bees, boo. Bees, boo, 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 bees, boo. Bees, boo. Bees, boo. Bees, boo. Bees boo. Bees will love the boobies and also $1 Comcast panties.
Clip. Nice. I love how you put the bees in there. Like it's so good. I love that joke.
Sorry.
Are you sure you weren't it that made it up? I'm pretty sure it was you, girl. That's so funny. I love it.
So only DSA members may have flied out. I mean, talk about DSA though, because obviously
it is pretty incredible, right? That they can influence like such a mainstream party here.
very important for Zohran's victory. You know, he deserves a lot of credit for the.
By the way, this is how you can win, right? Might have been me. Yeah. I keep hoping that as a consequence of forcing Colbert out of his job as a comedian.
You can't get any of this ass unless you're a democratic socialist, and the panties don't come off either.
Oh shit! Living Lily, my goat. Based. Justice for Dookie. I know. He called you Dookie. God, Ducky. He called you Dookie. Justice for Dookie.
The risks that he took and the selective nature. You know, he didn't jump on.
Justice for Dookie.
Board with everything. He famously refused to endorse Chiose against Hakeem Jeffries, and she decides, okay, I'm going to take a pass on this. Didn't endorse any of the challengers to Richie Torres. Torres is able to win, although, you know, his challengers did get some chunk of the vote. Didn't endorse, and this one I'm a little bit bummed about, but Chuck Park actually came pretty close against Grace Meng with not a lot of support whatsoever. It seems like if he had some endorsement and backing, he may actually have been able to get across the finish line there. And we spoke with him. He seems like a great guy and a great candidate as well. But talk about what this means for DSA and their role in the Democratic Party. I saw CNN with some polling that says, you know, DSA and socialists in general more popular than Democrats in Congress at this point. So it should be no surprise that in Democratic primaries, you increasingly see DSA-backed candidates rising to the top.
Yeah, and with Chiose, it was interesting way that he approached it. He did it kind of democratically. DSA is very famously a very democratic organization internally. And he, like any other member, kind of went to the New York City DSA and made his case for why they should not endorse him at this moment, just strategically and tactically. And he narrowly won that vote. And without that support, you know, Chi wasn't able to go forward. You know, clearly he wanted to, you know, focus his energy on other races. I think you're right, by the way, that in Park.
Wow, that's crazy to vote to not endorse. Can you imagine working not to do that?
He'll probably run again
crazy
in 2 years, and if he gets,
oh yeah, he'd definitely get it because he pulled W's left and right.
If he gets any attention at all, I think he can win that race. You know, New York, of course, is a little bit unique when it comes to the ability to have that, you know, this many kind of young professionals in their 20s and 30s, and it's hard to replicate it everywhere around the country. But in major cities like Philadelphia and Chicago, where you do have, you know, urban cores, you're seeing, you know, similar ability to kind of come together, and it really shows the hollowness of the kind of coalitional politics that, say, like New York City's WFP represented in Brooklyn. Like they got behind Antonio Reynoso, who had the support of basically all the labor unions, all these nonprofit progressive organizations that have, you know, memberships and that, you know, do work in the district, and they didn't have the kind of manpower behind it. Like it did not. There's something broken between it and voters. Like they weren't able to turn that out.
Yeah, so I guess what he's saying is that the DSA in this case was like the crowning, was like the kingmaker. Isn't that interesting? Then again, is it really that difficult to extrapolate that from, like, think of it this way, right? The reason political parties form is to help people get elected, right? You know, NGOs and all this stuff, yeah, they can help, but you also have to have like some sort of party apparatus, right? At least in our politics and a lot of countries' politics. And I think this just shows that the DSA is decent at this, right? Like once they get behind somebody, especially in places that are very like left wing anyway, people are just going to choose what the DSA is dishing out, right? And it's saying, yep, let's go with this candidate. They're endorsed. Mamdani is going to end up running this country from NYC. Hell yeah, buddy. Maybe he can move to Texas.
So they're going to have to.
Can you imagine that?
Do some real thinking about why DSA was able to build so much power in New York City, whereas they couldn't. But they are they're the predominant force in New York City politics.
Everything's bigger in Texas. Oh, honestly, he would probably turn Texas blue if he could run. I know. You're gonna go. What do you think about? I haven't asked you, man. What do you think about the Texas Senate race? What a shit show, huh? Well, Tallarico, yeah, but I mean, like, you have a terrible Republican candidate running there, right? It's just so funny. Oh God.
At this point in
but James Tallarico, for Texas, he's all right. Is another pedophile. The other pedophile, I'm about to say, I read that wrong. The other pedo.
Basically, 8 years ago was when June of 2018 when AOC won her shock primary, and from then to now, they have become not just a player but dominant.
I want to talk a little bit about AOC because in some ways, I know she endorsed down ballot some of the same candidates as Zohran, and they were predominantly successful. She not only didn't endorse any of the victorious federal candidates, she hasn't endorsed against any Democratic incumbents. And so, that creates, she's had this like sort of very no risk strategy, doesn't want to rock the boat with her relationships inside the House. That's, apparently the reason why also she decided not to endorse her own chief of staff, Shoykat Chakrabarti, in a way that could have very much made a difference for him too. And so while Zohran is rightfully being recognized as like this kingmaker now, it's pretty wild to see AOC, who in a lot of ways kicked off this moment and this movement that, ultimately builds to where we are today, seeing her being absent from the movement that it's very easy to imagine her being the one that's getting all the credit now. Like, look at all the power AOC has. And yet she's decided de facto to effectively be an incumbent protector since she refuses to endorse against any of them. I find that pretty extraordinary. She wouldn't even endorse Brad Lander, for example, in a race that was almost a slam dunk against Dan Goldman. And it's easy to take that for granted because that was kind of a foregone conclusion. The margin was so large. But as you rightly point out, anytime any incumbent goes down, that's pretty wild. So what do you make of AOC being on the sidelines for this big Dem Tea Party moment? Because I think it's in terms of, as someone who wants to see these candidates succeed, it's unfortunate to see the level of power that she could bring not being brought to bear in these instances. But also if she has bigger national ambitions, it really seems like a massive political missed opportunity for her.
Right. We've been talking about, kind of Mamdani and the DSA through this whole conversation because she, absented herself from it. The Dan Goldman example is really perfect because can you imagine if the shoe's on the other foot? If AOC had a credible challenger in her district, do you think Dan Goldman, of all people, is going to give her the respect of incumbency and not support that? Like, so she's giving, she's throwing her weight. She didn't endorse him, but like she didn't help Brad Lander. She's doing this for people who whose political project is to destroy her.
Yeah.
Now, that's not the case with Brooklyn 7, which is Claire Valdez, and I saw her after her victory last night, and
up here, I'm excited about the senatorial race with Abdul. Yeah, I'm excited about that one too. I'm cautiously optimistic though. I really hope he wins. It's going to be a bummer if he doesn't. So do the Republicans, of course. Was never going to vote for Republican anyway. He was an establishment aesthetic, but it was Crockett who pushed for genuine neoliberal policies. Yeah, I would say so, Shork. Like, I see what you mean, but she, like, just wanted to do, like, flat out. Like, she was just, I mean, and I think we've been vindicated from that, right? It's still Texas, so unfortunately, the candidate's going to be more conservative than I would like, but yeah. What do you call it, Oxpecker? Tex ass? Tex anus? Yeah, you called it Tex anus. What is it with calling states holes? Mass holes, right? Tex anus. People just as disturbing as watching a third of my country vote for an open fascism. The bigger determiner was a third didn't care about enough to go even vote, and the third did not watch for the last year and a half as their representative party bent over and grabbed their ankles for the fascists as they railed against for the entire 2024 election. Exactly, that's valid. I just vote based on vibes. Word, no worries. No worries, dog. I get you.
AOC was one of the few calls that Claire took. That was an open race. Like that there wasn't even an incumbent there. What was different there is that Nydia Velázquez, who a Puerto Rican congresswoman who's retiring and had become something of a mentor to AOC on Capitol Hill, was retiring, and she wanted Reynoso, and so she pushed very hard for AOC to stay out of the race. And AOC, out of respect for that relationship, decided to do so. But that's an interesting decision. Like, this is a retiring congresswoman.
Mamdani had a kind of a similarly difficult decision.
Hey, yo, chill. Texas is beautiful.
Didn't he? Is that the one where he actually told her, like, "Oh, I'm not gonna"?
That was Espaillat.
Yeah. Oh, it was Espaillat where there was a pledge that was made, but Velázquez was supportive of him.
Yeah, and Mamdani very well could have come up with some type of candidate that both, Nydia Velázquez, the WFP, and DSA could all agree on. Like that there was a path to that, but they decided, no, we're going to fight this. We're going all the way for it, and then AOC stayed out of it, and then also stayed out of the Espaillat race, even though AIPAC, which would love to see AOC's project destroyed, was spending millions to try to boost Espaillat. But yeah, the difference in ruthlessness between her and Mamdani is interesting there, because to your point, all the reporting is, and this is my understanding too, that when Espaillat endorsed after the primary, endorsed Mamdani's promised not to primary him or to get behind a challenger, and he did that, which is shows kind of how cutthroat he is, which is unusual on the left.
Yep.
It is very unusual. In fact, I don't recall ever seeing it. So it's
good for him. By the way, this is W on Zohran, right? Because guys, like, politics is not a loyal sport, guys. It's about power and giving and getting the power to do what's best for your community, right? That's the way it really is. Now, you can either do it with blood on the streets, or would you like it to just, now you can fuck off, right? You get to go back to your home and fuck off, right? So it just shows that he's ruthless, right? He's cunning.
It's pretty incredible. A couple of the so I watched some of the CNN coverage last night, and you and I are co-hosting again tomorrow. We'll do a whole thing on like the media reaction and the establishment reaction. We'll get into all of that. Never you worry. But
Austin's fairly big, but still a college town for feel. Interesting. Heard about that. Yeah, sure. That's Kristen B. She's been watching the stream recently. Shork is a long-time viewer. He stops in every occasionally.
A couple of things that I heard from Republicans and from the Neera Tandons and Cory Bookers of the world is like, well, this is still, if you look at the watch parties or the victory parties, it's still mostly these young white professionals. And that's what DSA ultimately is. My view is that's an increasingly difficult, not that there isn't some truth, like in terms of the bedrock, like the core sort of organizing base of the DSA, I think there is some truth there. But it becomes a very difficult argument to sustain when now, just with the victories last night.
You don't matter.
Thank you for the 14 bits, dog. Cheers.
You had extremely diverse districts that were
I don't know why I love that clip so much. You don't donate, you don't matter.
One.
Welcome back, Aloe Shear. Good to see you again, buddy.
In every borough of the city.
Thanks for the shout out on Blue Sky. Appreciate it.
Save for Staten Island. So how can you look, for example, at Daria Lisa, who obviously herself is not white, and who won the majority of the black voters in the district, and say, oh, this is just a thing for white gentrifiers in these neighborhoods?
Yeah, and I think if they only won with these like gentrified neighborhoods, and it's a bunch of gentrifiers that are doing the organizing, then I think you have a pretty clean hit on that. But both in Mamdani's mayoral race and then in Espaillat here, I mean, Brooklyn 7's so gentrified that it's kind of beyond. It's very like that's just what it is. But in Harlem, like you were saying, Daria Lisa won a significant portion and probably a majority of the black vote in Harlem. So what I would say to people who are skeptical of this element of politics is that, okay, yes, it is true that in the past, a lot of voters would support somebody like an Espaillat, and you feel like those voters are kind of getting pushed out by these people who are coming in and they've got their laptops and they're really good at this block by block organizing. But what's so critical is that they're not doing it with big money. They're not doing it with corporate money. They're not doing it with AIPAC support. They're doing it with small dollars, which means that it is a clean fight. It's bringing actual democracy to these districts. And so the previous supporters of Espaillat, if they don't like exactly what Daria Lisa is doing, they actually now have a way to influence her with their just individual voices and with their organized voices in a way that they didn't when it's organized money that is controlling the districts. And so it really opens up possibilities for kind of all voters in these districts.
Yeah. I also, I sort of object to the idea of dividing people along these racial lines in any case. The young white professionals who moved into these districts are also desperate for affordable housing and, and support for genocide. So there's, I think, also a lot more common cause and common, concerns among these voting blocks than is sometimes portrayed, where they, we saw it in Daria Lisa's race where they tried to exploit ethnic divisions and it obviously didn't end up working on Espaillat's behalf.
On that point, DSA has been objectively, if you count the races that they've won at the state and federal level, the most successful actually in Queens, which is crazy. Queens doesn't get as much attention as Brooklyn or the Bronx or Manhattan for whatever reason. But Queens is the most diverse, maybe the most diverse kind of urban area in the world.
Truly is like the melting pot of the world in Queens.
It really is. It really is.
Yeah.
And they are more dominant there than anywhere else. And so that should tell you something about the way that their class politics are able to bring.
My hope, right? Remember, guys, being on the left means that you're correct too early. My hope is that Queens this happening in Queens is a good sign of what is to come, right? That's kind of my hope. Now, will it happen right away? I don't know, right? I can't tell you. Right too early. Yep, exactly. I always say that. Being on the left, guys, is generally speaking, almost always that you're just right too early. Right. Back in 2005, my state, right, which has a lot of problems. Like there's a racism with the state trooper scandal thing going on currently. But back then, in 2005, we passed a gay marriage bill. And now look, Queens is very diverse. Yeah, it is. So now, like, yeah, guys, that's why I say always just keep an open mind, right? You never know. I grew up in Queens my teenage years till after I had my first child. Wow, really? That's crazy. So you know the area well, then. And you're a conservative? Wait, what?
So many diverse people together.
The other thing that I have heard, Ryan, is
College Point, Queens moved out in 2002. Gotcha.
This doesn't really matter because it's just New York City.
It's such a left-wing area.
It's different, and so that's nice for you, but this is not going to be replicable in other places. To which I would say, okay, well, let's take a look at Grand Platner. This is main count. Let's take a look at Abdul Al-Sayed. Michigan, I think, is a pretty important state in the country. So we're going to talk a little bit more in a minute about the way, positions on Israel have really become central to all of this. But I think anyone who's trying to deny that there is a kind of nationwide reckoning that is happening in the Democratic Party is just ultimately deluding themselves.
Yeah, and also just throughout history, New York has really driven American politics. Like it was the crucible of the anti-slavery kind of politics that then surged. It was the progressive reformers.
It was one point blue collar conservative. Yeah, I get what you mean. No worries.
Really were dominant.
I was just memeing.
In New York first, before they kind of became national in the early 1900s. FDR obviously comes out of New York. Like the idea.
Yeah, New York has like a lot of really prominent. FDR obviously being one of them, right? He grew up in Hyde Park, which is like right on the border of New England, right? Ooh.
Idea that New York is this kind of separate entity from the rest of the United States ignores the fact that the politics there usually end up influencing national politics.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Relatively quickly and in a profound way.
The last argument I heard is like, well, careful what you wish for. Darrializa has some, I think it's fair to say, radical views, against cops and borders and like the things that they caricature that Kamala Harris as saying, like she actually holds some of those views.
Right. Yeah, and, that's so funny. Love it.
About it the other day.
Why do you think? Like it was hard for me to get excited about some of these other libbed up candidates, but like she genuinely was like, if she didn't win that night, I was gonna be like, oof. Right? And Abdul, if he loses, which I'm again fingers crossed, that one's gonna hurt a little bit for me. It's gonna hurt, guys. It's gonna hurt. I take politics very personally.
Famous, fuck Kamala Harris line, etc. I know that there's a lot of angst in the Democratic Party that like, oh my God, now they're going to say we're open borders. And I'm like, they've been saying that all along. Right. So I'm not sure that really changes the game for you here.
Right. So, right. They've been saying you're open borders. They're saying you're prison abolition. And so, yeah, now they can point to her. I would say just don't have candidates that are so bad that you lose to people like that. I mean, come on, like it's pretty embarrassing. And at the same time, when the Republicans have Randy Fine in the House and Donald Trump in the White House, I think the public's kind of willingness to get worked up about kind of one individual's out there position on one thing is pretty limited.
Yeah. And I also, I hate the comparison between, someone who wants a different system of policing and more immigrants, and someone
That's
who's
not
like,
what I mean,
let's
but,
nuke an entire, let's do a Holocaust just out in the
Right.
open.
Right.
So there is that as well. Lastly, before we move on to the Israel piece,
Listen.
let me put up a 7, because we have, kind of a list here of some of the other races from Taniel. I put this up earlier as well, but it wasn't just New York. We've got New York and Maryland. I know you were following some of these races in Maryland, so I wanted to get you to weigh
It's cute.
on this in particular. Taniel says, I'm counting 12 Democratic incumbents who lost or, in one case, are trailing to challenger to their left, 2 Congress members, 4 state senators, 6 state House members, and then and he breaks all of that down. So what was noteworthy in Maryland to you in particular, Ryan, that you were following?
Actually, I've got to look, 'cause I know they were going after the Senate.
Well, Maryland was a bust.
Senate leader. And I've got to check to see if he was one of the ones that went down. He was standing in the way of the redistricting effort that Democrats wanted to do. I'll check that. We can talk about it tomorrow. But yeah, down in Southern Maryland, we covered this race a little bit. This guy, AIPAC Adrian Boafo.
Yeah, he won.
Who was a former Steny Hoyer aide and got $12 million in AIPAC and crypto support. He wound up winning, but it was a crowded field of literally 24 candidates. And so he wound up with just 32% of the vote. So
that's pretty low, right?
I haven't done the math yet, but $12 million to get that poor of a performance gave kind of AIPAC the only thing that they could celebrate last night. They did.
Yeah, with a candidate of 20. See, this is another problem with the left. Nice. This is another problem I have with the left is we need to start like coalescing better against, like, we can't have 3 candidates or 24 candidates, right? Look at what happened in California, in the California governor's race, right? We should have just picked somebody. And there's like a lot of egos, like, oh, I gotta be the one, right? Like, look at what happened in the governor's race over there. So yeah, these are things that we have to work on, but Skittles melts my heart. Wait, why is there 2? Didn't do that. You caught it. No worries. You caught the skitties.
They did their line they always use. Being pro-Israel is a good policy.
I made all those little environments, guys. So, and I'm still working on it. I'm making it even better. So,
In good politics, congratulations to Adrian.
I love Skitty. There you go. You caught one.
So such great politics.
By the way, no one else has this game, just me, because I took that idea that everybody has on their stream, the Pokemon game, and I was like, how do I make this better? That's literally what I was thinking. I was like, how do I make this even better? And there you go. So like, only I have this shit, guys. What up?
Normally they kind of funnel the money behind a different pack, like they did with Esbayat. But so they won that race. But otherwise, just a brutal night for them. And even there, like, you lost 68% of the vote. Like, not that impressive.
The one race that had a real different dynamic was that Upper West Side, Upper East Side district. I can't remember, 12, 13, whatever that one was. Michael Lasher, who was the candidate, chosen by Jerry Nadler to succeed him, he ends up pulling it off. Is pretty close with Alex Borez. Borez really positioned himself as an AI critic. Tens of millions of dollars of AIPAC money flowed into this race. I know you follow this closely. Isn't this one where the Anthropic AIPAC, which is supposedly pro-regulation, backed Borez, the OpenAI PAC backed Lasher? It became a bit of a central issue. And I know voters were telling some of the reporters in the area that was part of what they were voting on. Israel didn't loom as large in this race because the candidates had kind of similar relatively, status quo friendly positions on Israel. So what did you see as noteworthy in that particular race?
Yeah, that it was closer, I think, than people thought it would be, which suggests that there is a decent amount of anxiety particularly in that district, but also I think everywhere, about the role that AI is playing. There was some fear that if Boris lost, that would be a signal to Democrats that they need to just completely bend the knee to AI or risk, getting, massively
the way they did on
outspent.
crypto.
Yep.
Right, exactly. But I don't think the results signal that to Democrats. I think it remains kind of an open fight, particularly because the public is just so hostile on the other side of this issue. So yes, like the AI money might come at you, but voters are going to come at you if you're connected with their higher electricity bills and also all of the kind of anxiety tied to the massive economic disruption that AI promises to bring.
Let's talk about Israel, because I do think this was really central in many of these races, but in particular, those three in New York City. With Daria Lisa in particular. So she was an organizer at the Columbia University encampments. Now she's going to be their member of Congress. Like, she was just not long ago getting arrested as a protester. And now she's going to represent that district. Pretty incredible turnabout. She said she was really motivated by the treatment of Mahmoud Khalil and Representative Espaillat's failure to stand up for him when he was arrested. You had a chance to actually speak with Mahmoud Khalil, who was there, in the district and is close with Daria Lisa. Let's go ahead and play A10.
There are consequences of abandoning your communities. There are consequences of supporting a genocidal state. So I really feel sort of like some sort of justice.
Oh my God, I love
although
this.
my fight is not final yet. But even if I get deported, to me, the fact that the American public now is well aware of AIPAC's tactics, very, dirty tactics, that's enough for me. Like, even if I get deported, but at least now we're getting that change. We're getting, not only with Daria Lisa, we have, Claire Valdez also won her campaign, Adam Hamwi, and of course, Chris Raab in the past. So this is, to me, is really like, I feel sort of like some sort of justice. I got some sort of justice. Even if I don't get it from the courts, at least I'm getting it from the public opinion.
Yeah. And by the way, the Trump administration is still trying to deport him, which is what he refers to there. I mean, there is something really beautiful and poetic about this.
Yeah, and so Daria Lisa and he knew each other from the encampment, from their work in activism. And when he was grabbed, his wife reached out to their member of
What a goat, willing to get deported to do the right thing. Yeah, for real.
Congress, which is what you do. She's an American citizen.
It's kind of crazy that all these cases are going to like actually inspire people to run, which is how it should be,
she
right?
Called her member of Congress, and he in the office just wouldn't respond, did nothing. And so she eventually got AOC and other members of the New York congressional delegation to help kind of make some noise about it. And it was, immediately a very national story. Right. And it cuts to the problem that Espaillat has there, which is that the old school kind of corrupt machine politics worked when the machine would at least be responsive to constituents. Like, okay, we know that these guys are on the take. We know they're taking pride. We know they're friends with the realtors, the real estate lobby, and everybody else. But if I have a problem,
they will actually do stuff.
If I have a problem with the city,
not anymore.
I can call my member of Congress, and they have a constituent service operation that is going to be well oiled and that is going to care, because then when it's time to vote, we're going to come out and we're going to keep electing these guys, even though we think that they're corrupt. Like that's the machine in the best case. But because he was so dependent on AIPAC support, he couldn't do that part of the constituent service for this very famous constituent. And it became then this proxy for everything else about him. And it really gave her the kind of rationale, the case, like, why are you running? Like, oh, well, my friend got arrested in the district and he didn't care. And people are like, oh, okay, that's a legit reason to run.
It's a legit reason.
And I actually, maybe we could roll this. I saw Espaillat on Lenox Avenue Malcolm X Avenue yesterday outside of the Harlem Hospital, and I kind of put this to him. We can roll this.
My thing is, I bet if you guys would have called out and told AIPAC F off, you wouldn't have had a race at all. Like,
No, everyone's right. It's the run. Get out of here, Adriano kid.
Everyone has the right to run.
And I really
tried to say that like a North Ender, a North End Bostoner. Get out of here, Adriano. Parkour's language. How you doing, buddy? Good to see you again. 10 consecutive days, my man. Thank you so much. I'm honored. How you been? Good to see you again, buddy.
actually do believe, and maybe it's not just, but I do believe it's the case that if 6 months ago, if he had taken Mahmoud Khalil's wife's calls, just done the bare minimum to help her, and said, you know what, I'm not taking AIPAC support anymore. Like, I took it in the past. I regret it. I don't like what they've done in Gaza. I'm not taking AIPAC support anymore because this is a genocide that's been carried out. Where does a challenger have any opening whatsoever to take him on?
He doesn't. So he lost because of that, yeah. And a huge part of it was that. In my opinion, another reason to run is to get more resources to those that are disabled. Yeah, for real. Well, and we're going to be covering soon about how the Trump administration they wrote a memorandum, an executive order essentially, saying they're going to be cutting those services even more.
I don't see it.
No bueno, guys.
I think he would have cruised to re-election last night.
Well, and Valerie Foushee sort of tested that case. You know, she had a close call. She changed her views, repudiated AIPAC, and she hung on.
Right.
You know, let's talk a little.
I think it's important to accept change, right? Like, here's the thing. It's like, look at it this way, guys, right? We can either be the party that is of forgiveness, accepting change, right? Believing people can get better. As long as people show you that they are getting better, right? It's important.
So this
actually,
was
Nida
my
Alama
favorite.
And I've talked a lot about this, right?
There last night.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah, she didn't want to miss it. She flew up from North Carolina.
That's awesome. This was my favorite tweet from last night with regard to Daria Lisa and Espaillat from Edingermentum. He said, taking out the chair of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus with a self-described communist 32-year-old PhD student who tweeted, fuck Kamala Harris, is beyond insane. DEFCON 1 moment for the Democratic establishment. And, you know, similarly, Claire Valdez, I feel like we sort of glossed over her a bit, but she won easily. Like, it was 20 plus points. And she beat the sitting Brooklyn Borough president, who, by the way, is progressive in many regards. And so when you ask yourself, okay, well, how important was Israel in all of this? He had all the unions, Working Families Party, Nydia Velasquez, this power base, this Brooklyn Borough president, which coveted position, etc. And it wasn't close. He got blown out. You have to look at that and say there were two major differences. Well, three, I would say. Number one, DSA organizing. Number two, Zohran Mamdani. And number three, you know, AIPAC and Israel. And
I think you don't get the first two without the third.
Of course. Yeah.
Yeah. And when we had him on the show, and he has a record. He kicked ICE out of Rikers. He took on the machine himself in Brooklyn. He's a progressive up and down the board, except for the fact that he refused to take a stand on Israel and its genocide until he ran for office. And so people think, well, people are too obsessed with Israel. And that's not what it is. What it is that tells people that he's not willing to fight for them, that he's not there when it's going to get hard. And they know that if you're going to take on kind of corporate power, you're going to take on any other power centers, you have to be willing to do the hard things and tell the powers that be no, even when it's, and especially when it's difficult for you. And the fact that he didn't do that, I think, like, that really resonated with people, and the fact that he did it then, it's one thing if you don't believe it, but then to do it as you're launching your campaign just tells people, oh, okay, yes, I like him, he's been great, but he's another politician.
Was there Israel lobby money in that race?
There was a lot of controversy because this, I think, Real Fight PAC got in. And we know for a fact that about $200,000 of that money was teachers union money, some other union money in this big super PAC. Valdez was accusing it of possibly being AIPAC money. We don't know yet. It seems more likely that it's real estate focused money, but so there's no evidence yet that they got in, because I think AIPAC understood. I think they would have preferred Reynoso, obviously, to Mamdani's candidate, but they also understood that once Reynoso was in office, if he'd have won, he's gone to them, like a Valerie Fouché style. Like he wasn't coming back.
Yeah, the politics of the district dictate that if he would want to hold on to that job, he would need to, take those votes and reposition himself fully and completely. Let's talk a little bit about Dan Goldman and Brad Lander. Goldman, I don't think, is as consistent or progressive. He's got some, some corporate centrist in him for sure, more so than Reynoso. But also very clear here that the dividing line was Israel. Brad Lander endorses Mamdani. Comes out, and I don't know that he would describe himself as an anti-Zionist. He's not a DSA member. He's a little bit more, to the center than certainly like a Daria Lisa or a Claire Valdez, but also has made it plain that he opposes the genocide. He opposes these war crimes and human rights violations, and, wins handily. It was a foregone conclusion, basically, as soon as they closed the polls. Lander...
well, they cross-endorsed each other, right? And he was like the first one to do so. Right? We watched the announcement that day. Watch. It was adorable, right?
Hey.
Hey, good morning.
How's it going?
Please go second.
No, I insist you go second.
How about I go first and you go second?
Well,
we both love New York City.
And that's why it's so important to not send scandal-ridden, corrupt Andrew Cuomo to City Hall.
New Yorkers deserve so much better than a disgraced creep.
Agreed.
Zohran, you've done a remarkable job building a historic grassroots campaign for a New York City all New Yorkers can afford.
Brad, you've been a principled, progressive leader in our city for years.
Early voting starts tomorrow, and we both know what we need to do to save our city from Andrew Cuomo. You want to tell him?
You go first.
Nah, you go first.
Let's do it together. We're cross-endorsing.
In New York City, we have ranked choice voting. That means you can rank up to 5 candidates for mayor.
Brad and I are officially telling our supporters.
Rank me number one, rank Zohran number 2. Let's send Andrew Cuomo
back to the suburbs.
Yeah. See, and this is why ranked choice voting in terms of a system, right? Because these are systems that we're talking about, is so important, right? Because where else do you get such cooperation, right? We always talk about how cooperation, working together is really important, right? Talking things out, discussing issues. Those are actual left-wing values. Where do you see this in any other election around the country, right? If this was not a ranked choice election, they'd be attacking each other left and right. Right? Or at least one of these candidates would, right? So it's also the systems that really matter in where we live, down to all the way up to international world politics, right? You got a boot.
Lander was able to declare victory. So, talk a little bit about the dynamics there and why that was such an incredible slam dunk for him. By the way, I think one of the most heavily Jewish districts in the entire country, if not the most heavily Jewish district in the entire country.
Yeah, that really could have been Goldman's seat for life if he would have been kind of even a normal Democrat in that district. Instead, he decided to make, and he was this hero of the resistance, leading the Trump impeachment, and Trump won. He's like a real kind of resistance 1.0 MSNBC type figure who rode that fame to then a very divided race. If people remember, there was Mondaire Jones, Yulin Liu. very split field. So he kind of squeaked by and never had a huge base of support, and was able to win thanks to spending a fortune.
Sorry, I'm so pissed. Mass like had a chance to get ranked choice voting, and they fucked it up. My fellow massholes fucked it up. You done fucked it up.
Of his own money, he's an heir of.
We rank choice voting ran a smear campaign, so it didn't pass. Yeah, exactly. I remember that. It fucking sucked.
Levi Strauss, which also
Gloggy 2024.
San Francisco's mayor.
I'm cross endorsing Gloggy. What up, dog?
Levi Strauss heir. What's going on with his family?
You should too, chat.
But he instead decided to be this hostile antagonist to Mamdani and to all of the protests.
2024? Yeah. I don't know why he said that. I think what he meant to say was, why is it like the reckoning they had? Like what's going to be the consequences of that 2024 like position they had, which was decidedly pro-Israel, right? That's what he meant. Massachusetts does not want change voting and or rent control yet. Yeah, for real, it sucks, dog. Hello, Sheer.
It's the genocide. Like
rent control is the same thing, right?
Became
Bullshit.
One of these, like the chief spokespeople against that, and I don't think he's still to this day like endorsed Mamdani. Definitely not in the primary, not in the general. And he still is kind of fighting with Mamdani constantly. And I saw somebody floating like, oh, maybe Goldman is now leading, challenger to Mamdani for re-election. It's like, bro, yes.
Good
so
luck
he
with
got
that.
absolutely destroyed in his own district, but he's going to be more popular in the rest of the city. But yeah, so that he made that his issue, and it blew up. It blew up in his face. The last couple of days of the race, the big scandal there was that he went into a coffee shop called Poetica, and so his daughter could use the bathroom, and so he bought a coffee so she could use the bathroom.
Very
and
common
later,
New York City experience.
yeah, later
by the way.
later they realized that that was Dan Goldman. They said this is blood money, this AIPAC money, and they refunded the money, and that became a public thing. He said he talked about he and his defender was saying this is anti-Semitic. They were quite clear that this was aimed at his support of genocide. And interestingly, I talked to somebody last night who was following Espaillat around, and he said Espaillat got thrown out of a bodega when the bodega owner learned that Espaillat was taking AIPAC money, and Espaillat's not Jewish. Like it's the same thing. Like you're taking AIPAC money and you're supportive of genocide. We don't want your business.
Right.
So that is a completely separate thing. And I think it's inconvenient for Goldman that he was beaten by a Jewish opponent.
Yes.
In a landslide. So
who was like very, he's very proud of his Jewish heritage. He talks a lot about that. It's very clearly central to Brad Lander's identity. And yeah, to your point, because he has a different position and doesn't take AIPAC money, he's not getting thrown out of bodegas or having his money refunded to him after the fact, because it's not about Dan Goldman being Jewish. It's about the position that he holds and, running cover for a genocide that people find to be abhorrent and unconscionable.
Right. Yeah, there's no...
We need rent control and MA, but these landlords are going to hold on as tight as they can to make that not happen.
Kind of civil rights class of genocide supporter.
It's also like MA has way too many fucking corporate Dems, right? That's why like the ranked choice voting thing didn't pass, because they know their ass is grass if it did, right? That's when I started to realize, I mean, that wasn't the first time, but that was like the final nail in the coffin, that these people don't actually really care about like change for the good. They just want change, the appearance of change or like marginal change, and keep the institutions the same so they can remain in power, right? Because, why is a state like Mass, which has always been like the forebearer of like, let's be honest, guys, right? Like we've had a history of being on the cutting edge of most of the country. But no, it's all just bullshit, right?
Like that is.
They don't care, right? And I mean, if you've been to the Democratic like national state convention and stuff, you know exactly why they didn't want those. They didn't want ranked choice voting, right? Because it jeopardizes like comfortable incumbents, right? With people like Lisa or like Zohran, right?
Yeah, the Department of Justice under Trump certainly, they tweeted that they're going to try to make a federal case of it.
Which I do want to say, to Goldman's credit, he came out and said we shouldn't do that, right? He did not support their decision to go in that direction. But at the very same time, you have JD Vance saying, "Oh, if everything's Jew hatred, then nothing is Jew hatred." You have the Trump DOJ acting as if everything is Jew hatred and pursuing federal prosecutions based on opposition to someone's support of genocide.
Yeah. But yeah, so to get beaten that badly, like I said, like it's the biggest defeat margin-wise for a Democrat in I can't remember when. Not in my lifetime, I feel like.
We're gonna
it was like 66%. He got destroyed.
Talk more tomorrow about the fallout from all of this, because I do think there are going to be a whole lot of holy shit moments going on right now of Democratic candidates who bet the way that Dan Goldman bet, that, it's always been safe politics to be pro-Israel. Up until the past couple of years, it has always been, that's where the organization has been, that's where it has always been the safe political bet to do effectively the bear hug strategy when it comes to Israel. And in the Democratic Party, that is just no longer the case. And I don't think anyone has described this better than Ta-Nehisi Coates, who's like, yeah, because...
Well, and also, think of it this way, right? They support both sides, and they care more about Republicans because Republicans are stronger on Israel than Democrats are, right? So of course they're going to get, like, why would you want to support an organization that basically makes you a loser every single time? That's why I say that they are planted opposition sometimes, right? Because if they're giving AIPAC, if AIPAC is giving money to Democrats and Republicans, right? And they clearly have a bias towards Republicans, why would you support on principle that kind of organization? Republicans do love money. Exactly. Right? So
if you aren't willing to stand up against genocide, why would we think you're going to stand up for democracy? Or I would add to that, fight on any other issue.
Yeah, it's sort of like a litmus test, and we've talked about that as well, right?
Where it requires standing up to power, to the donor class, and we've got an oligarchy crisis in the country and the world that I think is extraordinarily grave and genuinely existential. If you're not willing to say a genocide's a genocide, we have no chance of you going up against Elon Musk and the burgeoning class of trillionaires. So to me, it makes all the sense in the world that this has become a core litmus test. And then, of course, just the nature of how many horrific, unconscionable, stomach-churning images of toddlers being murdered and young babies who are triple amputees. I mean, of course, people are going to look at that with revulsion and say, if you did anything to run cover for this, I don't want anything to do with you. And I don't know how you can call yourself a Democrat and pretend to posture like you care about human rights and morality and democracy. So there's just an overwhelming revulsion too. So the way that most Democrats, the vast majority of Democrats, comported themselves throughout the period of this genocide. The last piece I wanted to play here before we move on to the next topic is you were able to speak a little bit exclusively to Zohran Mamdani last night, where he reflected on what this all means and what sentiments they were trying to express. You want to set this up a little bit, Ryan?
Yeah, this was A.B. Yusuf, who's a Drop Site contributor. So he spoke at the Daria Lisa event and was then on his way out. And so A.B. was able to grab him for a couple of minutes here. Let's roll that.
This win is incredible. Daria Lisa began a campaign where...
What a W.
She was up against every possible set of odds. and she pulled off a victory that is helping to rewrite politics in our city and in our country. She is someone who brings a clarity, a conscience, and a conviction to a politics that has often been missing those things. And in a city...
Raid, D-E-A-R-R-T-T-Y-Y-Y-Y. Chris Speaks just raided our broadcast with 10. Thanks for the raid.
Thank you, buddy. Thank you, Chris Speaks, for the raid. How you been? How was your stream? What did you guys do over there? No, welcome Raiders. Amnex, Amenex, I think is how you say your name. I'm sure if you follow the channel, Gloggy will tell me how to say it. How you doing? Welcome Raiders. How's everything? Subathon. Oh hell yeah. Chris Speaks. How you doing, buddy? Good to see you again.
District that has been so
welcome in. Yeah.
Desperate for leadership when it comes to putting working people back at the heart. She will deliver that, and it was an honor to be.
We're just talking about the election results and how the DSA won big on the last election.
One part.
The election that just happened on Tuesday. Big W's for big W for Zohran, but
of this incredible campaign, and to see her win alongside Brad Lander, Claire Valdez, and every single one of the state legislative candidates that I had the privilege of supporting, it shows that last June was not an anomaly. It was
what'd you guys do over there?
Not an aberration. It was the beginning
Chris.
of a new kind of politics, and I cannot wait for what that next chapter is going to look like.
I think supporters and detractors alike probably agree that, you know, last night shows that there is a new kind of thing that is happening, that Zohran was not a one-off, that this is much more of a movement that is also not just about New York City.
Yeah.
Right.
No, yes, they're going to have to pay attention to that. And credit to AB for doing a better job with his mic than I did with mine, but I'm learning. I'm trying.
All right. We're going to go now to an interview that I did earlier with Dr. Trita Parsi on the status of the Iran negotiations and whether or not Congress is going to be able to undermine any potential peace deal.
Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really helps get the show to more people.
And if you'd like to get the full show ad-free and in your inbox every morning, you can sign up at...
All right.
I'm so tired.
Shout out to Divine Miss D. She posted this on the Discord. Thank you, girl.
I am so tired of congressional members pushing this bill. KOSA is back. It is in a package deal.
Oh, no.
With a bunch of other...
A bit skeptical about Chevalier lady, but I've seen some insane shit about her. You
all
are?
designed to instill or install surveillance, censorship online, on social media, on video games, everywhere digital. And KOSA is also being buried in a separate bill that is trying to prevent regulations on AI, and they're adding KOSA to sweeten the deal. So here's the Kids Act package. There's actually 14 bills.
Oh, hell no!
In there. And you have to take it all in context, because when you read some of these individually, they kind of...
I don't know her takes on Ukraine, to be honest.
sound okay.
It doesn't really matter, but I mean, it does matter because she is going to be a congresswoman, right? So I don't know anything about her race mixing ideas, so I don't know about that. But
adding parental control
fish
on video games
it matters.
so
Yeah, no, it does, because I was thinking she was like a local candidate. No, but I mean, it does to a certain degree matter.
Kids aren't communicating with random strangers online, but then when you take
seeing anti-Palestine or anti-Ukraine people creeps me. I don't get the anti-Ukrainian stuff. Yeah, or I mean, it's like, huh? Fuck out of individual level. I can't trust you. ADPING. You're at ATP. I don't know what you mean by that. It's a morality thing. I agree.
the context of all of these bills, the way that they plan on implementing
At this point, I guess.
something like parental controls is you will have to give up your ID to prove you are an adult so that you can communicate with people online. Facial
Yeah, this is
recognition technology
fucked.
does not work, and people are consistently and easily bypassing it, and the companies that are storing your biometric data are consistently getting breached. Most of these bills that are pushing parental controls already exist. your phone,
IG, Instagram. Okay, yeah, I don't know enough about
your
it, so
gaming console, your laptop already have settings in place. Apple's new iOS update just released more parental controls, more control for you. So these bills are really about de-anonymizing the internet and surveilling everything you do and post online, which is a step before digital IDs. And also, most of these bills would be obsolete if parents actually paid attention to what their kids are doing instead of just giving them a smartphone and complete access to the world. Because you also don't buy your child a game that's rated M for mature and then they're not 18 and then get surprised that there's inappropriate content on there. But Peter, I don't have enough time to monitor what my kids are doing online. That's not my problem, and that's a skill issue because you can buy them a flip phone or a slide phone that allows them to call and text.
yeah,
but
they
no
do
internet.
not.
You can
They do not need a fucking cell phone, like a smartphone.
just Google things. Parental controls, smartphone. Parental controls, gaming console. Parental controls, laptop. I promise you there's a 5 to 10 minute video tutorial showing you how to implement those things. And all in all, it'll take you maybe 20 minutes to do all of that. And also, it is not the consequences of your lack of parenting is not the responsibility of the rest of the public through laws like this. What we do now is we go on the government website for the House of Representatives where the bill is being presented. We plug in our zip code, we find our representatives, we call them, email them, send them letters, show up physically, and tell them we do not want censorship and surveillance bills running throughout our country. It has worked in the past. I do not want to hear anyone saying calling doesn't matter, calling doesn't do anything. That is controlled opposition. They simply want you to comply in advance. It works. It has stopped KOSA in the past. So do not let it pass this time. I'm so tired. I am so tired of congressional members pushing this bill. KOSA is back. It is in a package deal with a bunch of other bills.
All right. Thank you, Divine Misty, for bringing that to my attention. She also posted some awesome memes on the Discord. I love it. Make algae grow again. Oh no. MAGA. Oh my god. So good. These are so good. Oh, he was the swamp monster all along, huh, guys? Look, guys. He can't even win a war against algae. For real. He can't even win a war against algae, guys. God. We're gonna be like Australia in the emu wars. Remember that? Australia lost the war to emus. How pathetic. What's worse than emus? Algae. I'll tell you what. Australia is feeling pretty good right now. Could never be me. Now remember to make sure to properly mix American flag blue with Cowardly Bone Spurs yellow to get that perfect Epstein green. Emus, exactly. God, can you imagine losing a war to emus? They're a fucking bird, okay? Oh my god. Oh, cannot. Jesus. All right. Oxpecker. Oh.
Buttercat, yo, it's the Buttercat. Buttercat, yo, it's the cat with the Buttercat, yo, it's the Buttercat, yo, it's the cat with the Buttercat, Buttercat.
I'm gonna do that to a cat. Why not, right? All right. We're gonna also be watching this. This came out. Wanted to check this out. Charlemagne the God, Jesus. But for next, following up on that, I did want to put Rational had to say on this.
You're calling her an anti-Semite?
I'm going to full-blown call her an anti-Semite. She would proudly call herself that, trust me.
Following Zohran Mamdani's incredible sweep this week with 3 of his endorsements winning their congressional Democratic primaries, 2 of them against sitting incumbents, there has been a bit of a reaction around the political world, largely from the right wing, but also from the so-called moderate corporate Democrat aspect of the party, and also from The View, where Sarah Haynes appears to be coming apart at the seams. Now, there has been a bit of a insanity void on The View panel since Meghan McCain left. Alyssa Farah now is the Republican on the panel, but she's a bit of a careerist. She says what you expect her to say. Sarah Haynes, though, is supposedly a Democratic voter, but on the issue of Israel is not all there. So in this video, I'm going to show you the clip that is going viral. I'm going to get to some of the reaction from their own audience, as well as the candidate in question, and who was on MS Now recently discussing the issue that was brought up by Sarah Haynes. But let me first start with a nice palate cleanser, because Joy Behar and Sunny Hostin had, I would argue, fairly solid opinions on the result in New York, and I want to share that here before we get into some of the more insane stuff.
They're not afraid of the term democratic socialism. If I fall down, I want an ambulance. If my house is on fire, bring your hose. You know what I mean? Yeah. We are looking, I'm not scared of the term. I think they're scared of the term in this country. But Social Security is a democratic socialism. Partly unemployment insurance is. The people who pick up your garbage, the people who take the fire out at your house, all of these things are democratic socialism. And there's a major reaction formation going on right now. If you see, we'll see soon, we're talking about it later, about Republican senators are turning.
Yeah, like even Scandinavia, right? Why is it that the rest of Europe is like, wow, Scandinavia is such a different place, right? They have a lot of these policies already built into their society, right?
Congressmen are turning on Trump, and people have had it with this right-wing, nasty politics that we've had to.
I don't know. I haven't watched it yet.
Since this guy got into office.
Well, I think that New York is the nation's cultural and political capital, and that's just a fact. And I think the Democratic Socialists of America is a force to be reckoned with at this point.
Yes.
I really do believe that. You mentioned these other candidates that won, but you didn't mention Brad Lander, who ran on basically a Democratic Socialist platform. He ran on building more affordable housing, protecting reproductive rights, the fight to protect and stand up for the LGBTQ plus community, Medicare for all.
Who did he unseat, though? Who did he beat?
He beat another.
Hey, Cosmopolitics, how you doing, girl? Welcome back.
Impeachment against Donald.
How did your stream go yesterday? We're gonna get a booty shaking emote too. I'm jelly.
Trump.
Yes, but
you took out a sitting progressive liberal who was a liberal hero 2 years ago. But because he believes in Israel's right to exist, he lost his seat.
Perhaps it's time for change. Perhaps it's time for change. The Democratic Party, for a very long time, has been searching for an identity. And I see a great parallel between, to your point about the right, I see a great parallel between the...
It went well. I cried towards the end. Yeah? Oh, my God. She had a Michael Jackson like marathon, guys. It was very interesting. I so called it on the on him being the guy, the old man in the suit. I was like, he looks like Michael Jackson. Oh my God. I just didn't want to say it because I was like, that can't be him. God, that makeup artist is so good. It was so good. I'm glad I watched it.
rise of the Tea Party in 2009 as a rebuttal, basically, to President Obama's policies and the financial crisis, and the Democratic Socialists of America's rise in 2016 in reaction to Donald Trump, in reaction to health care, in reaction to the loss of health care.
So I just want to share that because it's worth acknowledging there are people on this panel who do know what they're talking about. Now, I would push back a little bit on the comparison to the Tea Party simply because the Tea Party was backed by the Koch brothers, billionaires, whereas this movement within the Democratic...
Yeah, like the Tea Party was so astroturfed, right, guys? If you don't know what I'm talking about, in 2010, there was a huge movement of, like, basically Republicans and centrists who really hated Obama. Ooh. A Vespaquin. Nice. And what happened was, like, people like the Koch brothers astroturfed the shit out of this, and they took over Congress, right? And there's still some of the Tea Party members in Congress to this day. What are you talking about? 16 years later, right? And they've basically folded into MAGA. So this is why these movements are important, right, guys? I love Sonny on The View. Yeah, it was pretty basic. It was a funny take. It was good. Damn, right? We need change.
Party is a grassroots...
I'm sick of this shit.
...working class movement, not backed by big money, which is why they are critical of those in power. So it's a bit of a different thing. But that said, in terms of the actual impact on the party, I understand the comparison. This now gets us to Sarah Haynes, who... I don't know, man. I saw this clip and thought, can she be sued for slander here? Because what she is saying is completely insane.
I just read a fascinating article this morning. It was talking about how one party is ousting anti-Semites and one party is electing them. And I would say that this article raised
Brad Lander's an anti-Semite. He's Jewish.
Great points. Avila.
Like, I don't really buy that argument, right? What, he's a self-hating Jew now? Like, huh?
Chevalier.
Yeah, stupid as fuck.
However you say
Right.
her name.
And listen, whether you like Chevalier or someone like Brad Lander, I think, like, what's most important is that, like, on most issues we agree. We can discuss the other stuff, right? Like, this is why I'm not too hard on too many of these candidates, right? I genuinely believe if you're genuinely on the left, I view you as an ally, and I'm not going to sit there and shit talk you the entire time, right? And so you already know my position on this. But because the Republicans do that well, right? They have a lot of cohesion. Well, not anymore, right? They've been falling apart at the seams. But traditionally, they've been very good at maintaining a lot of different points of views in a coalition, right? And I think if you want to, like, genuinely be on the left, I think part of it is people are going to disagree on stuff, and that's okay, right? As long as you, like, make your point and you debate this stuff in public and you come at it with good faith and all that stuff. I think it's really important. Lander seems both strategic and tactical. Interesting. Well, that's what I'm saying, right? Lander's done a good job at kind of like aligning with both. And that's why, again, I don't know, like, I'm just like very, I don't know what's out there, right? But like they did the same crap to Graham Plattner, right? Oh, that he's some like Nazi or something. And I'm like, guys, have you read his fucking comments? The dude is anything but a Nazi, right? He seems like a genuine guy that, right? I don't know him or anything, but he seems like a guy who genuinely, like, actually wants to do the right thing for his state. So
She was at a pro-Palestine.
And I'm barely seeing anything about him. Yeah, exactly. So I don't know.
Rally prompting Hamas and celebrating that on October 8th. of 2023. These people are not afraid to they don't only not denounce, they actually espouse these beliefs that everything Israel does has influenced our world.
That's not going to fly in New York City.
Well, it is right now,
You're
actually.
not implying that being pro-Palestinian and...
No, there were pro-Hamas
It was on October 8th. October 8th, the only thing that had happened is that Israel had been attacked and people had been brutally murdered and raped. And so on October 8th, I don't think there needed to be rallies cheering on Hamas.
You're calling her an anti-Semite?
I'm going to
yes,
full-blown call her an anti-Semite. She would
comfortably.
proudly call herself that, trust me.
Sarah Haynes thinks that Daria Liza would proudly call herself an
Jesus.
anti-Semite, yet moments
don't know
earlier
about
didn't
that.
even know her name. You don't know who this person is.
Until I hear that, out of her mouth, I don't know what to believe,
From
dog.
an interview with MS.
Thanks for the extra shout out, Glog.
That really helps you detail how good of a person Daria Liza is, and I'm going to get to what motivated her to run for Congress, giving you a real, fuller picture of the kind of compassion that Daria Liza has for human life and people. But before I get to that, let's just first acknowledge that this is one of the most insane things that I have ever seen on this show, and I have been watching The View on and off for decades. Like, I was watching when Sherry Shepard, a former co-host, said that she did not believe in evolution and thought that Noah's Ark was a real story. Like, I've seen some insane things said on that show, and this is up there with that. This is absolutely batshit insane. So first, drop side news is a good breakdown here. So as they write on October 8th, the only thing that had happened, quote unquote, was not the Hamas-led attack on Israel, as The View co-host Sarah Haynes claims in the clip below. By the time Daria Liza Avilia Chevalier attended the October 8, 2023 rally, at least 413 Palestinians had already been killed in Gaza. The Israeli military had struck 426 sites across the Strip, according to official Israeli figures, and more than 2,200 Palestinians had been reported wounded during the first 48 hours of Israel's bombardment. Now, let me get to just acknowledging as well what had been happening before October 7th, why Daria Liza felt the need to be at a rally, the day after October 7th, is because of the history behind it. We are talking about decades of Palestinians being slaughtered by the Israeli government. Like, this is CNN World here, breaking down annual Israeli, which is in purple, and Palestinian fatalities. Not a whole lot of purple here, is there? Like, there has been one country dominating and controlling through apartheid another group of people. And this gets us to why Daria Liza decided to run, at least part of the reason, and that is because she saw that her congressperson, Esbayat, who she ended up defeating in the primary, did not do much at all to help Mahmoud Khalil, who had been taken illegally by ICE, missing the birth of his child, simply because he was a Palestinian activist at Columbia University. And he's still in a legal battle over that, with the ACLU reporting here, recent court documents allege misconduct in Mahmoud Khalil's immigration case. So this has been just a clear example of how the Trump administration has been utilizing their power to trample down against free speech. And you have here somebody in Daria Liza actually standing up to that. Meanwhile, most Democrats in their current positions failing. This gets us now to Daria Liza on MS Now discussing why she was at that rally on October 8th.
You have strong beliefs about Israel's targeting of civilians in Gaza, which completely dwarfed what happened on October 7th. That said, I think I'm going to guess that you agree that innocent civilians shouldn't be targeted by anybody, regardless of the reason or the grievance. And that stands for Israel, and that stands for Hamas.
Yeah, of course.
Because people have associated you with being supportive of what Hamas did on October 7th.
No, I have always been very clear that at the core of every one of my values is fighting for human dignity and human life. And the reason I was there was at that rally is because I have been advocating for Palestinian human rights and dignity for most of my adult life. And knowing that historically what we have seen is that whenever there is an incident that happens in the region, there is an outsized reaction, one that costs thousands more people their lives. And that was what I was there to stand against, because it was a pattern that I had seen consistently throughout my organizing and throughout my experience in the region. I was actually in Palestine in 2014 in the West Bank, and I was there at a time where tensions were rising. And I believe it was almost either the day I arrived or the day after I got back to the United States that Israel began bombing Gaza. and over 1,400 or maybe 1,800 folks, people were killed in Palestine, in Gaza at that time. And I remember being home and scrolling through the faces and names of the people who had been killed and feeling completely powerless to do anything about it. People who looked so much like the people I had just left in the West Bank. And knowing that day that we were in a situation where something similar or bigger would come to pass, that was what I was there to stand against.
Does this seem like somebody who is full of hatred, who's an anti-Semite, or does this seem like somebody who
Not to me.
is
Yeah.
aware of history, aware of how little her own government has
Probably most Jews voted for her, even in her district, right?
been doing to...
That's going to be the funny part is like, this is why I don't really buy the anti, it's just
people who
weird.
are suffering in a genocide. And in fact, not only doing little to help.
Anti-Ukraine, unfortunately, I don't know, right? I don't know enough about her and Ukraine policies, but
enabling
scream
and
if you love
supporting
Poland, please.
the other side with money and weapons.
He loves Poland.
So we are talking about somebody here has the combination of compassion and awareness that and courage that very few politicians do. This is part of the reason why she was able to defeat a 5-term incumbent in Espaillat.
It was an impressive victory, right? Because incumbents generally have the upper hand, guys, right? There is an anti-incumbent wave, though, meaning people, if you're an incumbent, watch out. Your ass might be grass. I'm coming for you. I mean, they're coming for you, not me.
Because not only was she speaking to these sorts of issues of human rights and clearly motivated by that, but also speaking to issues of affordability, issues like healthcare, and having the understanding that there is so much focus and money put into supporting a genocide and so little put into their own communities. She understands that and spoke to that, and the voters respected that and supported her and voted for her. Now, on that issue as well.
That's what kind of pisses me off is that, like, there's so much attention on Israel, right? When Ukraine is a much more relevant to the West. And not only that, like, there's so many people here that can't even find jobs, right? Like, people with disabilities are being thrown out of services. We're going to be covering that next. Yeah, like all these things, right? And that's like what we're focused. Oh, fuck off, right? Like Israel out of all things? Hell no.
And this is
like, what's going on, right? They dragged us into a war with Iran. It's just crazy.
We're going to get back to Sarah Haynes because it's a little background that maybe we should be a little more aware of as to, I don't know, maybe partly why she is coming apart at the seams. But but
we already know why, right? It's because their issues take priority because AIPAC funding, right? And now they can't claim to be 100% record winning, right? Like AIPAC used to say, oh, every candidate that we endorse wins. They can't do that anymore, right? You lost bigly.
UN reported this week, Israel continues to commit genocide, atrocity crimes by deliberately targeting Palestinian children. UN Independent Commission finds. So there's a reason I'm bringing this up. I'm going to get to that in just a minute. But
wait, I hate when the UN does this. These UN reports, guys. Like reading them in Model UN is
a couple examples from this report. It's disturbing. I'm going to read you a couple, but just so you get an understanding of what Israeli forces have been doing to Palestinians. Couple examples here. 10-day-old baby boy was shot by a quadcopter while being breastfed by his mother inside their tent. Considering that the shooting occurred in broad daylight, the commission concludes that...
And this isn't a UN report, guys. It's Dunzo, right? Anybody telling you, but the UN is biased or it's what the fuck? Huh?
Quadcopter controller would have been able to see inside the tent and assessed that the target was a mother and a baby. Another example. A 4-year-old girl was
literally citing sources. Look at this. Oh my God. Examples.
Was hit by a bullet to her head while she was eating with her family in a tent. The girl survived the incident, but the left side of her body was paralyzed and she will likely suffer long-term damage. And it goes on and on and on.
Yeah, there's over 64 of them?
From medical professionals.
That's too many.
And visual evidence of endless examples.
Yeah, there's a bunch.
Of what?
And these are just the ones that they're able to cite, right? Because the UN is very thorough with the way it cites these kind of, it's not just entirely hearsay, right? It's not just that. You have to go out and, yeah.
The Israeli forces have been doing to Palestinians. And it is heartbreaking, it's disturbing, and there are people that are denying it. This is her husband, Max Schifrin. So people pointed this out, by the way, in the YouTube comments, which I'm going to get to in a bit, the reaction to that clip, that maybe she's being impacted by who her husband is or what he's been retweeting, because this guy's account is insane. For example, he wrote here recently, if you obsess over Israel and Zionists, I don't think it matters whether you're a textbook anti-Semite, you're simply deranged and detached from reality. Somebody replies to him saying, Israel has murdered 20...
See, this is starting to bring into context why she believes these certain things, right? Because, listen, hey, I get it. You want to back your man up. Every girl wants to back their man up. I'd hope, at least, right? But, like, this is just... That or they're just two peas in a pod, right? That could be the case, too. Toxicity joining... Toxicity becoming one.
20,000 children in Gaza. You are deranged, and so is your pathetic Zionist wife. He replies saying it hasn't murdered them. They've been killed because Hamas has unlawfully insisted on putting civilians between themselves and the lawful targeting of Hamas militants. Is that what's happening?
Lawful? I don't know about that, right? When the UN has said, hey, listen, you're shooting and killing people in the press corps and UN peace workers and stuff. Yeah, no, that's not lawful ever, right? And this is what I mean, guys. They always will justify these kind of things by saying it's lawful versus unlawful. Right? Well, Israel's just defending itself. No, you don't have to do this stuff. Oh, but we do because they're militants, they're terrorists, right? What I said, terrorism is just a way to basically dehumanize people, right? It's a label that you stick on to say this person now doesn't deserve to be treated as a person, right? Look at what, and if you don't believe me, guys, look at what Trump is calling people on the left. Terrorists. Right? He's saying Antifa is a terrorist organization. Like, what a joke. Guys, they will always do this. Don't fall for it, right? And it's very hard not to, because especially if you were like born around or like were around for 9/11, you're like, holy shit, right? But this is what I mean, guys. It's just a way of labeling people and dehumanizing them, right? It's ironic because, you know, the people who say when we go big, when they go low, we go bigger, right? Well, you're not doing it in this situation, right? How come Gandhi was able to pull this shit off against the most powerful empire at the time? See?
Countless examples here, a few of which I just...
Like, more violence doesn't lead to less violence. It just leads to more violence, right? Exhibit A, the Middle East. If that example actually was accurate, we would have like the Middle East, we'd all be running towards there because of all the peace there was. If anything, it's one of them, right? And this is what I mean. Like, we need to learn this as a principle in political science, right? There are certain principles. Cooperation's always better than no cooperation, right? And these are examples, right?
Read to you of deliberately...
Yeah, it's a label to deny their rights. Right, because, I mean, and Deep Space Nine had a really good episode about this. Highly recommend you guys check out Deep Space Nine. It's a great show, right? and especially for like 1996, 1997, they literally had a terrorist as a member of the show who was a terrorist, which again is, I don't know if they would have done it after 9/11, right? But like part of her arc is that she becomes less radical because she sees that working together and cooperation and diplomacy actually matter. They actually can lead to good things. They can lead to peace, right? And it's like a very slow arc, but like that's her story, right? Because she grew up very much like what they're explaining here, right? In a concentration camp, she is she's seen like people literally be murdered, starved to death, etc. Right? All the stuff. It's supposed to be an allegory for the Jews and for what's going on in Gaza, right? The Holocaust and Gaza. That's what it's supposed to be. And what do you see on the show? You see that essentially what I just said, right? These labels are ways to dehumanize people, right? And that's why I say I always recommend that show, because guys, it does such a good job at slowly uncovering a lot of these like things that we've just kind of forgotten on the left, I feel like, right?
Targeting Palestinian children, let alone all civilians. It's absolutely insane. There is another tweet I want to share here. So this was shared out. The UN has found that Israel deliberately targeted
look at this.
wards and neonatal units as a direct strategy. This is fact. I'll get to that in just a second. But he retweeted the quote tweet of it, denying that reality. The person saying, of course, the UN has found no such thing. 15,000 likes. This is how the big lie works. Yet, it's literally in the UN report that I just shared with you. The commission contends that Israel's targeting and destruction of neonatal and maternity healthcare infrastructure in Gaza has had particularly severe impact on birth rates and infant health outcomes. Not only is it in this recent report, it was also reported a year ago. This is from The Guardian. Israeli attacks on Gaza maternity wards and IVF clinic, genocidal acts, says UN. March 2025. This stuff is well documented, yet her husband is outright denying it ever happened. This is the person that she lives with. So you can imagine living with somebody who's this insane. It's going to have an impact on you. So this gets us now to some of the reactions in the comments on that View clip of that whole discussion. And these are the top comments on here. Like I'm not, cutting this down. This is what shows up immediately when you look at the comments on that page. I'll link this below the video as well. You can read through more of them. But to give you some examples here, the audience is clearly turning on Sarah, or at least recognizing that she is doesn't seem to be all there. Sarah is sounding more and more insane every day. Something not right there. If only Sarah and Alyssa were as angry about a genocide as they are about a politician being refused service in a coffee shop. Speaking to Dan Goldman getting refused or getting refunded his money.
I know, I laughed at that.
A supporter of Israel. Sarah is really out here sweating. I cannot express enough how much I appreciate Sunny Hostin being at the table every day, pushing back on the two Pollyannas and their low-key mega selves. Thank you, Sunny. Sarah has fallen, and I'm sure ABC is not going to make her have a corrections segment where she has to take back her words, which is actually defamation at this point because we know who owns ABC. Sarah literally thinks there's no history prior to October 7th and that everything started then. Willful ignorance. Sarah's husband reposts.
Yeah, it's sort of not understanding like the Nakba, right? And all that stuff. I learned so much about this conflict. It was not something I like studied a lot of in college. And I kind of like, I definitely regret it because I think I could have gone more into it, but I just had so many other things I was doing. This is like why when you're in like 15 different clubs and you're like you're studying all the time and doing the office hours, it can be a little bit like it keeps your attention away from from stuff like this, right? Like Kira and the Kardashians. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I was saying, right? Major Kira. That's what I was exactly talking about with DS9.
Netanyahu on Twitter explains a lot. This is where I learned about this whole thing.
Like the Kardashians are supposed to represent like the imperial force, right? Like either the Nazis or right the IDF or something like that. And it's funny because a lot of the show runners, the people who actually like like created the show were Jewish, right? So
Sunny is seeing right through Sarah and Alyssa.
like, but she's literally a terrorist, guys. Like people don't call her that, but she is a terrorist. She even says it.
Smear tactics.
Which is like it's like today, I don't know if they would do that today, right? Like openly put a terrorist on TV like that. But it was very ballsy to do that and make a great political statement out of it, right?
Alyssa and Sarah need to accept that this is the US and not Israel. Sarah Haynes, AIPAC's most raging spokesperson.
But the point of that was terrorism is a political act, right? I don't agree with it and I think it's wrong, but you have to understand like where terrorism comes from, right? Terrorism doesn't come from it doesn't come from societies that talk to each other and have the kind of politics that we were discussing earlier, right? It comes as a last resort kind of thing. And that's where Major Kira comes from, right? She basically just doesn't she grew up in desperate situations. She talks about that. And that's why they bring that into account, Living Lily, right? They make that into a big plot point in the show. And they do it for several seasons, if you remember, right?
And how much is Sarah and her husband getting from AIPAC? Why doesn't Sarah ever have to publicly apologize about her lies? Like it goes on and on.
Mm-hmm.
These people are not happy with Sarah or Alyssa. Though again, Alyssa, I kind of tune out when the Republican speaks because it's like Fox News. It's like, okay, turn off. But Sarah seems to actually be believing her stuff. Like Alyssa Farah, I don't even know what she believes. I think she's just a careerist. Sarah Haynes actually appears to be very passionate about being wrong. Is Sarah okay? She's hysterical about Israel every day.
The Kardashian episode about the guy who wanted to be punished hurt my heart. That's one of my favorite episodes of DS9. Oh, we watched that on Discord. It was a great time. We had a fun night that night. Remember Living Lily? Like you, me, Jersey, and a few other people. It was great. Love that episode. Yeah, and like that's when you start to see her to change, right? She becomes somebody who's like not so hateful and is not like, this like I hate all Kardashians, right? Which you kind of understand because like they genocided her people, right? But again, guys, these are allegories, right? Allegories. That's why allegories are important. Because they help you think and they help you become more reflective.
Problem with separating criticism of the Netanyahu.
Yeah, that was a fun night. Yeah.
Government and anti-Semitism. Sarah is so profoundly out of touch. The obsession with Israel is fucking weird. And it goes on and on and on and on and on. I want to share one last clip here because it has to do with Mamdani.
Every candidate that wins, everybody says, well, let's wait and see what they do first. And then,
and I recall a lot of people talking about Mamdani and what a terrible mayor he was going to be and what an anti-Semite he was, and he has proven to be quite the opposite.
That's why I don't believe the hype. Anytime I hear anti-Semite, this and that, I will wait. I don't give a shit.
He's proven to be a kingmaker, a leader. Great for this.
And neither should you, obviously, right?
Great for this city.
It was all just a smear. Yeah. Yeah, that was...
All right, so at the end there, you hear, it's either Sarah or Alyssa, I'm not sure who it is, but they're saying, that's your opinion about Mamdani being popular in New York. No, that's the opinion of New Yorkers. I mean, you look at recent...
The polling is insane, right? Like, I can't find a single person more popular than Mamdani besides, like, Claudia Sheinbaum, who's another democratic socialist, right, in Mexico.
Polling here, and I'll get to...
My girl, Claudia. She's on the starting soon screen for that reason alone. By the way, I love her speaking. She's just so like collected and calm and cool-headed. And isn't that funny how that's actually worked really well against Trump? Because Trump said he was going to bomb Mexico. And you know what? He might still do it. Who knows? But she's done a very good job at basically juggling Trump, right? 58% I saw recently on Mamdani. Yeah, she has like a 59%. So there you go, right? It's like him and...
Popular. But looking at Newsweek, Mamdani favorability rising as establishment Democrats in post...
Because he's delivered on everything he said. They just posted the rent freeze thing. Remember, we just covered that a few hours ago. I was like, damn, This guy's delivering on his first. Like, does he even have to run on for another term? I mean, of course, right? As long as he keeps it up. You got to make it simple, right? You got to make people like, now we're doing these 3 things. Now we're doing these 5 things. That's how you build a movement that's going to stand the test of time, right, guys?
Election fog. So taking a look at these numbers, Mamdani's statewide favorability rating has risen to 45% versus a 34% unfavorable, up from 43 to 40. Among New York City voters, it is now it's up even more sharply, climbing to 58-26 from 56-34 2 months earlier. His net approval is now 11% among statewide voters, and among city voters has a 32% net favorability. These are incredible numbers, and they're increasing. Why? Because he is actually delivering. Some examples here. Mamdani announced his plan to...
Yeah, remember what we learned, and this is why I said, guys, remember, I started streaming back in November, right? Shout out. I think the only one watching me at the time was Living Lily. My goat, what up? That and like, who was it? I'm trying to think who else was back in November. Jeez. Gandalf? Definitely was Gandalf. Yep, Gandalf. It was you and Gandalf. That's all I had, 2 viewers. My girl coming in with the support. Damn right, girl. Appreciate you. And what did we say? We watched those like FDR documentaries, and I said the main takeaway from this is what FDR says towards the middle, what we watched there, right? What did he say? He says, you need to be doing stuff. You need to be like trying things out. If they work, good. Keep doing more of it, harder. If they don't work, wash your hands. Be like, hey, listen, it didn't work, but we are trying and we're innovating and we're trying new things that are different than other governments have tried around the world. And he's like, that momentum is what's going to drive people to vote, like to get excited for these changes. And he was right. This is an example of FDRism essentially working, right? You just got to keep trying. Like, pretend it doesn't work. Just be like, hey, listen, he even said it, remember? Like, he's like, if it's not working, admit it, meaning admit you made a mistake. It's important to admit that. And then move on. Try something else. I first became aware of you from your raids to JFTI and the Cash W emote. Really? Wow. Yeah, people, that was like the Cash W emote was like one of our most popular. I'm actually honored, guys. You guys use our emotes on like, I think it's over 600 channels across YouTube, Twitch. That's ridiculous. And they've been used like 12,000 times. My Gusties. W. Yeah, like I get those reports in the inbox, and the emotes, guys, are, thanks to you guys, they're being seen all over. All over. Try to keep trying to get it right. Yes, exactly. I think that's what he was saying, and I think that's an important strategy, right? Because politicians have forgotten that. Most politicians, right? And what I like about Zohran, which you can tell, he's clearly read a lot of what FDR has to say. The reason I bring up FDR is it wasn't that he was a perfect politician, is that he was an effective one, right? He's kind of like the example of a lot of this stuff being effectively used. And that's why Zohran mentions him so much too. Have you noticed? Because this guy has studied this stuff, guys, right? That's how you know you're dealing with somebody who knows what they're doing, right? It's not that you agree on everything, that's not the point. It's that principle in itself. Be delivering for people. Always be giving value, right? What did I tell you a few streams ago? like down to the point where I like put this in my own like way of living now. Like when I meet somebody, I try to always give them value, right? Like I try to either like get them to like help, get them like to consider something about themselves, or like if they're in a tough spot and they don't know what to do, I always try to like give them sound advice, right? Like I always try to be giving value to other people. It's why I stream, right? It's literally me preaching what I believe. So like that's what we should be doing in politics, but you can also do that in your own personal life, right?
Build 200,000 new affordable homes. Mamdani and Hochul unveil free childcare plan in New York City. New York City Mayor Mamdani applauded for closing $12 billion budget deficit without austerity measures. Mamdani and NYPD announces fewest murder shooting incidents in recorded history for first 3 months of the year.
Jesus.
And historic victory. Mamdani delivers on key campaign promise as New York City board approves rent freeze. This was announced just today. Every single week, there is something new that Mamdani is delivering for New Yorkers, things that he promised, and that's why he is popular. Despite all the fear-mongering before, oh, he's going to be terrible for the city, he's going to destroy the city, it's been the complete opposite. Hey, folks, if you enjoyed this video,
a great lot of inventions were built from trying and failing, but got it correct eventually. Yeah, exactly. It's so important.
Like and subscribe and the bell notification icon. It helps a lot. God.
More Fox News cope. Even better.
Mayor Mamdani does get a sweep of the 3 races.
Oh, of course he was going to be upset. Remember we watched this guy like live on that one day we were streaming the elections because our goat Steve Kornacki wasn't on. Steve Kornacki, the khaki guys, he wasn't on. So we had to watch boring, stiff, suited I forget his name. What's his name, guys? Tell me in chat. I don't remember.
Races in which he endorsed the Democratic primaries tonight.
He has now lost his primary to a radical socialist backed by Mamdani.
It's like what Divine Misty posted in the Discord chat. I love it. Cry harder.
We are showing.
That honestly made my day. I'm still laughing about that. She posted this in the Discord and I'm laughing. Oh, look at this fucking cope. Oh, where is it, guys? Look at this face. He looks so upset. He looks so pissed. And then read the title, right? America has fallen, cry emoji. Communism wins, heartbroken emoji. Hail King Mamdani. Register Republican now. I love that she posted this. Oh my god. And yeah, Living Lily, this is the guy who did the I'm pretty fly for a white guy. This guy streams. You know that song, Pretty Fly for a White Guy, right? This is the guy, apparently. I'm really irritated. Yeah, that's really should just change his name. No, yeah. Oh, yeah. You didn't know that, huh, girl? You didn't know that. No way. Yep. He streams politics. And he's like a shit fucking centrist Dem. Like liberal Dem. It's so weird. Oh, my God. Cry. I love it, guys.
That last
directly into my veins. Directly into my veins.
June, a year ago
Thanks,
tomorrow,
Divine Misty.
was not an anomaly.
Yeah, he's a Zionist centrist Dem.
It was the beginning.
Last night, Zohran Mamdani-backed candidates all won their races. Meanwhile, the right-wing media and the Epstein party are losing their damn minds. So in this video, I'm going to break it all down with some reactions and just what went on last night.
There's my beautiful boy.
That a lot of us have been waiting for some time.
Watch
there
it.
have been flashes here and there. Bernie Sanders came close in 2016. AOC defeating Joe Crowley, a major upset in 2018. Bernie coming close again in 2020. Last year, Zohran Mamdani winning his race against a political dynasty in Cuomo to become mayor. And now, about a year after people finally began to learn who Mamdani was, he has become the kingmaker, winning each of these primaries with the help of his endorsements against the Democratic Party establishment, against AIPAC, and against corporate money. So let me just first start with the prediction markets last night. Here is Kelshi, one of these garbage apps, that at the time, this is last night, was predicting a 22% chance that all
You got
That
so
laugh.
easily mistaken for the sea because it's fucking blue.
It's fucking blue.
Fucking blue, dude.
It is. It turned fucking bright blue. I love that. That still hasn't got old. It still hasn't got old. It's fucking blue.
That could never be me.
Oh, I got some other sound clips I'm working on. I mean, I added the newest one I added, which was suggested to me, was this one, right?
Oh, wow.
But I also am going to add some really epic ones. Stay tuned.
as Lander and Chevalier. Well, I mean,
They're not going to be so political, but you get the idea. Thank you, me and you too, over on Discord for sending that over. That's the last thing I got to work on. I've been working so hard on this shit that kick and stream elements
Could never. Be me.
Could never be me, but it's definitely you. You know who I'm pointing to.
Bing, 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 bing. We had our beautiful Marine standing here. Bing, 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 bing.
You know, the old We have days, an awesome bing, soundboard.
bong. You know, with the map, bing, bing, bing. Little mouth on him. Bing, bing, bing. Bing, 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 bing. Bing, bing, bing.
I actually have to make, so Kick has the soundboard over there too. I got to add that, which is going to be just very repetitive work.
happened. Here is Mamdani walking into one of the victory parties. You can tell with the smile on his face that the results were positive.
W's.
Mamdani emerges as kingmaker, pushing his slate to a primary sweep. So, as the New York Post put it, the hateful slate. Ridiculous.
Oh my
Meanwhile,
god!
they're all smiles.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess they couldn't find a image that of these hateful people being angry. But as David Sirota put it, this is really worth pointing out. Mamdani actively helping populist anti-establishment candidates in primaries is the opposite of what Obama did 20 years ago. The contrast reflects the differences between them and shows how we're finally in a new political era. Speaking of...
That's why I said, guys, remember when we said, are we in a new political system, in a new voting system, right? Are we in the 6th or the 7th party system? No. I think we're starting to. This might be this election coming up might be the beginning of it, right? Technically 2028. Right. We went over what the party systems are in the United States. It's like a political science thing that you learn in college, in your degree. It's basically like a theory where people's cultural moods change depending on how they kind of vote, and like that's all entangled with a bunch of other feelings they have. And I think we're starting to see the beginnings of that, just because when grandma, right, at the YMCA is saying, you know, I didn't like socialism before, but I actually think it's fine now. That's the beginnings of something new, right? It means that like people just don't buy that Cold War era crap anymore, right? Even my dad, who grew up in the Cold War era, right? He's like, yeah, like, I don't know. It just seems so stale now, right? It's changing. Things are changing, guys, right?
Obama, when he came in, you know, backing essentially all of the existing Democratic Party candidates, including even Joe Lieberman, who went on to become an independent, and he's essentially a Republican. But you had there Obama using his power for not change, despite running on hope and change. And the opposite of that, Mamdani using his power for actual change, resulting in these major victories here. Claire Valdez in New York's 7th district, winning with a clear victory, 56.1% of the vote. Brad Lander defeating Dan Goldman, the incumbent, with 65.8% of the vote.
Yeah, this was crazy.
A bit here. And
Crushed
the biggest
them.
upset of them all, Chevalier, 49.4% of the vote, defeating a 5-term incumbent in Espaillat. So I'm going to get more on that one in a bit, because it really is incredible. But let's first get to...
I'd imagine this had gone up, because these are older numbers, but let's see. Double check to get the math correct. 13th. Okay. Just wanted to check. 13th. Here we go. It's still at 88, so they haven't counted it all. I'm going to guess this is probably going to go up, right? Because this vote might be like later vote that hasn't been counted. But she might even hit over 50, which would be impressive. Nothing yet. So they have about 12% of the vote to count. Plain baklava. My anger over Obama trashing his organization, thus making getting legislation through even with the majority impossible. Yeah. Remember, guys, the Democrats had 60 senators at the beginning of the Republic during Obama's first term, right? They lost the 60s, the supermajority, because, I mean, he just caved to neoliberal pressures on healthcare, right? When he should have just went for the single payer option, and all the stuff that he said in the beginning. Like, I think we would have been in a much better place. A lot of people forget that, but he fucked it up, right? Hope, like faith, is nothing without works. Exactly. Well said. Welcome to the stream, plain baklava. Or balaclava? My bad. Baklava. I've been talking too much to my Greek friend. He's like, no, it's baklava. He tells me how to say it in like Greek, and I try to pronounce it the right way. He gives me baklava all the time.
Of the vote, defeating
It's delicious, guys.
5-term incumbent in Espaillat. So I'm going to get more on that one in a bit, because it really is incredible. But let's first get to just a bit of the right-wing reaction, because it has been just amazing to watch how they have been trying to frame these candidates, how they've been attempting to freak out of their positions. Like RNC Research here, this is a right-wing account that attempts to try and fearmonger around these candidates, like Claire Valdez here. But they don't do a very good job, because I'm often finding myself accidentally liking hate tweets without realizing it, because these candidates are fighting for things that are just common sense.
And he caved about bailing out on the banks. Yep. It's even worse, right? Bush, a lot of people don't know this, but Bush was like, hey, do you want me to back this even though you're the president? Like, I'm still the president. I will happily, like, not bail them out and just bail out the homeowners. And you know what Obama said to them? This is where you know Obama should be dead to you. Obama was like, no, 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 no. You're the president. You do what you want. We're not bailing out the homeowners. That's all I got to say to that. In fact, double. Yeah, that was fucked up, right? And Henry Paulson even reached out to him and was like, hey, listen, do you want that? And he's like, no, 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 don't worry about it. And look, it's what he ended up doing.
So are we ready to free Palestine? Are we ready to abolish ICE? Are we ready to win Medicare for all housing?
He pushed people into the arms of the Tea Party. Well, that's what I'm saying, right? You don't get a Tea Party and MAGA without Obama, right? And this is where, like, hindsight is 50-50, or sorry, hindsight is 20-20, 50-50. Wouldn't that mean you're, like, blind or something? Hindsight is 20-20, right? Because you really don't get MAGA without Obama. The two go hand in hand. And that's why I'm just like, oh, hell no. Fuck that.
For all, and you
Gus getting feisty. I am. I like it. Watch it, girl. I'm still laughing about your circumcision thing. I don't get it either.
For all. I know that's right.
Wow, terrifying stuff. Fighting for working people, fighting for human rights, fighting against a genocide.
Oh,
scary things.
What
here.
monsters?
Like, it's just so ridiculous.
Jesus, reincarnated Hitler. Am I right, chat?
Here's Sean Hannity, almost breaking down. Like he.
Here's what I wanted to see. You're getting my live reaction to this shit. It's more than base racism. It's economic injustice supported by both parties. Exactly. But because here's the thing, right? Both parties are. Everyone put the emote in chat. Neoliberal. I'm clutching my pearls fighting for working people. How dare you? Living Lily.
Clutching my pearls, fighting for working people. How dare you?
Oh, I didn't see that. It was a Gloggy redeem. My bad. Thank you, Gloggy.
Hear his voice.
Oh man, I love it, guys. Directly into my veins. Love it, Living Lily. Thank you, girl.
Donnie's name here. His voice cracks. He might be on the verge of tears. I'm not sure. But let's just watch the beginning of this.
All right, this is a Fox News alert. Incumbent Congressman Dan Goldman, who was just banned from a New York City coffee shop because
he wasn't banned. He was just refunded his drink, meaning, hey, we don't want your business. That's a respectful way of neoliberalism. Thank you.
More on that in a bit because it's.
That's what I wanted.
Of his support for Israel. He has now lost his primary to a radical socialist backed by Mamdani.
Guys, give me the needle. Directly in here, motherfuckers.
You know, a pretty scary transformation is now fully underway
into the
in
veins.
the Democratic Party, especially in
even he's laughing his ass off. This is so funny.
pretty scary transformation is now fully underway in the Democratic Party, especially in a blue state like New York.
Oh my God, losing his mind. He also goes on to mention Valdez here.
And also another Mamdani-backed candidate, Claire Valdez, just won the Democratic nomination in New York's 7th congressional district. Wow.
Wow.
Are you still
and then he
talking
brings
about
on
Jeffrey Epstein?
the head of the
This guy's been
SS.
talking
Which
about for years.
Oh no, not Nosferatu, Stephen Miller. Look at this face. What's wrong with your face? Woo! Living Lily, AOC dance. I fucking love that emote. Love it. Cass the Dreamer, welcome back, girl. How you been? Gloggy Scream, hell yeah.
we want to hear him because
bald commie bitch.
They'll bring the mood down. They go on to this fear-mongering these candidates for the next 10 minutes. Meanwhile,
Stephen Miller belongs in Gitmo. Report him directly to The Hague.
The Epstein
Although I'm disappointed in her. Yeah.
Get the fuck out of here.
Hatred is one of her hell drugs. Hatred is one hell of a drug. Well, it's just like cocaine. Cocaine is one hell of a drug. You remember that skit from the Charlie Murphy skit? From Dave Chappelle? Cocaine's one hell of a drug. It's still one of the funniest things I've seen.
This coffee shop. This is great. New York City coffee shop tells Goldman he's not welcome over his pro-Israel views. So this, it's being framed by some as I'm going to show you in a second here with Scott Jennings on CNN as they kicked him out because he's Jewish. Brad Lander is Jewish. This has nothing to do with Dan Goldman being Jewish. It has everything to do, if you actually read the post, with his support of a genocide. So in the harshly worded post, Poetic Coffee alluded to Goldman's stance in support of Israel. Quote, do you see how it doesn't taste like genocide juice? See, here at Poetica, we don't serve racists, fascists, homophobes, genocide enablers, or anyone in between. Now, I can already hear the right wing screaming, oh, well, then fine, we're gonna ban trans people, we're gonna ban gay people. Those things aren't a choice. That's who those people are. These are choices.
Bingo.
You choose to be racist, a fascist, a homophobe, a supporter of genocide. These are things you don't have to be. You don't have to be a hateful piece of shit. But if
Correct.
you are...
You don't have to be. You can get... Guys, you can get past this stuff. I don't want to hear it. Right? Didn't we watch like wow, that was like last year. We watched, somebody sent me a clip on like a family who converted from being like a neo-Nazi family, and now they're like, we don't want anything to do with that shit. All right? Crazy. Chump would let Miller do time. Yeah. It's called the White House because they have a pile of the finest cocaine. Yeah. Can't stand everyone in this administration. Neither can I. Right? I do believe people can change, but goddamn, right? Like, dog, this is not a choice. What you're saying is not a choice. What you're saying, guys, what you guys do is a choice.
It should be completely within the right of a company like this to not allow you in.
Non-cooperation is a choice, right? It's just you falling victim to emotions, right? That's what I said before about conservatism
Fucking
in general.
fascist fleshlight.
Well said, yeah. Like, what you start to realize is most of conservatism is based off of emotion, right? You feeling a certain way. And listen, feelings are important. Don't deny them. Fully, understand them, feel them, all that good stuff. But also, you have to understand that, like, life is just more than that, right? That there are things in life that are important to understand, that you have to actually, like, know about. It can't just all be, like, based on... Can't stand everyone in this administration, but wasn't this a hate channel? This is a hate channel, yeah. Hatred towards MAGA.
Too bad we didn't recognize you.
But take those feelings and think logically. Exactly. That's what you get what I'm trying to say, right? You take those feelings and you say, listen, it's not that my feelings are invalid. I think like we as a society, right? What I've noticed, and Living Lily has mentioned this a few times, and I appreciate her like being so honest, right? Is that people, we've been told that feelings don't matter, that feelings are, they either don't matter or they're everything. And in reality, guys, they're just a factor in a bigger pool of things, right? Like you have to take both the logical and the feelings aspect of things reasonably, right? It's just how it is. Make Americans gravel again. Yeah. Absolutely. My grandfather was a racist. And
The quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog. Absolutely, my grandfather was racist and refused to see because I am mixed race. Thanks to a lady helped me get a relationship with my grandfather. I had great relationship with him until his passing.
Yeah, see? And that's why, like, forgiveness is important, right? I'm not one of those, like, this is not a lib take, guys. Like, I'm not trying to lib out here. I do think that on the left, you generally have to accept people when they change or whatever. But, like, people have to, like, actually change their, right? So, like, see, this is a great story in that sense in itself, right? And we had covered this before. So, like, these are several examples that we can give. However, that doesn't excuse, like, you just being, like, emotional about black or brown people, when in reality, you should be thinking about this stuff much more, like, logically, right? So, yeah, not a fan of that. But thank you for sharing that, girl. Appreciate it.
Right away or whatever.
Thank you, Krista B. I still appreciate you leading me on to the Orville. Love that show. I'm still waiting for season 4, and that shit ain't coming.
Turned you away. The post at the shop had issued Goldman a refund, saying the money was probably coming from AIPAC anyways. Enjoy your loss on Tuesday, which, of course, he did go on to lose. So Scott Jennings, the chief clown at CNN, writing, "It is frightening that Democrat Jewish congressmen are being thrown out of the coffee shops in Brooklyn. It's not 1930s Germany. This is the US of A." Again, Goldman lost to Brad Lander, who is Jewish. Like, again, this is just completely ridiculous, but let's move on. Reminder here, this is from Bashir Stan, that New York 10 is the most Jewish district in America, and voters still...
Absolutely, same here. I know. I want to know what happens after the wedding. I want to know.
Rejected pro-Israel incumbent Dan Goldman by 30-plus points for Brad Lander, who called Gaza a genocide and wants to cut off all weapons to Israel. Jewish people aren't falling for rabid Zionism. Push Dems left, tweeting out, "Pay attention to who the far right actually fears. That's who we should be supporting."
Bingo.
There really is a different way that people like Hannity and others on the right speak about people like Zohran Mamdani or these...
Yeah, it's completely different than, like, Obama.
Who just won the races in a way that they haven't about other Democrats.
Mm-hmm.
Part of it has
Well, they actually kind of did call Obama a commie, right? Or whatever.
Because other Democrats really haven't been much of a threat to the established
I get what you mean.
Of the Republican Party. And the proof in that is the fact that Donald Trump was able to win a second term. Like how do you pull that off? You pull that off by having a very weak opposition.
Mm-hmm.
Kamala Harris, who initially...
So weak that I've said this multiple times, they're planted opposition. Right, guys? I'm starting to believe that they are.
At the very beginning of the campaign, seemed like maybe she'd be doing something different once it was handed off to her from Joe Biden, who, by the way, if Biden had stayed in, he would have got destroyed.
Mm-hmm.
But Kamala Harris at the beginning seemed like doing something different, picking a good VP candidate, only to then go and campaign with Liz Cheney for 3 months. They have seen Democrats capitulate again and again to right-wing interests and keep losing while doing that, trying to be
losers,
Republican light. And that is not going to work anymore. And I think deep down, these people know that. They see the energy that someone like Mamdani has, that someone like a Bernie Sanders has, that these new candidates have, that other Democrats simply don't have.
And you know what's kind of interesting is that New York has had this kind of politics for a while now, right? New York politics is very much like this. It has like that kingmaker, like boss, almost like a mob boss, right? I wouldn't say it's quite the mob boss, but it's like a kingmaker, right? There's several examples of this, right? In New York politics, that New York has had like this kingmaker kind of dynamic in their politics for a while, kind of like Chicago, but Chicago was literally the mob. Right. In New York, I think it's a little less so, right? Because like Al Capone was never, right? But
that is what is going to defeat these Republicans come the midterms, but also come
the reason I say that, Tammany Hall, right? Everyone knows Tammany Hall. They were a very powerful organization, and the leader of Tammany Hall generally was the kingmaker at the time, right? So these are examples that I'm talking about.
Presidential election.
Cass.
Let's get now to this other Fox News clip, because they point to something here from one of the candidates in their past that I find to be, in the context of everything going on with Donald Trump, so insane. But here's how they are trying to fearmonger these winners.
Vice President Rachel Bovard joins me now. Rachel, thank you so much for joining us. It happened last night. And all these socialist candidates believe in Medicare for all. They believe in abolishing ICE.
No.
They believe that Israel...
Oh, no, guys.
Bovard joins me now. Rachel, thank you so much for joining us. It happened last night. And all these socialist candidates believe in Medicare for all. They believe in abolishing ICE. They believe that Israel is committing genocide in the Middle East. And one of them, Daria Lisa Avila Chevalier, once posted on Twitter that she forgot napkins, so she wiped her hands on the American flag, and she and the others are poised to be sitting members of Congress. What is your...
Donald Trump was Epstein's best friend.
And they care about this shit.
He's your president.
They care about wiping it on a piece of fabric, right? That's why flags are so...
This is a man that just had the UFC fight on the White House lawn.
Yeah, well, what a joke. And they care about this crap.
What are you fucking talking about? A tweet from 7 years ago about wiping your hands on the American flag? Like, by the way, 10 out of 10 tweet. Hilarious. I love it. It's fantastic.
I forgot to... Oh, this is Daria? Okay. I forgot to get the napkins, so I just wiped my hands on the American flag behind me. Oh my god.
Like, this is what you're using to try and fearmonger these candidates when your guy is
I
Donald
get you,
Trump?
girl.
Get the fuck
I
out
was
of
about to say, make sure to delete it, because Twitch may not like that. Thank
This
you, girl.
shit doesn't work anymore. You're not going to be able to use old tweets like this. By the way, there's another one that her competitor was using against her, where she apparently had tweeted out "fuck Kamala Harris" at some point, basically speaking again to fuck the establishment, fuck these people who are
based.
We're not actually fighting for you.
Oh man. Yeah. Again, rapist versus the old tweet.
And
yeah, for real. We're comparing the two for some reason. We can't all hump the flag like Trump. I know, right? Oh my god.
Heard her. She won the race despite these going out. But from a 5-term incumbent. Like, it's the victory here is incredible. So more on Chevalier. So this is her quick ad with Mamdani.
I'm Daria Lisa, a tenant and a union member running for Congress.
Daria Lisa reunited families separated by ICE, and she's on the front lines of our fight for a city we can all afford. I'm proud to endorse her for Congress.
I'm Daria Lisa Avila Chevalier, and I approve this message.
Great candidate. Fantastic endorsement. Goes
Her
on
accent
to
is
topple
perfect.
the chair of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus.
Yeah, that was impressive, right? Wow, that's a very establishment organization in itself. It's like an organization within Congress, right? Like a group.
This is the equivalent to AOC toppling Joe Crowley.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what it is. Yeah. Because Joe Crowley was the head of, I forget what, right? But,
and she won against him in 2018.
Yeah.
Somebody who's in a leadership position in the Democratic
Espillat was incredibly douchey in the debate. I mean, he even looked like a douche, right? And that's another thing is like the douchey older man look doesn't like, I don't know, like it's just like when people are struggling, I don't know if like looking like a douchey person and coming across as really douchey really helps, right? Especially when there's like very much a populist very anti-incumbent. Like vibe in the air, right?
Democratic Party.
But you're right, Cass. I'm 100.
Getting defeated by a PhD student. Like this is amazing. Absolutely amazing victory here. Avelia Chevalier has campaigned on universal health care, stronger protections for renters, abolishing immigration and customs enforcement, and banning big PACs from elections. She made babies, not bombs. A great, simple message. The signature pledge of her campaign. This speaks to these just 3 words, but it tells you this is somebody who cares about human rights and cares about actually investing into your community. This is the kind of message that Democrats need, that all Democrats need, going into the midterms and going in against whoever's going to run on the Republican ticket, be it Trump for a 3rd term, who knows, or somebody else. So also worth pointing out here, Hassan Piker has definitely had an impact on many of these races. His community phone banked 90,000 calls on the final day before the election. Campaign staff confirmed the effort helped.
Which is really important, right? Like phone banking in this stuff is super important, guys.
Secure nearly 2,000
good for Hassan, man. Damn
votes for Paralyzed Chevalier on election day. She has now officially won. And AIPAC was a big topic in all these races as well. Of course, Chevalier took no money from AIPAC. Meanwhile, Espaillat took over $3 million. So the difference there, very clear. As pointed out by this young adult on the street.
Why are your KOSA workers yelling about Muslims in America, yelling about hate? It is true. This is the type of thing you create. Do you realize how harmful that is? This is what you do. That's how you do it. It's very inappropriate to me to create more division, Congressman.
Look how like standoff. Look how like oh shit. What do I say? Look at him. This is a leader? Oh, fuck off, right? If you're gonna stand with Israel, at least do it to your fucking face. Like this. Right, guys? Fuck that. What a clown.
Talk to your candidate and campaign. Let the voters speak.
The voters should not have to deal with racism while they're trying to vote. The voters shouldn't be berated for their identity.
See, this is what you do. You storm into the office. Oh, you do all of that.
You're on the street. You're being held accountable.
Yeah, you're literally walking, man. You're not storming anything. You're on the fucking street campaigning. They have a right to fucking say why you're a piece of shit. Okay? I've had people like when I'm campaigning, your candidate fucking sucks. It's always like a Republican, right? Or like, I remember when one of my first campaigns I worked on, right, was for Liz Warren. And there was Scott Brown running. And I volunteered for that campaign. And there were like a lot of Scott Brownies, I called them. A lot of brownies coming out there and being like, yeah, Elizabeth Warren's an elitist bitch. Like they'd say really terrible things about her, right? And you know, you just kind of have to be like, all right. Like, what are you gonna do? Sit there and fight them, right?
All of the money that you've taken from AIPAC? Are you okay with the fact that you've taken money from donors who support genocide, Congressman?
Talk to your candidate.
Like $600,000 in spending on your behalf, and your supporters are such cowards.
Amazing stuff there. So again, whoever you are, great job. This is during, I assume, Ryan Grimm's stream.
We need more of this, right? Because this is what's gonna leave. Hey, Cycling Bahoy! Welcome back.
There, who also earlier in that stream, I don't have the clip here, but had asked Espaillat if he had just rejected AIPAC money and
he would have
called what Israel's doing a genocide, he may have been able to avoid this entire primary challenge. But
yeah,
because he was unwilling to do that, and I guess thought taking all this money was the way to victory, he lost. This gets to as well just the overall message coming out of this. Pro-Israel politics took a huge hit in New York. So at Valdez's victory party in Brooklyn, the crowd erupted in an AIPAC chant as Goldman's concession speech in a nearby district played across television screens of the venue. Avelia Chevalier told her supporters, quote, "We know how scared we made AIPAC." The crowd at one point began chanting "Free, Free Palestine." And Brad Lander railed against AIPAC and other dark money spending in his victory speech and said Democrats have to face up to their divides over Israel. Also going on to say, quote, our party needs to admit that Joe Biden's Hug BB strategy was a catastrophic mistake.
It's funny because Hug BB, Hug Liz Cheney, Hug Dick Cheney, who looked like a corpse when they came out and endorsed.
Look,
when he came out and endorsed Kamala Harris, right? That was crazy, guys. Where is it? He died like a few months later too, which was hilarious. I was like, dog, they literally brought him out of hold on. Yeah, here we go.
In our nation's 246-year history, there has never been an individual who is a greater threat to our republic than Donald Trump.
Right? Like leave the poor man alone.
Dick Cheney will be voting for Kamala Harris.
Oh yeah, well that worked out, right, guys? Oops.
Subscribe.
Such a great plan that was. I know. Brilliant. Who'd have thunk that would have gone any other way, right? There we go.
I'm going to say, I hope Democrats learn a lesson here, but it doesn't matter because they're being taken over.
Mm-hmm.
There is now a movement that I truly at this point cannot imagine somebody who supports Israel's genocide winning a Democratic primary in 2028. I don't see it happening now. It is very clear where voters stand. And what should be clear here, not just Democratic voters. You look at polling on the issue of Israel across party lines. The majority of people, even Republicans, understand that it is insane for the...
we never hanged the Bush war criminals. Facts.
To continue sending money and weapons to a country committing a genocide. So this is a very easy position to take going into an election in 2028, and of course going into this fall, that clearly shows a divide where you are either for human rights or you are not. You are either for sending money away to a country committing a genocide or you're for investing into your community. It's a very clear divide that I think we're going to be seeing have even more of an impact going into the fall and into the next few years. But this is the establishment. Chuck Schumer, this is a year ago. My job is to keep the left pro-Israel. Well, you failed, dipshit, and you're next.
Cuck Schumer, am I right?
You know, him, Hakeem Jeffries.
All these clowns.
He's next, as they chanted at one of the victory parties, the DSA party chants, you're next at Hakeem Jeffries as he appears on screen. So these candidates are coming. For these.
Wait, what did Jamie Harrison say? This is another hack, political hack, like corporate establishment type. I say this with no ill will or animosity. So yes, he does say with ill will and animosity. Translation, guys. Just translating the tweet for you. If you hate the Democratic Party, then please do not run for our nomination. Oh my God. Jamie Harrison. Oh, fuck you, buddy. Don't use our resources. Don't rely on our volunteers. Don't use our infrastructure. Don't ask Democrats to invest their time, money, and energy into your campaign. Focus on building the party you actually support. Well, we will by taking over yours. Political parties aren't perfect, but they're built by millions of people who knock doors, make calls, organize meetings, and fight for the values they believe in. If you don't believe in the party, then don't ask its members to carry you across the finish line. Oh, what a clown. Jesus. Fuck off, dog. See why I don't like Jamie Harrison? Ugh.
So these candidates are coming for
they are.
These sorts of
What up?
mealy-mouthed, believe nothing, pro-AIPAC, pro-corporate money Democrats. These people are going to be a dying breed in the upcoming elections. But Jamie Harrison, last thing I want to share here. This is former chair of the DNC who did not run for another term as the Democratic Party lost to Trump again. You can't possibly uphold what you've been doing. But he goes after these election wins and puts this out. I say this with no ill will or animosity.
Me when I don't understand why things are happening politically. Exactly.
You hate the Democratic Party, then
100
please don't
dog.
run for our nomination. Don't use our resources. Don't rely on our volunteers. Don't use our infrastructure. Don't ask Democrats to invest their time, money, and energy in your campaign.
I want to kill
What's
all.
amazing about this is that people like him are the ones that hate Democratic voters.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't appear to realize that people like him are not popular. And if you want a good laugh, you can look at some of the replies that are just tearing him apart. Here's
Oh, there's Pastor Ben. Yeah.
Pastor Ben saying, Brother Jamie, you should be so lucky to get people inside the Democratic Party who hate what it has become. Corporate Zionist Republican light neoliberalism isn't working for anyone.
Thank you.
Which is why the
There's that word again. Neoliberalism. We got to keep using it.
Democratic socialists are being elected all over the country. Be grateful to bring voters to what.
Ooh, a Pidgey.
Belafonte referred to as the ravages of what's left of the Democratic Party. This is what the party can now be. We've been waiting for years. I've been talking about this for 10 years.
10 years?
At some point, this was going to happen. I thought it was going to be a little earlier. But we are here now. And I really think the movement is clearly on a path to taking over the party. Hey, folks, if you enjoyed this video, please hit like and subscribe and the bell notification icon. It helps a lot.
W. All right. I did want to talk about some of the harassment that was happening at the polls, too. That was pretty interesting to me. I had heard about this, and I wanted to talk about it. So let's watch, shall we?
Is it legal for you all to come in our polling places? No.
The not-so-secret police are here, and they're not being shy about it either. In a blatant show of aggression, Trump has sent ICE to harass leftists over social media posts. And the implication of what is happening...
Yeah, we talked about this girl earlier, but this is just an example, right?
...behind the scenes is absolutely galling. There's no other way to describe what's happening here, because this looks absolutely dystopian.
And it's a lady here with them. And they're bringing her a warning. City line, how may I help you? Yes. We're working down at the polls today, and ISIS came here to bring a warning to one of our workers. Continue. Oh no, I was saying the ICE is here at our at our polling place at the library downtown.
Oh.
Don't sign nothing.
You say not to?
Mm-mm.
This is just for ours.
So.
gonna transfer you.
Thank you.
Oh my God. What the hell? We'll have on mute about to watch Spain in the World Cup. No worries. Have fun. W Spain, am I right? I hope they win.
Don't sign nothing. Get you a lawyer. Talking about because she doctored somebody's address or something which was public information anyway.
Oh, this is just that's the same form over.
Yeah, it would be good to get a win, right?
I was like, yeah, that's not my following commenting more fire. I guess this is ice.
You're not the only person that did it.
No, and this probably was like backlog at this point because I saw like 25,000 followers and that's more than that. But yeah, if I talk to my legal counsel and everything like that and everything's good, I'll sign that. Sign that. Thank you.
Is it legal for you all to come in our polling places? No.
And that's why it isn't.
It is completely insane that ICE is
Abolish
showing up
ICE,
to polling
guys.
stations for any reason. But in this case, it has nothing to do with immigration. They're trying to restrict this woman's freedom of speech. This is like something straight out of a dystopian novel, something that Paige Lynn herself says that she felt. They were there for Paige Lynn Gagne, a social media influencer working as a poll worker, carrying a folder
In the great words of many, fuck ICE.
stuffed with printed screenshots of her Instagram posts and a copy of her driver's license. Their demand, delete your account. They're trying to claim that she doxed an ICE agent and threatened to harm a federal worker, which is already an asinine claim, but there's no reason that that business would be conducted at a polling station. It's such a ridiculous situation that even Republican representatives first thought it was a hoax, and the Democrats are pissed. Dustin Zarny, Democratic commissioner, said, "There's no role for law enforcement officials to be inside a polling place unless they are responding to an emergency of some kind. There is no indication of that here. It's intimidation, straight up. That's the reason for them to be there. There were no voters in the station at the time, but there's no way they knew that before showing up. And worse than that, Paige Lynn dropped the voicemail that they left her, and it definitely sounds like intimidation to me."
How you doing? This message is for Paige. My name's Dave Brody, Special Agent with Homeland Security. We're just by your apartment at Clinton Street. Spoke to, I believe it's your husband, Herberth. He gave me your phone number. We were just calling you in reference to a post that we believe you made on Instagram where you doxed an ICE agent back in January. We just wanted to talk to you about it. You're not in any type.
Yeah, I watched this video and I was screaming, "Don't sign the papers."
Trouble.
Yeah.
If you can give me a call back, my cell is 9.
Very 1984 indeed.
It really is. That's why I wanted to at least like talk about it, because this is dystopian level shit, guys.
Absolutely was an attempt to silence leftists and intimidate us when we engage in our civic duties. This was the post that they were there to see her for, by the way, and you can see for yourself there's no doxing here. She lists the killer's name, Jonathan Ross, but she also references the public source where she got this information from. And then she says today is a great day for Jonathan to be indicted, not harmed or harassed. There is clearly nothing illegal about this post.
There is.
And the fact that they're calling this doxing is beyond insane. I'll post Paige Lynn's GoFundMe in the description, so hopefully she can get the funds that she needs to sue these fuckers. Luckily, there's already been a ton of precedent set from previous attempts from this administration to silence leftists for posting online. After Charlie Kirk joined the Chorus Eternal to carry the heavenly flame or whatever, anyone who dared to point out that he was kind of a piece of shit got canned from their jobs. only for them to win six-figure settlements, of course, after their lives get ruined, which is the real goal of these Gestapo raids. And sometimes it's working in MAGA's favor. The Prairieland 9 sentencing was absolutely brutal, and the most egregious, in my opinion, was for Daniel Sanchez Estrada, who wasn't even at the ICE facility during the protest, but moved a box of perfectly legal zines, and for that, he got 30 years in prison, just for moving Antifa material that the state didn't even use as evidence.
Judge Pittman said in the trial, which it stands out to me because it's one of the few things I agree with, that the government might just as well have called it I think he said the Methodist Women's League of Weatherford, for all of the impact it had on this trial. So this wasn't about proving that there's an Antifa or that any of these people are in it. It was just, in my opinion, a dog whistle to give certain people in Washington, D.C. what they want to hear.
The playbook seems simple. Arrest leftists for trumped-up charges, sentence them to insane stints in prison, and here comes the final part that you might not have heard yet. Shout out to those in the comments for putting this on my radar. Lawyer Liz Oyer discovered something that should frighten all of us.
6 weeks ago, the Justice Department quietly adopted a new policy that gives the Attorney General the power to send any federal prisoner to any prison in the country. If you are facing a federal prison sentence, Todd Blanche has total discretion to decide where you'll serve your time. This is a huge deal, and it's a huge departure from past practice. Under this rule, Blanche could direct the Bureau of Prisons to put anyone who opposes the Trump administration in a maximum security prison. If you're prosecuted for protesting ICE, for example, or for vandalizing Trump's reflecting pool, you could serve your sentence alongside murderers and rapists.
So after the judge
crazy, right, guys?
With a 1,000-year sentence for spreading democratic socialism, Todd Blanche gets to send me to Gitmo. The fun part is all my friends will be there too. So subscribe to U.S. Democratic Socialists and check out your local DSA chapter if you haven't already. I'm Tony Hinderman, and I'll catch you next time.
All right. We have some breaking news. I thought the war was over, guys. Oh, wait.
All right, Fox News alert. Sources telling Fox News that the United States military has begun carrying out airstrikes on Iranian targets. This comes following Iranian attacks on cargo ships. For the latest, let's bring in Chief National Security Correspondent.
ICE needs to go after this administration. You know, real crimes in the U.S. Of course, it has to go. Abolish ICE.
Jennifer Griffin. Jennifer, what do you know?
Well, Will, I just spoke to a senior U.S. official who confirmed that those airstrikes were, in fact, in response to Iran firing a one-way attack drone against a Singapore-flagged ship overnight. That ship was trying to leave the Strait of Hormuz. It was passing along.
Well, this Friday evening, he always pulls fuckery Friday evening. Yeah, do you know why? It's because the markets are closed Friday evening. Yeah.
Coast, and it struck that cargo ship. And so this is in response for what the president has said was a breach of the MOU, the Memorandum of Understanding, and a breach of the ceasefire. We heard that there were explosions in 3 locations in Sirik, Iran, that is along the Strait of Hormuz coast. Now we have a statement from CENTCOM saying that the targets were drone and missile storage sites as well as radar installations.
And on Sunday, he'll be posting his most insane shit on Live Social. Yeah.
It's not clear.
It's all just market manipulation, right, guys? That's what I've noticed with Trump.
Whether these airstrikes will continue.
You can't time it every Friday. Every Friday, he pulls this crap. Ugh. And then we have some more breaking news.
But my since CENTCOM has put out the statement, my past experience would suggest that the strikes are over for now. But it is a strong warning shot across the bow at Iran to get the IRGC under control and to stop firing on ships in the Strait of Hormuz. Will?
All right. That phrase, Jennifer, a warning shot across the bow of Iran. So CENTCOM's already put out this statement suggesting that drone and missile targets have been hit in Iran. The president, we know, is very dedicated to trying to see through the terms of the deal, to see through the MOU. So is it your sense then that this is simply I don't know the right analogy to use, but in response to that targeting of that cargo ship, this is basically a slap back in the face, not resuming full-on war against Iran at this stage?
I believe that's the case, Will, based on the conversations that I've had. This is to show the Iranian leadership that the U.S. military is still there in the region. We have 50,000 troops. We have 2 aircraft carrier strike groups. That the U.S. military still has the option to resume striking Iran at will. There are still areas along the coast in the Strait of Hormuz, and the IRGC keeps testing the U.S. military and the limits of this memorandum of understanding. And what's clear is there seems to be a
ceasefire with the side of missile. Damn right.
Between the political leadership
who'd have thunk this would have happened. Not me. Oh, wait.
Signed the MOU and the IRGC leadership. We heard yesterday that CENTCOM was planning to place one of the IRGC commanders in CENTCOM headquarters in Qatar so that they could be side by side to try and mitigate and stop this kind of activity because it's not clear whether it's sanctioned from above or whether these are isolated cells. But tonight, the U.S. military struck back at these 3 sites to send a clear message to the Iranians. I don't think either side wants to restart the war, but it shows the U.S. military can still strike at will.
And just one more, Jennifer, to your point, what remains a mystery is how coordinated even actions are under the banner of the IRGC. Even if you get the buy-in of senior leadership of the IRGC, what does that leave on the ground in terms of cells who don't buy in to the prospect of peace?
Well, I think that's really the problem. Since the Iran war began, the leadership has been fragmented, and it's not clear that the hierarchy really is in control of all those lower cells, and that's really the problem going forward.
All right, thank you for that. It's breaking news. Thank you for that, Jennifer Griffin.
All right, thanks for watching. Check out my new podcast, Hanging Out with Me, Sean Hannity. The big interviews, the debates you won't get anywhere else. Like and subscribe for new episodes every Tuesday and Thursday.
Wow. All right, more breaking news.
Hi there, everyone. It's 4 o'clock in the East. We come on the air with some breaking news from one of the most high-profile Democrats in our country right now, Pete Buttigieg, the first openly gay confirmed cabinet member in United States history, the former Secretary of Transportation, someone who many Democrats hope will be a contender for the Democratic presidential nomination in 2028. He today announced in a post on Substack that he and Chasten and their kids, his family, were the targets of a, quote, cruel, politically motivated hoax. That's how he describes it. He goes on to tell the whole story. An anonymous caller called Child Protective Services on his family and made false allegations about him. Buttigieg describes it as akin to swatting. Swatting is when someone calls 911 and makes a fake, false report that suggests an imminent threat, like a mass shooting, something that leads law enforcement to swarm or SWAT someone's home. In Buttigieg's post, he describes what happened to him when a worker with Child Protective Services came to the door. He writes this, quote, "Someone decided to hurt our family this week. I'm furious and I want to share what happened. You've probably heard of swatting. It's a cruel and dangerous kind of hoax that has started happening more frequently in recent years. Someone anonymously calls 911 with a false report of imminent danger, such as a hostage situation at the home of a public figure. Law enforcement swarms the house, guns drawn, terrifying the unsuspecting homeowner and family. and sometimes even leading to deaths or injuries in the confusion. It's happened to dozens of lawmakers, judges, celebrities, and others. When I was in the cabinet, someone attempted to do this to our home, but fortunately the hoax was quickly detected. It's become enough of a problem that the FBI now has a dedicated database to track such incidents. Now imagine that same concept, but with child protective
big booty
services
judge
instead of a SWAT team. Hadn't thought of that? Me neither. Until
Oh
a few
god,
days
this
ago,
guy
when
has a
police officer
Substack. Oh god. Oh my god. You know, what the hell?
The CPS worker showed up at our home and politely asked to speak with
It's
me.
fucked, but welcome to
Invited
Trump's
them on the
America.
deck so that we could hear each other over the barking dog and asked what was going on. They explained that there had been an allegation against me, that it concerned our 4-year-old twins, and that a forensic interview had been arranged for the children the following day. I could not be present at the children's interview, nor could any family member sit in. Afterwards, they would come back and interview me.
What?
And only then would they tell me anything about the nature of the allegation. I was bewildered and troubled, but I tried to stay calm. I'm used to any number of falsehoods, attacks, and serious problems being thrown my way.
CPS and swatting is totally different. Yeah. CPS is Child Protective Services, so someone reported a child in danger or needing help. Well, and remember, he's gay, so is that why they're doing it? Because he's like a big Democrat, right? So there's two reasons probably why they're doing it. A, it's because he's gay, or because he's a Democrat, or both, right? But that's crazy. Wow. And they're using this as justification to do all this, right? Because a lot of this stuff is, let's see, swatting is totally different. And fuck them, maybe now he will see what the immigrants go through. Yeah, I mean, this is why I don't like this guy, right? He's such a fucking lib on these issues. They have to investigate, but it seems, egregious. Like a forensic interview with no evidence. Well, Living Lily, you have a lot of expertise in this area. Tell us what you know, girl.
I did not understand was what could have led to this kind of visit. Then the Child Protective Services worker told me something that made my stomach turn. I was not to be alone around the children, at least until the interview took place the next day.
What?
They asked if I had relatives nearby or could perhaps stay at a hotel for the night. The officer and the CPS worker wanted to see the children.
They are only libs when it concerns them, but commie when it happens to everyone else. Yeah.
I invited them to stay until Chasten, who was out running errands and preparing to pick the twins up from summer camp for the day, returned home. When he pulled up in the family Jeep, the kids bounded.
What did you do today, huh, girl? Where did you bring me along to, huh? The grocery store? Cooking? Showering?
Into the house.
To go get gas?
Looking curiously at the two guests. They were courteous and
So
professional.
CPS had credible evidence that they made him separate from the kids. Yeah.
Respect the officer's police.
Yeah, that means that whoever made the call said something real crazy. Yeah. Which, I mean, let's be honest, Living Lily is probably very politically motivated. Right? I don't know. Maybe he is like a fucking terrible person, but let's be honest. It is Pete Buttigieg. Doesn't have to be credible. The story must have been crazy. Jesus. Okay. So they investigate anything. That's crazy. Didn't they do that with Ethan Klein as well, right? That's what we found out the other day, remember? We watched that. Maybe, but they usually talk to neighbors and the school friends of your kids, etc.
Which fascinated them, of course, while the grown-ups talked in the driveway. We agreed that the kids would stay at their grandparents' house after our family dinner that night, and then they left. The 24 hours until they returned are among the darkest hours of my life. I tried to get my head around the idea that I had been accused of something so serious that I couldn't be alone around my own children, and had consented to have them interviewed by strangers without my knowing where the accusation had come from or even what it contained. Many times over the years, I've been denounced, yelled at, protested, threatened, and heckled I've been through political attacks in office, death threats in public life, and rocket attacks in war. But this is the ugliest thing that has happened to me since my career in service began.
Jesus.
After spending a sleepless night wondering what the hell was going on and spending half a day anxiously picturing what our children were going through without their parents, I waited until the appointment time for my interview finally came. With the kids back at their grandparents' house after their appointment in town and Chasten having been asked to wait upstairs, the officer and CPS worker sat down at our kitchen table with me and my new lawyer. Then,
just in case oh, that makes sense. Well, that's why they're doing this stuff to him, right?
for the first time, the officer explained what the allegation actually was. An anonymous caller had contacted CPS. The caller said that he had spoken to a woman who claimed to have met me at a conference several years ago in Alabama, where she said, I told her I had committed unspeakable violent crimes, and the caller believed my children were at risk. That was all. The officer had a couple of obvious questions. He asked if I had been to the town where the woman claimed she met me. I have not. The officer made clear that he believed this was politically motivated, and I said it would not, and he said it would not be referred to a prosecutor. Nothing in the forensic interview with the children, which was conducted by trained personnel, had led to concerns. After the officer spoke, the CPS worker likewise indicated she had not found anything to substantiate the allegation, though her process would take a bit longer to be formally completed. I no longer needed to avoid being around my children unsupervised. Chasten was invited to come back downstairs and hear the same information
we don't know.
Shared with me. Then, per standard procedure,
We don't know. I don't think they're going to release it yet. Me and you too. But probably child abuse or something like that.
she verified that there was adequate food in our kitchen and asked to take a look in the kids' bedroom. After the officer, the CPS worker, and the lawyers all left, Chasten and I hugged each other as tightly as we have any time since the day our son was put on life support as a critically ill infant just weeks after the adoption. We went to get the kids, had dinner with them and their grandparents, brought them home, and gave them the most normal bedtime we could, with a few more bedtime books than usual. Then we went and sat under the light at our kitchen table, trying to begin to process our feelings. Buttigieg goes on to say that the police officer he encountered made it clear, as we read from the passage, that it was politically motivated and that any allegations against him would not be referred to a prosecutor for investigation. He adds this, quote, I don't know who did this or exactly what prompted them to try. It's not lost on me that this happened soon after we shared photos of our family on social media for Father's Day, or that this occurred during a month meant to make families like ours feel welcome and safe. We're used to nasty, hateful, and sometimes violent things being said about us, and even about our family. But this is the first time someone managed to invade our lives like this and drag our children into it. Meanwhile, we'll continue to do our work, supporting and speaking out for causes we believe in, according to our values. I will continue to stand up against the cruelty and corruption of the people in power today, and I'll keep making the case for a better future in our country through a better kind of politics. We cannot let American politics keep going in this direction. And we must not all go on as if it's acceptable for this kind of thing to be part of the cost of entering public service. I want to bring into our conversation and our coverage former special agent in charge at the FBI, National Security and Intelligence Analyst Michael Feinberg. Also joining us, co-founder and executive director of Protect Democracy, Ian Basson is here, and political analyst, host of the Bulwark podcast, Tim Miller joins us.
No, not Tim Miller.
Tim, I read this with a feeling of this could be any of us. This is a tactic, and their tactics are never sort of customized for any one of their political enemies. They are usually rolled out and scaled to all of their political enemies. And I think what Pete and Chasten decided to do by publishing this today is maybe put it under such a bright Klieg light that people know this is happening to people like Pete and Chasten. But what a horrific experience for their kids and their family.
And hard to imagine. I have this rage boiling inside of me, having to listen to you read that for the last few minutes. I'm trying to gather my thoughts, but just I'm thinking about the idea of being separated from your young child for a night by the government because a cruel, insane person called the police and said you were a monster, and then to think about having to have the police come and interview your 4-year-old. I mean, my child's 8 now, but I'm just trying to think about that and ask these invasive personal questions because you are a person that is in the public eye, because you committed to public service. Like this is the punishment. You have to deal with that in a free country, and it's totally unacceptable. You mentioned twice the comment about how this isn't being referred to a prosecutor. Maybe there's something else that just wasn't included in Pete's update there, but I think it should be referred to a prosecutor to prosecute the person that made the phone call.
They didn't come because you posted family pictures or because it's Gay Pride Month.
Hopefully that is ongoing. I just wanted to raise that as what I think should be the appropriate response to this, which is to prosecute the person that inflicted this on their family.
Mm-hmm.
And you hate to go to politics and hypocrisy on this, but it does. The thing that just came to mind listening to all this and having been a former Republican is there's this big movement a few years ago going after families like Pete's and mine called Moms for Liberty. And parents' rights movement talking about how they didn't want their kids to have to learn about gay people in schools. And that's how they framed it, that this was about liberty, it's about parents' rights. We shouldn't have things that we don't want forced upon our kids by the government. In a biggest picture, there's nothing wrong with that sentiment. A lot of their tactics were gross.
I remember Moms for Liberty.
Is this? And I'm not holding my breath, but you would hope that there would be bipartisan condemnation of this. Like, think about the infringement on the liberty of their family and their children, that the government would come in and separate them from their 4-year-old twins and invade their kitchen and ask personal questions to their children without them around just because one sicko made a phone call. I mean, it's totally against how things should work in a free country. And I'm happy that Pete spoke out. And like you said, there should be real concerns about copycats here. The swatting thing is something that I hadn't heard about before 2015.
Good news, everyone.
10733581 joined the Patreon % user Azibjidiz, the social connections Twitch % active patron 6/26/2026 8:23:45 p.m.
Thank you for joining the Patreon. Love it. Can't do it without your support. Thank you so much. Actually, I was thinking if you do join the Patreon, you'll be able to maybe influence Gloggy's mood when I drop that feature in very soon. So stay tuned for that. I'm also going to do walk-in effects for the people who really support the stream too. So that should be fun. You'll get whatever you want played on the stream as like a walk-in effect. My brother and his wife were foster parents for the state of New York for years and never CPS call and never a CPS call. Yeah, good. Doing good. Yeah. Thank you very much for joining the Patreon. Really appreciate the support. Cannot do it without you guys. Love you.
And so you do worry that this is something that expands.
I want Gloggy to be flirty. All those, like I have, let's see. Let's see. Let me know if there's any other moods you want. Well, flirty he has to be because I'm flirty. If you haven't noticed. That's my personality. Let's see. All right, let's see. These are the moods that I have so far. Let me just put them in the chat real quick. Sorry, hold on. Why is it? There now. Those are all the moods. Let me know if you guys want any more. I could happily add them. So we got hype, cozy. Right, this one I thought of. Sassy, of course. Serious. I mean, I can be pretty serious, right? Chaos. Do we even have to explain that one? Tired. Villain. I thought that one might be fun. Breaking news. I guess that one's like the yelling one, right? Or like very, very like, yeah. Professor, because, you know, Reina calls me profe, right? Like professor. Debate lord, because we're on Twitch. Sleepy. Conspiracy. So like edged, right? What do you see in the mirror when you look in the mirror? I want to see conspiracy logging. Yeah, I want to see that too. Again, I have no idea how it's gonna work, so it could crash and burn. But like, I'm gonna do my best in programming it. Right? It's gonna be funny, I think. Let's see. I'll do my best. Let's see what we can do here. All right. Let's see.
You know what's crazy, y'all? You get
what's
more
crazy,
truth
my go
on the issue of Iran and Israel listening to The View.
Kenny, welcome to the stream.
Listening.
Sorry I missed your message, dog. How you been?
You know, almost any U.S. politician talk about this, and that's crazy. That's crazy. So Charlemagne went on The View, and he was asked a very good question here about the Iran so-called peace agreement, and about Israel's impact on it. And this is sort of, he drops a brutal-ass truth bomb here. Okay, let's listen. Here we go.
Why do you think Republicans are finally speaking out on something regarding Trump? And two, is he setting Vance up, you think, to take the fall? What's going on here?
Man, sometimes all of this feels like a big psyop. Like they all got into a room and they said, hey, let's do some wrestling around this Iran situation. And the reason I say that is because, until you hear what Israel has to say, it does not matter.
He's sort of spitting when he says that. That's kind of true. And look, this is one of the theories I floated, that in the U.S., our government wants to make sure to pawn the blame off.
He has to have swag. Yeah. He really does. I'm gonna try. I'll try my best. If there's any other moods you want to see, let me know. I'll make a list. I mean, I guess I forgot. I forgot one. I think it was like overly excited, but that's really it.
Iran war.
Depressed. I mean, does anyone want to see Gloggy depressed?
Our government is now trying to pawn the blame off of themselves, knowing it's about to get worse. So what do? Well, you can create this whole kayfabe situation, this pro wrestling situation where Vance and Trump, like, we're going to blame Israel and go, yeah, we're standing up to you, Israel. You're the ones who are the real cause of all this, right? And what do? In Israel, the Israeli government goes, oh, we're being held back by Trump and Vance and the Americans, and like, how dare they get in our way? They're the problem. They're the cause of all the problems because they won't let us finish the job, right? And so this way, what they're trying to do, the Israeli government is trying to get the Israeli public off their ass, right? Pawn the blame off on the U.S. The U.S. government is trying to get the American public to blame the Israeli government instead of them, right? And so, yeah, it does sort of feel like it's all this one big psyop. It's this one big pro wrestling thing to, like, knowing things are going to get worse, right? What do? It's not us. Hey, us in MAGA? Oh, we were always. J.D. Vance was out here leading the charge against the war. We're against the war. We had the peace deal. We're on top of it. They ruined it. It's the Israelis that ruined it. Meanwhile, they all know, they're all in the same boat. They all were making the same decisions. They were all for this illegal war of aggression. All of them. All right, let's keep going. Here we go.
I say that is because, until you hear what Israel has to say, it does not matter. And that's just the truth to me. Like America is not in control of this situation, and I don't feel like they ever have been. Whenever they do come to some type of peace agreement, Israel comes and says, no, that's not what we want.
Now, here's where he's wrong, actually, because the U.S. is in control of the situation. All Trump would have to do, it's not difficult. All he has to do is call Netanyahu and say, if you defy me at all on this, I mean what I'm saying here about the ceasefire and about a deal. If you defy me at all, I'm cutting off the money and I'm cutting off the weapons. And that's it.
Exactly.
You're on your own. Good luck trying to make up that difference. You know you cannot function without U.S. money and U.S. weapons. You know that. You know that. Then they have to stop. Then they have to. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. They would have to stop. They'd have to withdraw all the way from Lebanon, right? They'd have to, hey, sign whatever fucking agreement with Iran saying you get to control the Strait of Hormuz, you get all your money back, you get a fucking reparations for us attacking you. So this is where he's wrong. The U.S. 100% is in control of the situation, but they would have to cut off the money and the weapons, right? So in other words, what I'm saying here feeds the logic of it's all kayfabe. Right? It's all kayfabe. It's all a fake fight unless and until they cut off the money and the weapons. They're all in on it unless and until Trump decides I'm cutting off the money and cutting off the weapons.
Israel comes and says, no, that's not what we want.
Yeah, but Trump keeps telling us that Netanyahu does exactly what he wants.
Nah, it don't seem like that. It seems like, it seems like Trump is Netanyahu's puppet. So, the conversation should be Israel, Iran, and America. And until Israel and Iran come to an agreement, I don't think that there's going to be an agreement.
Now, to argue against what I was just saying, though, Trump is controlled by the endless amounts of Israel money that he's taken, Israel lobby money he's taken, hundreds of millions of dollars. I mean, he is Miriam Adelson's loyal soldier. Not only that, as we all fear, there is Epstein blackmail out there on Trump, and Epstein worked with intelligence agencies, including Mossad, right? So that's also a possibility that, Netanyahu can say to him, well, yeah, we could stop the war, but if we do, just prepare because the Katie Johnson tape is coming out. Just prepare because horrific crimes you committed with a little girl are going to come out, right? And in that scenario, what do you do if you're Trump? I mean, I know what Trump would do. He would panic and cave immediately and say, yeah, well, let's continue the war. I don't give a shit,
Iran
He's their
comes to an
bitch.
agreement. I don't think that there's going to be an agreement.
Fascinating. So I love listening to you guys.
These are the conversations people should actually be having, and this is not the conversation
He's
that
their
you see.
bitch, girl.
I mean, I can't tell you. Is there a single time that mainstream media has had the conversation? Is Trump blackmailed? Is there Epstein blackmail out there on Trump that Mossad is using and can hang over his head? Is there blackmail that other governments can use and hang over his head as well? Have they talked about that? Have they talked about the nefarious influence of money in politics and the Israel lobby and Miriam Adelson, and previously it was Sheldon Adelson, and all this money, hundreds of millions of dollars, plus the AIPAC money, plus the other kinds of Israel lobby money. There's all these different ways that they buy loyalty effectively, right? And we know Trump is for sale, the highest bidder. We know he's owned by the military-industrial complex. We know all the talk about being anti-war was horseshit. He increased the Pentagon budget every single year. Okay, the military-industrial complex is getting theirs. There's no doubt about it. The media's never talked about that. And look, when it comes to the Democrats, unfortunately, some of the resisting they've been doing is resisting from Trump's right, where they go out there and say, this peace deal is a surrender document.
21288989 joined the Patreon active patron 6/26/2026 8:34 03 p.m.
Thank you for joining the Patreon. Love it. I do that because I just don't want anyone to get doxxed, right? It happened almost once. It happened once, actually. Yeah, a lot of people don't understand that you have to be careful on Patreon because, yeah, Patreon is not exactly. So thank you again for joining the Patreon. I said he is Real's bitch. Let's see. Hold on. Thank you very much for joining. Appreciate it. Can't do it without your support. Love it. Thank you.
And we're against it for that reason. No, my reaction is, it is a surrender document, but that's good.
It is.
We should surrender. We were wrong. When you illegally attack a country and carpet bomb their schools and hospitals, the correct thing to do is to surrender and apologize and give them back their own money and pay them some reparations.
That's the correct thing to do, yeah.
That's the correct thing to do, okay?
Not to take your ball and say you're right. And you have to own up for your mistakes, right, guys?
But, yeah, man, you can't write home about this thing and say this thing is over until it's actually fucking over. And we've gone back and forth a bunch of times. At this point, the Strait of Hormuz is open to an extent where about a third of the traffic is going through to what it was like compared to the pre-war levels.
Guys, imagine a real peace deal in comparison to this crap, right?
And so we're still in the woods here. It is still murky as hell.
Yeah.
But this was a great points by Charlemagne, and it's kind of crazy that The View has better stuff on this than almost anywhere else in media. mind-boggling.
Hey, y'all, do me a favor.
Oh my God! Finally, somebody's. This stuff is so stupid. All right. And I guess we can end in this because this is interesting. I guess he spoke out against
the
this.
battle for Maine's Senate seat continues. Senate candidate Graham Plattner is accusing Senator Susan Collins of funneling money to her husband.
Collins' campaign saying that simply is not true, saying her husband has not been a lobbyist since 2008. As Bonnie Bishop.
That's like, no, my husband isn't a like, yeah, but he was one. What do you what?
The senator's team.
That doesn't. It's such a goalpost move, right? Oh man. Jesus.
Plattner's pitch to pass the Collins rule, which is named after his opponent, is one of many things that he has listed on what he calls his corruption crackdown agenda.
Damn. He's been brutal towards her.
Collins rule. Senators should not be able to funnel money to their spouses.
Plattner is accusing the incumbent senator of giving millions in federal contracts to her husband's lobbying firm from agencies she oversees. This
Jeez. No wonder she wants to run as a senator, right?
In the years of 2009
Well, how else are we going to get that bank account up, honey? Am I right?
and 2016.
I haven't stole a car since 2015.
That is not a coincidence. That is a senator using her office to enrich her own household. In plain sight.
We asked the lobbying firm what the federal money was used for, but haven't heard back as of 5. Meantime, Senator Collins' campaign pushing back.
I was thinking he's lying. Susan Collins has not funneled any money to Tom Daffern. That's against the law. That's a criminal activity. He's accusing her of engaging in a criminal activity with no evidence.
Her campaign manager says Congress does not award contracts.
Susan Collins has never awarded a contract in her life. Neither has anybody else who's ever worked in the United States Senate.
Congress appropriates the funding that agencies use to award contracts. Collins' husband was registered as a lobbyist up until 2008, according to the United States Senate lobbying disclosure forms. They wed in 2012. Collins started on the Appropriations Committee in 2009, becoming a ranking member in 2023 and the chair in 2025. The campaign wants proof of what Plattner is claiming.
Give me a fact. I'll take any fact. Give me one fact.
I mean, we know she's a corrupt politician. Fuck off,
that
dog.
shows that this happened.
Facts my ass.
Plattner was pressed for evidence backing his claims. He says the relationship between Senator Collins and her husband creates an obvious connection.
Any normal person can see that if you are directly tied to the power of a United States senator and you yourself benefit from it, and that senator's household benefits from it, that there's obviously some form of connection there. The American people, and actually I'll go even further than that.
Other parts of Plattner's corruption crackdown agenda include banning Congress members and their spouses from trading stocks with a penalty of imprisonment.
Yeah, the fact that she doesn't support that is a problem, right?
And keeping billionaires out of election
See, this
spending.
is fighting on with an offense in mind. Like this is what you got to be doing as a person who actually cares about these issues. Go on offense. Don't go on defense. The Democrats have played on defense for so long, right? All these lib
Plattner and
candidates.
Senator Collins will face off in November in the general election. For Commitment 2026, I'm Bonnie Bishop.
Oh. All right. And with that, guys, I think I'm out of here. I'm going to go eat dinner. I have a chicken giro coming. Giro. That was amazing. I know. He's great. Living Lily. Love him. That's my boy. Go Graham. All right. Why don't we stay tuned for the credits? And is there anyone you'd like me to raid? Thanks for the stream. Of course, I'll be back tomorrow. Same time, same place. You know what time it is. That time of the night where I say good night. Good day wherever you are. Let's rate out to Gap EV because I don't think I've rated him, and Turtle loves him. So he's not really a politics streamer, guys, but Turtle loves him, so he's my GOAT. All right. Do it. He does like all sorts of stuff. And he does talk about politics occasionally, but he's more like someone else. But stay tuned for the credits. I'll see everyone tomorrow. Bye. Thank you, Kristen B. You too. Have a great night. I'm going to devour this meal. I'm starving. Thank you, me and you too. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye, guys. The new members on Patreon, appreciate it. Good night, handsome Glockbot. He's so funny. Unzip for Spain. Woo! At least they got a win. Damn, that's a... Finally. Been doing shit. Penny... Thank you so much for stopping by. Appreciate you. See you soon. I'll be back tomorrow. No worries. Have a good night.